It's Nick again from MG Productions. I'm excited to share with you a wonderful interview with production assistant Roger Dobkowitz. Roger Dobkowitz was able to talk about his time starting out in the game show industry, his time working on The Price is Right, and of course, working on Match Game. We hope you all enjoy this interview. And we again thank Roger for the time taken to talk more about his time in the game show industry. Listen along. Hi, everybody. This is Nick from the Match Game Productions channel here, and I am super thrilled to introduce to you a man who many of you have seen on the set with some of the panel, Gene Rayburn and everybody from Match Game. I'd like to welcome in Roger Dobkowitz. Roger, how are you today?
I'm doing great, and I'm very excited to be able to talk about Match Game.
Roger, you have such an important part in history, not just only from your work with The Price is Right as being producer and everything for, I believe it was 37 years, correct me if I'm wrong.
36.
Oh, we'll call it 37. We like that number before we go up. But 36 years from that, and then also your time as a production assistant and everything with Match Game. And yes. I'm thrilled to have you here to talk more about your time getting into the game show industry. The Price is Right. We'll talk about, of course, we'll talk about Match Game and some work on Family Feud as well, and get your perspective on all the hijinks, hilarity, the fun that happened on the set of Match Game. So, Roger, it's a pleasure to have you here. I'm super thrilled to talk with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So one of the things, Roger, that I found so fascinating and interesting is how you got your start in the game show industry. And can you tell our viewers just a little bit about how your career began?
Yeah, I'll try to make that long story short.
Sounds good.
I took I got a master's degree in college, and I had to write I had to write a thesis, so I wrote a thesis on game shows.
Okay.
And which I sent out then when I graduated as a resume. I would actually watch game shows on TV, and at the end of the show, see who the producers were, and that was before videotape, so I had to read the names very quickly as they went by.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
And I would write down the names, and then I would look up their addresses and find it. And I sent out my theses, about 18, 19 theses, different producers. And one copy, to make it short, one copy wound up in the hands of Mark Goodson. And I drove to New York to interview with him, among other people. And I sat down with him in his office, and he talked to me. And near the end of the interview, he turned to me and he said, I think this is what sold it. He turned to me and he said, "So when do you fly back to California?"
Oh my
goodness.
I
looked at him and I said, "Flying? I'm going to drive back." Flying was.
Oh, good for you.
Yes, I said, I drove. I did. I said, I drove out here in my VW. And his eyes like, "You drove out here?" I said, "Yes." So I went back to my hotel room after that, and I immediately got a phone call saying, "Meet with him again." I met with him again that next day, and he said, "Roger, anyone that would drive to go to an interview has some kind of initiative. Mm-hmm. And I'm starting a brand new show out in California. It starts this June, July, whatever it was. And we'll find something for you to do." And that's how I started on Price is Right. I was put on Price is Right. I didn't even have anything to do for the first 3 or 4 weeks.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I was like a placeholder. I was there.
Mhm.
And as I tell many young people, sometimes being a placeholder is good because everybody in the company, as they did with me, started giving me stuff. I had nothing to do. So the script writer gave me something, and the director gave me something, and everybody gave me something. Before long, you're doing a little bit of everything.
Right.
And I got ahead and priced it right that way.
What a
And that's how,
fascinating, what a
yeah,
fascinating beginning from that. And
yeah,
I'm a business owner myself and been doing a lot of different things with a lot of different people and everything. And kind of like Goodson does or Goodson was with you look for that initiative. You look for that person that's going to really put themselves out there, that's going to hustle, that's going to go against all the odds, try and figure out how they can achieve their success. And I can absolutely see from your story here on why Mark Goodson would be so impressed. I mean, going cross country to meet with him, talk with him, and everything. That's an amazing story.
yeah. I really lucked out there. I really and what a great first job I got. I on Price is Right.
Right.
No.
How long did it take to kind of get your bearings together with what you were going to be doing, at least at the very beginning for The Price is Right? Did it take a few months to kind of
Yeah,
figure out what role and everything you were going to be going into?
it took a few months. They put me on backstage there, not operating but directing the special effects. You know, the numbers that go in and whether a question is right. And in the office, did I did blocking and help out a little bit on the scripts. Yeah, it took about 2 or 3 months, and then it all settled in. It was great, and I was all ready then for when Match came along.
So Price is Right began in 1972 with it being Rebirth and everything on CBS.
Right.
1973 comes. You got a good year now into the working industry and working for Goodson Todman and everything on The Price is Right. Match Game gets revived, right in the same studio and everything right there. How did that all go down for you?
Well, I was single, not much to do in my life.
Yeah.
And they were doing Match Game, and I would go down to the studio and watch them rehearse, rehearse for the test show and everything like that. And I went up to Mark Goodson and I said, I would love to work on the show. This is something extra, I could do because I did. I have all this, I had the weekends free and I was going to tape weekends.
Yeah.
And he said, sure, we'll find something for you to do. And so they hired me to do the cue cards. Now as I look back, I realized I had an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And the advantage was, I didn't know it at that time, but I was being treated like, oh, Mark Goodson hired this guy. We have to be very careful with him. We have to, do what he asked. So the producers put me on the show as the cue card guy. And I learned later on that up until me, nobody at the Mark Goodson family company ever worked on 2 shows at the same time. I found out later I was the first person ever to have 2 jobs at Price at Mark Goodson Company. After that, a lot of people did it, but I was apparently the first one. And now I look back and realize, oh, of course, Mark Goodson hired me. And so the producers of Match Game, they say, oh, Mark wants this, we better put him on there. And so I was a cue card guy, and I was very happy and had so much fun over on that side there. So much fun.
What a way to start, though, for you to be a person that Goodson already knew that he could trust and know that he could have you also be associated with another show right there. That speaks volumes right there. That's very impressive.
Yeah, I wish I had realized it at the time, but I didn't. I was just just want another job. I just want to work hard.
So it must have really worked out. So when would the Price is Right tape? During the weekdays?
Yes, a
Okay.
Price would tape. At that time, we taped Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday 1 week, and then the following week we would tape Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Every other weekend was Match Game.
Okay.
And my schedule, as I said, I was young and I didn't have anything to do. My schedule was I would get 1 day off every 2 weeks.
Okay.
It was really kind of okay for me at that time.
Sure.
So yeah, I would work 13 days in a row sometimes.
Yeah.
And it was fine. And it was fine because as you know, as you can see, Match Game was so much fun. It was like, oh, Match Game is taping this weekend. Fun.
It probably didn't even feel like work.
Yes, it didn't seem like work. I mean, Charles Nelson Riley one time, I think he said on camera. I don't know whether he said it off camera or on camera, but he said one time, he said, oh, I wake up on the weekend that we're taping Match Game, and I'm just so happy that I can go to a show and I'll have fun with my friends. I mean, he said that one time, and that's how a lot of us felt. It was just a friendly get together of everybody to have some laughs and have some fun.
Yeah, I think one of the classic quotes that he said over the years is, "This is not a job. This is a social engagement." Something like
Yes.
that. The Charles language and everything, but you could see as a viewer the amount of fun not just the panel was having, not just the contestants were having, but also Gene. Gene interacting with everybody there made everything flow so well. And I don't know what the thought was when the show first started, but did anybody think it was going to last this long?
No.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have any, I don't know on your channel or you have available any of the very, very, very first episodes.
We do. Yes.
We do. And the questions there they were very plain and very straight.
Yeah.
And they had no idea it would go out in such a comedy vein.
Yeah.
And it was just another show. I mean, even Price, when we started Price, we thought, oh, it might run 6, 7 years. And Match Game, same thing, 5, 6, 7 years. Nobody on Match Game ever expected that it would turn into what it turned into. A wonderful comedy, wonderful, funny show. They had a game, everything. Everything was perfect about Match Game. Everything was.
So your position as the cue card spot, you had a specific area in the studio where you were pretty much sectioned. So Gene could probably read what needed to be said, at least if he could read the legibility on some of the cards, right?
Yeah.
On what was needed to be said on air. Were you more up into where like Charles was, up towards the top end of the panel?
I was stage level. My desk
level.
was right down there, so I was right across, I guess, from position number 6, Betty White. I mean, I could, if I wanted to, I could look Betty White straight in the eye.
Okay.
And Charles was higher up, so he was looking always down at me. But I was close up there, right to them.
Yeah.
And just so make clear what I had to do. I just had like 3 duties basically. Every time a contestant said an answer, I would have to write it down and hold it up so Gene would know what the contestant said.
Yeah.
I usually one time, well, I think this is one of the funny parts of the show, which even makes me laugh, is one time the contestant said parachute, like jumping off in a plane parachute. And I didn't hear it very well. I wrote down pair of shoes.
I know exactly what episode that was too.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly which one. It was a Match Game PM episode. It was from, I believe, the very start of the final season of Match Game PM. And that whole incident turned into, we like to call some of the shows on the channel that are memorable and something we want people to watch and laugh along with. We call them gold star episodes. That episode is amongst one of the best Match Games that Match Game PM episodes that was taped. It was hysterical.
Oh, Yeah, I had a few spelling errors down the line. I didn't know how to spell lingerie. I
Yep.
remember that.
Hey, that's a tough word. I mean, we'll give you credit on that one.
And I couldn't at that time. I didn't know how to spell colonel, like the rank of the military. I didn't know how to spell that.
Yep.
And the other thing I had to do was during the audience match, when Gene would turn to the panel and say, "Do you have any suggestions? How do you fill in, happy blank?" And they would give 3 suggestions. I would have to write them down next to the stars names.
Yep.
And there was one time a funny incident there too, which I still can't believe in my life happened to me. Is the blank was Dag blank, D-A-G blank.
Yep.
And one of the answers was Dag Hammarskjöld, which he was a UN secretary. The strangest, and I spelled it correctly. I can't believe why. To this day, I can't understand why I spelled it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember Gene being amazed.
I can only imagine. Here is, can you see it there?
I see it. Yes. Yep.
Cannible.
Yes. Yeah, I had spelling problems sometimes. Yep. I like how I tried different ways to spell it there. I scribbled it down at the bottom.
And then the other one that we had, do you remember being on the panel at the very beginning of an episode during the introduction where Richard had you tied up?
Yes, I remember that one. Yep. Yep.
Here's this one. And then Gene rushed out.
Yep.
And there you are, getting held up by everybody.
Yeah, I remember that. That's Charles would like to do. He would like to have fun with me.
Was Richard behind this?
I think it was mainly Charles. I think
was it Charles? Yeah, he had you held. And then they're trying to take your T-shirt out from there. That was hysterical.
Those were the days when people didn't wear T-shirts. I was a little bit of a nerd guy.
Oh, that was one of the better ones there. But I wanted to show you those in case you maybe had forgotten. But those are some of the more talked about hijinks that happened on the show. I mean, you could see just how much of a comedy hour, a fun time, everything that it was on the show.
Right. Yes. Yes. I was thinking about that. Why it really helped that the show was not, as so many shows are today, they're close-ended. They have to end with a conclusion. Match Game was lucky because they had carryover contestants, which meant you could have as much shenanigans as you could between the acts and everything, because there was no time restraints, and that was an advantage for Match Game, at least the CBS version of Match Game.
Right. As the show progressed, it got to be the #1 daytime show on CBS for many years. I believe it was for 73 through 76. It really started to find its place. It became appointment television, everything. As it progressed, did you still stick with the cue cards and everything throughout the series and throughout the run of Match Game?
Always
you.
That was always me. And as you were saying, how such a big hit it became, it was so big in daytime. It had more people watching it than some of CBS's nighttime shows. That's how popular it was. It was way ahead of #2, which I think was one of the soap operas. It wasn't near #2. It was way ahead of #2. that's how popular it was at one point.
Absolutely incredible. Being a part on the show and everything off stage and all, were you able to develop some great lasting relationships with some of the panel members, celebrities, and Gene? What was your relationship like with him too?
Oh, geez. Gene was a little bit, he was a little bit, I don't know, he had a little bit of a snotty attitude, I think, sometimes.
Was it the ego? Was it an ego thing with
It was
him? A lot of people have
ego
said that over the
thing.
years.
I also felt he was one of, at that time in the 70, 73, 74, a lot of Mark Goodson people had to move from New York to California because Mark Goodson decided to do his production now in California. And a lot of these Easterners, including Gene Rayburn, had a little bit of a low view of us Californians.
Okay.
The feeling I got from them, the way they treated us and talked to us, that they had disdain that we weren't as smart as they were. Mm-hmm. And it didn't only come from Gene, it came from some of the other producers that had to move from New York to California. And I got that distinctly from Gene. I think he reveled in the fact that I couldn't spell these words. And to him, it was because of the California education system, was not the Eastern education system. And he couldn't make fun of me too much, mainly because he knew I did write a thesis and I had some brains up here. Right. But yeah, Gene was cold sometimes, you know. Yeah.
Was he as cold as Brett, though? Let's answer that one. Was Brett a sweetheart off the set?
Oh, I thought Brett was wonderful.
Okay.
Off the set. Brett, they were all wonderful. Richard was wonderful. Charles was great. I mean, Charles really liked me. I don't know whether he was serious or just teasing me.
Yeah, you never know with him.
He would say to me, he said, "Roger, why didn't you come on my boat this weekend with me?" Oh. And I would say, "Oh, I can't do that, Charles." So I never knew whether we were serious or just having fun, you know. And Brett she was always nice to me when I bumped into her. The stars did stay by themselves. I mean, during the meals, they'd go to their own room and eat by themselves. We would never see them, and I don't even know what room they went into. They went into their own room. But other than when I saw them on the set, I didn't see them. I didn't see them arrive at the studio. I didn't see them leave the studio. Yeah, they pretty much kept to themselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have said the same, that a lot of them were more reserved. They did their own thing. They associated with as little kind of interaction with other people as they could, kind of just came in, did their job or had their party, and then left the studio after everything was done for their taping day.
Right. This was different from, you know, some of the other shows I worked. Well, the other shows I worked on mainly was different versions of Price with Tom Kennedy and Jack Nars. I worked on Now You See It. But they would associate with the staff. They would drop by where we're eating and everything like that, and like to associate with us. But not the Max Game gang. They pretty much kept to themselves.
A lot of people have lots of opinions on Richard Dawson. I am someone that has always enjoyed his time on Match Game. I've always enjoyed his Family Feud episodes and everything. But he's one of those people that people like to know and hear more about the exit of Richard that happened in 78 when he departed. From reports we've heard, it was just left the set, never said goodbye, never did anything. I think he knew in his mind he was done. But do you remember back at that time period in 78 when all the changes were coming? We had a Star Wheel now coming into play. We have the new set that was developed. And then Richard is out pretty much 5 weeks after the new set is gone. And the most consistent person on that panel who people picked and everything, has now left Studio 33 and is done.
Yes. I remember the time, and that was the time I considered three things were happening at once, and was led to the subsequent demise of the show. The producers did not like everybody always choosing Richard. Richard was the favorite of the audience. He was the favorite. He got the most applause. People loved him. They knew they could count on him. He wouldn't make a joke at the expense of the contestant.
Sure.
He would try to play serious when he knew he had to play serious. The audience loved him. I can't emphasize enough. The audience loved him. And they introduced the star wheel because the producers felt it wasn't really fair to the other celebrities. They never get to get picked on the head-to-head. So the star wheel was introduced. And Richard hated that. He knew exactly what they were up to. They were taking away some of his moments. Mm-hmm. So the other celebrities could play in. And he didn't care. He wanted, if the contestant wanted to pick him, let them pick him. Don't do the stupid star wheel. So he had the star wheel. He was very unhappy with the star wheel. I mean, you could sense it.
A big time.
And he did surprise me, at least. Maybe not the inside producers, but he did surprise us when he left. As I recall, I think his very last thing he did on the show was write on a card "goodbye." And as the show closed, he put it in front of his lights there.
His seat, yep.
I believe that's what he did. I don't know whether it's caught on any tape or not.
His very last episode that was taped in '78, during the introduction, the card says, "Fare thee well."
Fare thee well.
Fare thee well. He held it up like this. They introduced him, and then no other mention of anything was on set.
Right. I still think, though, at the end of the show, he puts down "goodbye." I don't know. That might be.
He could have. I don't know if the camera panned down enough to see it, but during the credit roll and everything, you just see him because he's in dark tinted glasses that last week of the show as well. And some people said, "Oh, is he in the glasses because he's being emotional? Does he not want to leave and everything?" But according to a lot of other people, he had an eye infection. And so the glasses were a part of just making sure the lights weren't, interrupting his eyesight or everything. But that whole thing that went down, you very well could have put that goodbye card in front of his slot.
Yeah. And I think that was one of the first things that led to the ruination of Match Game, because that whole panel, this is just my opinion as a game show person, that whole panel had magic about it. It was balanced. I don't think they planned on it to be so balanced, but it was balanced. You had, in position one, the show would always put, not always, many times, a brand new person there. Somebody that hasn't been on the show. And that's okay in number one, because you're interested in what this brand new person is going to say. So he reveals his answer. It doesn't have to be funny, doesn't have to be anything. But whatever it is, it's okay, because two people are coming up now that's going to add fun. They're going to either comment on that answer, or Brett and Charles is going to have fun. So that's all taken care of, the first row. Then you move down to the second row. And many times they would put some beautiful girl in there, maybe not so bright, but maybe not, maybe she is. Yep. So whatever she says is okay too, because you got Richard either to make fun of it or to carry it on with some funny joke himself, so that it still moves. And of course, it's all tied up then with a Marsha Wallace, a Betty White, or Fannie Flagg at the end. Sure. And that's the toughest spot to be in, of course, because all the funny stuff has been said, and all the funny business that's been done. So you need a clever person down there. Perfect magical panel. Now Richard is gone, and the whole bottom run is now wrecked because they're putting these other people in there. They don't know how to act. They don't know how to carry it like Richard used to carry it. And that was the beginning of the end. That's my
I think
opinion.
I think one of the main reasons, and you hit it right on the head right here, is the magic of the chemistry. The chemistry that Brett, Charles, and Richard had off of each other to play off whatever answer was given or whatever joke was done. That chemistry has never to this day been able to be duplicated. They
Yeah.
tried it on the Hollywood Squares version in '83, never worked. That format, at least on my opinion, was just flawed from the very beginning. Match game 90, when Ross Schaefer came in, they put Charles back, but Brett was also added in a few weeks. She didn't feel it was a great concept. That never lasted. Then 98 came, and then we had the Alec Baldwin version. It just never was the same. It's been tried and tried again, and you've never been able to have that chemistry off of not just Brett, Charles, and Richard, but your Betty Whites, your Fannie Flaggs, your Elaine Joyces, your Bill Dailies, Dick Martins, Nipsey Russell, all that crew there. They jive so well together to make everything so magical.
Right. You're right. And these new producers who produce these new versions of Match Game, they didn't really understand the chemistry. I mean, I
They
I mean,
didn't.
you could duplicate it somewhat, but you got to understand what the chemistry is,
Yeah.
and then you can maybe duplicate it as much as possible.
Right.
Yeah, and they just don't get it. I mean, the Alec Baldwin. I mean, oh my God, we used to
It
laugh
was
at us.
horrific. It was horrific.
We used to laugh at us because our show only had B celebrities.
Yep.
I mean, the Alec Baldwin version has C celebrities or D celebrities. We don't
I was
even
going
know
to
who
say
they
F.
are.
I was going to say F just because I watched the beginning. I think the first episode had like Rosie O'Donnell in the Brett seat, and they never had an anchor in the old Richard seat. They never had somebody who was like the Charles of the panel. It was a mess. They
Yes.
thought they could revive history and just make it just like it was from old time's sake, and it never had the same charm. It just
No.
never did.
No.
Just never did. So I would take it that you were not a proponent for this Star Wheel.
Oh no, I didn't like it.
Yeah.
No, and I just thought it was unfair, and you can imagine how people at home felt too. Well,
Right.
well, they're not going to let them pick Richard. Oh my God! If I ever went to that studio, I would pick Richard. I would be so excited to pick Richard, and now I might wind up picking Marsha Wallace. I don't want to go head to head with Marsha Wallace.
And there were some celebrities that you could see when the wheel first came that did not want anything to do with it. They were scared to death it was going to land on them because they knew they weren't the best game player at the time. So
Yes.
those reactions at the very beginning are very eye-opening to see, like, oh God, Elaine Joyce, it's going to land on me. I don't want to play for all that money. Or Joyce Buellevant. I mean, same thing. Wheel
Yes.
would land on her. If I'm a contestant and I get the double and get the $20,000 spin, I'm going to be crossing my fingers that we're going to be having some sort of a match with her because you just wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
Yes. Yes. I know that feeling. I would hate to have that responsibility too. Absolutely.
So Richard departs. The show ends up being canceled in mid '79, and then we have the syndicated version that comes into play. And that comes back kind of like how Match Game PM was a 5-day, syndicated run that brings Match Game and everything back to life. When that transition happened, was there anything that changed from just your perspective, from more like directions that you needed to follow or different gameplay or anything? Or was it just the same old kind of job that you had from the CBS run?
Well, I know there were two things that happened when we started moving to the syndicated version only. And I think both of them also contributed to the downfall. I mean, now, at that time you would say, oh, the show has run 7 years, 8 years. All game shows have run for 7 or 8 years. But we know from today, Jeopardy is running for 40 years, and you have Wheel of Fortune running for 40 years, and you have Price is Right running for 50 years, and even to a lesser extent, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire has been running for 10 or 15, 20 years. I don't even know. So if in today's perspective, well, maybe the show could have run longer. What I began to pick up back then as my little cue card guy on the side there, when I used to go to the studio for the first 5 or 6 years, I loved the questions. I mean, what are they going to do? I knew the writers, and they were so clever. They were always doing something new. And then I began to notice something. They started repeating questions, not in the sense they repeated it per se, but I thought, well, wait a minute, they did that years ago. They just changed the scenario around, or they changed the whatever and I thought, they're repeating questions. They actually, like, it was like, I thought they may have even had a meeting where they said, oh, we've written everything in the world that can be written. We'll have to start using some of our old material. And that's when I enjoyed the show less. I actually began to enjoy the show less as my little cue card guy over there. It wasn't as much fun.
Right.
And then on top of that, at one point, I think this was the nail in the coffin. Mark Goodson, who is a game show genius, and he would always say, the game is the thing. The most important thing you have on a game show is the game. It's not the host, it's not the contestants, and it's certainly not the prizes. You got to have a game. If you don't have a game, the show won't work. So what happened at one point, I think was a bad decision by him on this thing. The ratings were getting soft. He said, you know what, people want more game. People want more game. So we're going to put more game. We're going to edit that show. We're going to edit out a lot of the shenanigans, and we're going to have more game to the show. And if you watch the later episodes, you can see it's always edited. He'll ask the question, and suddenly everybody has their answers done already. And I think when they started editing the show, they made a mistake by editing out all the shenanigans, because that's what the people enjoyed. They enjoyed Richard and Brett bickering. They enjoyed another celebrity putting down another celebrity. And now they were editing all that out. And they had more game, but less match game. And the end was coming very quickly. Yeah.
Would you be in the same kind of predicament on that syndicated run where you needed, the game was great when it was going, but without the interjection of the comedy and everything that was getting edited out and all, do you think that was kind of the nail in the coffin?
Yes. I think to me, every game show should be done live to tape.
Yeah.
And okay, they probably had to speed it up also because it's a syndicated show and you have to be out at a certain time. Well, then I would still rather have Gene Rayburn in there saying, hurry up, put down your answers, let's get going, rather than read the question, then cut everything out and go to the contestant. You still want that live to tape feeling. Have them rush everybody. Have them say, we got to get going here. I mean, Bob used to do it on Price is Right when he's short in time.
Sure.
What's your answer? What's your answer? What's your answer? It adds some fun to the show. It adds some tension to the show. You put Brett on the spot. But it's so much better than cutting it out completely. And I think the celebrities knew it was being cut out. So why should they even try anymore? I'll just put down my answer. The show was ruined when it went that way, I think.
You can see in those episodes that it's a very clear cut on some of the material that was at the time. It seemed like when you were watching one of the episodes, they had more to work off of, and they were getting to a point where something of a laugh was coming, and then boom, the cut, and it's back to Gene with the contestants getting the answer. I saw it more on the final in the second season than into the third. The first season was pretty decent because you still had there was the cuckoo friend and Ollie moment that happened on the syndicated run at the very beginning. You had some studio matches also where Gene would go down into where the audience was and would play match game with some of the audience members and everything too. That was something that was new, at least from the beginning that we saw, but it just didn't seem the same. Season three comes, you had kind of a rotating fifth seat where Richard was with Bill Daly, Dick Martin, Richard Paul, McLean Stevenson a little bit, at least the first season and the second. Season three comes, the final run, and then you have McLean now sitting in Richard's seat. Do you remember anything with McLean on the set?
No, I don't. I don't, because he was very, to me, kind of very a big bland nothing.
Dull.
He was trying to be funny. He was trying to be a Richard, I guess, but he wasn't. They did not pick the right person.
You saw McLean very early on in the CBS run in 73, 74. He went like 3 or 4 years without appearing again on the show, and then he gets added back in when Richard leaves and all. I think he was better in small doses.
Yes.
When you have him all the time, it just seems like very vanilla, very dull. It's just another person.
Yes, they had to find a much stronger person for that slot, a much more clever person that has all that. What we needed was a B version of Robin Williams. That's what we needed.
Yep. And he never even appeared, which is interesting, Robin Williams, speaking of somebody, because Mork and Mindy was going on there, but you never saw him. You never saw some other celebrities, like even like a John Ritter. I always felt like he would have been an amazing person to add on to the panel just for like a guest spot, just to see how he would do on the show. There are some, if you look back in history and you just look at what the panel lineup was for the week, and you say to yourself on a couple of them, geez, I wish Ira maybe reached out to somebody to get, a contact to get him on the panel and see if they would be there. But those are a few, at least in my eyes, with could have added some extra laughs into the panel.
Right. I don't really know what went on in the celebrity choosing room, but I do imagine a lot of celebrities say, I don't want to go to a match game. It's a game show. I don't do game shows. And some probably were scared that I don't want to go on and make myself look like a fool. Yeah. And I knew there were some people that the producers just didn't like. We had Michael Landon, I think, on the first week or the second week.
First week.
Yeah. And the audience loved him. I remember the audience loved him because they remember him from Bonanza, and they loved him. And his answers weren't that great, I guess. And I remember Iris saying, I never want Michael Landon on the show again. He was terrible. And I remember, I'm thinking, no, the audience loved him. Have him back. But he didn't like them. Ira Scotch did not like Michael Landon. So he never came back.
What was your relationship like with some of the crew? Ira Scotch, Bobby Sherman, Johnny Olson, who you got a chance to work with also on The Price is Right. What was that relationship like?
Well, Johnny and I talked a lot because we were always very close to each other. Physically on the stage, he was like, on Mac Jane, he was like 10 feet away from me. So we talked a lot during not commercials, but during between shows. Not a lot because we talked and then he had to go out and keep the audience alive. And he was great of course, on Price. I hung out mostly with the writers of the show, Patrick Neary, Jake Tauber, and
Joe Newstein.
Joe Newstein. I was like Joe Newstein he was the funniest and the cleverest of them all. Joe Newstein. I love Joe Newstein.
Yep.
And the guy from New York, Bartolo.
Dickie Bartolo. Yep.
Yes. I only saw him once, I think, in the entire 7 years because he worked down in New York and he only visited like once or twice. I only saw him once. Yep. I hung out mostly with them. I hung out a little bit with Kay Henley, who did
was she the contestant coordinating? Was Kay Henley be part of like briefing the contestants on what you can and cannot say on air?
No, that was Kay Henley was in charge of the celebrities. Now,
if
you could get anybody on your show, you should see Kay Henley, because she must know all the dope that
she has to
that went on during dinner breaks, and why they picked certain people and what the producers thought of certain people. And she would be, I swear to God, if she was on anything, I would watch that and send her a long list of questions because I want to know.
Heard that. I'm sure she's got to know some dirt that a lot of us don't even know about some stuff that went on behind the scenes.
I want her to write a book. She's written a book. I wrote her one time. I said a friend of mine did want to interview her, and I sent her a little note saying, "Please talk to this person. He wants to interview you." And because I told this person, Kay, you must know everything. And so when you should get your little minions out.
I am.
And try to contact Kay Henley, and your ratings would go up.
That's what I'm saying.
1,000.
You know what's incredible just about this channel and everything. There's a couple friends and stuff that have helped in the game show community with it, but what you see is what you get. It's been me editing on a daily basis, finding the episodes, restoring some of them, because some of them over the years, there's some tape damage and there's some episodes that are now banned that will never air again, which is amazing to also think about too. But to go back,
banned? I have to ask, what, politically incorrect or what? Oh,
Buzzer is not the best with they skip way too many shows for politically incorrect answers when it comes to sexual orientation, just a lot of things that shouldn't be. In my eyes, put up a disclaimer, say this was from a different era in time, let history play itself.
Yes.
That's my approach with it, but they are way too over the top. There have been now over 150 Match Game episodes skipped from the network because they feel it's not in a place right now in our society to air them again. And that's really sad, because this was a time and era that was a whole different place than what we're living with right now. And it's unfortunate that we have to go back into the 90s, if these shows even aired, to make sure that we can still have them be a part of our archive and everything so people can see them.
People should see history. People should see exactly how it was. Yep. Otherwise, people think, oh, everything was so nice back in the 50s and 60s. There were no bad words and nobody made any slurs or anything.
Yep.
No, show it. Show it as it is.
There are a few celebrities that also did not clear their episodes to air. One of which was Adam Arkin from 1977 when he appeared, did not clear his episodes. There's some issue with Jimmy Walker's episodes from when it was the syndicated run on Match Game. Many of those still have not aired. Who was another one? Valerie Bertinelli's Week from 1978 has not aired since it originally was broadcasted. Are there any others that we know of? there's the week that Alan Ludden was on the panel right before he passed away with Betty, that has not aired since Syndicated run aired. So there's probably still a good 150 episodes or so that we haven't seen since they were originally aired, which is sad.
Yeah, I'm surprised about the Alan Ludden episodes. I would think since Betty White was such a important part of the show that I'm be interested to find out.
We're all interested to see it. That happened to be a week where Jimmy Walker was also on the show. So for whatever reason, just the Syndicated episodes, not the PM episode that aired with him, they have not aired. And that, so Game Show Network started in 94, and then Buzzr's been around since I think 2015. Very, 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 very slow on the Buzzer front with getting more and more episodes readily available to see and watch. So we're getting there. It's just at a very, very snail's pace.
Well, I hope these episodes will eventually be shown.
Me too. The other thing I wanted to ask you too, before we wrap up the whole match game front, is there any special moment or a memorable time that you had on the set that just you remember to a T and you said, "Oh, that was one of the funniest things that ever happened on the set"? Is there like a special moment that you remember the most?
Yes, there is. It happened off camera.
Okay.
I would let me first explain a little bit of TV history. When TV started in the 50s and 60s, it was sort of a continuation of movies and plays. People, when you performed in front of the camera, you were expected to memorize your lines. I mean, that was the continuation. It's we're doing a movie, we're doing a play on TV.
Right.
It came along, people couldn't memorize their lines, and they said, let's write them on cards. We'll write what you have to say on cards. And this was looked down upon in the 50s and 60s. Writing your lines down on cards, what are they, idiots? Yeah. And those cards were known as idiot cards. That was I guess most people don't know that anymore, but they were always called idiot cards in the 50s and most of the 60s. Idiot cards. Let's get some idiot cards going here. Mm-hmm. So, but by the 70s, they were now called cue cards. Okay. And there was one day when I had to write a whole bunch of cue cards out for Gene Rayburn to do for promos. And these were promos after we taped the show. These are promos where he says, watch KGO TV, 7 o'clock for match game. And then he would do another one. And then he would do another. He would do a whole bunch of them, maybe 20 or 30 of these for all these stations. And so I was holding up the cue cards. And so he would read them. And all of a sudden he fumbled. And the director said, oh, let's do it again. And I held it up again, and he fumbled. And he did, then he had to do it again, fumble. And then Gene Rayburn says to the whole studio, he said, oh, the cue card guy here was fumbling with the cards. And at that, I thought, and I shouted out, I guess that's why they used to call them idiot cards.
Yeah.
And Gene did not like that.
Oh, I can only imagine. I wish there was a way to see that, because I'm sure it's just comedy gold.
I could feel the stagehands agreeing with me too.
Yep.
And that was the only time I was ever blunt with him. For whatever reason, I remember that more than anything else, that I said, oh, I guess that's why they used to call them idiot cards.
Now, did you get a chance to throw the tissues at him like you always used to do on the set from that moment?
Oh, yes. Well, I forgot about the tissues. Yes.
That was awesome.
Tissue.
Hey, Roger, I need these. Whoop.
Yes.
It was great. It was great. What a great moment that was, because a lot of people wouldn't know, that story about him doing the promo and there being, the blooper in a way that went down between you and him.
Yes,
That's fantastic.
yes, yes.
On the match game front, was there anything else that you wanted to add? Because I did want to ask you too a couple things on Family Feud and of course The Price is Right.
Um, there's nothing much I can add to Max Game. No, I can't think of anything off the bat right now.
The only
Uh,
thing I wanted to ask you too is, do you still have one of the cue cards that you used to have on set? Or did you? I remember seeing a video that you had one of the cue cards that you had. Did you save one?
the only thing I saved was the must match card.
The
That
must match card. Yep.
that's the card. It was at least I never screwed up in that. But that was one of the most important things I had to do was
That
that
one?
on the second round, on the second person, where the person had to get at least 2 right or 3 right to stay in the game. And I had to pay attention to what was coming up. Oh, and then Gene would say, "Oh, you must match Richard in order for you to
Stay in the game.
And I remember always at the moment. And fortunately, I can say I never ever screwed up in that. I always got that card up in the right time and the right position. And
Was that card pretty much used throughout the entire series?
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
I wish I had it nearby here, but I used to patch it up. I was too lazy to write a new one. It was at must match, was surrounded by red, and it would tear, and so I would just patch it up with gaffer's tape and use it over and over and over and over and over again.
Very cool.
Still have it somewhere.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a great experience hearing your perspective on everything that went down on Match Game with you being there as the cue card guy. I just think it's so fascinating to get a chance to hear your perspective, talk about everything that went down with Match Game. Just so appreciative of that.
I really do want everybody to know that behind the scenes, it was just as much as a party as you saw on screen. We all had a good time. Nobody was paranoid about losing their job or whatever. TV today is a whole different business. It seems like everybody's paranoid and they're afraid of losing their job, and they don't want the people to discover they really don't know what they're doing. We all knew what we were doing. We all had a great time. We all worked for a great company called Mark Goodson. He treated us like family, and it was indeed a wonderful time and a wonderful experience.
We've mentioned Johnny Olson before. We did not mention Bob Barker, who also got a chance to be on Match Game, but I do think it's a nice transition to talk about at least those two gentlemen as we talk a little bit more about your work on everything with The Price is Right. So what was your relationship like with Bob? Like, it must have been fun when he also appeared on Match Game too.
Yes, Bob and I became much closer friends later. At that time, when he appeared on Match Game, he liked him, and I enjoyed talking with him and everything like that. Bob is. People ask me, "What is Bob?" It's the typical question that people always ask. Is like it's a stereotype question. What is Bob really like? Mm-hmm. And I do want to say that Bob off screen is exactly like you see him on screen. He's not a different person off screen. He's witty, he's charming, he's a gentleman, and he's fun to be with, and he's very, very bright. He gets a bad rep. I'll tell you why he gets a bad rep, because he was also the executive producer of The Price is Right. Mm-hmm. And he would have to put that hat on sometimes and be an executive producer. And Bob was very, very protective of the show. He did not want anybody to fool around with the show or ruin the show, whatever. And he would put that executive producer's hat on, and he could be stern if he had to protect the show. And I know people put Bob, oh, he's a very mean person. That was because he was wearing his executive producer's hat. You take the hat off, you go to dinner with him, you talk with him, you go to a party with him. He is charming, witty, nice in every way. He's a total gentleman. And so that's in his later years, he and I became very close. We would go to dinner several times during the year.
Sure.
And have a nice dinner together.
Yep.
Yes.
I always have been.
Go ahead. One more thing about Bob, since we're talking about Bob, because
I love to hear more and more about Bob, because I don't think he gets enough credit and enough recognition. I just don't.
I just want people to know really what kind of a person he was. Yeah. We would be, because I brought the dinner, we would be out at dinner time and we would go to this Mexican restaurant, and we didn't get like a special booth. We got like a regular booth anybody would get, my wife, him, and me. And sometimes it was near the entrance of the restaurant. And people would walk by, and I could see on the corner of my eye, they said, oh, there's Bob.
There's Bob.
And they walk out. They were, they respected his privacy. There's Bob. But occasionally, you would get that person that was so excited that they would see Bob and say, Bob, oh, Bob, can I have a picture taken with you, Bob? Can I have a picture taken with? And he would get up from his seat, even if he was in the middle of dinner, get up and have his picture taken with this person. And he would sit down. And after he did this once or two times, I said, Bob, why do you do that? Most stars would say, I'm private, leave me alone, I'm eating. And he says, Roger, I do that because if it wasn't for these people, I would have nothing. And that always struck a chord in me, because that really showed what kind of a person he was. He would get up in the middle of eating his dinner and happily take a picture with somebody. So that's just my story about him.
I would say that Gene probably wasn't that type of person then. I don't know, but that's very telling of the person that I have heard, at least from reports, on just how much of a gentleman Bob Barker was. He cared about his fans. You could see why the fans have always related so well to Bob, is I think that genuine care. It was very genuine from him.
People who like The Price is Right have got to thank him for protecting that show. He had such power at CBS that he could tell them, no, I don't want to do that. Yeah. I mean, one time they wanted to change their theme song. Change our theme song.
It's iconic.
Yes, I said, Bob, that's iconic. Exactly. I said, that's iconic. Change the orchestration or reorchestrate it or whatever. Don't just change it completely. And he went to Fremantle and said, nope, I don't want to change the song. I don't want to change our theme music. He would do that. He would tell CBS, I don't want to do 40 promos. I'll do 6 promos. No, he said, I had to one time go. He did have to do 40 promos one time. He turns to me in his dressing room. He says, Roger, go upstairs and tell them, I'm not going to do these 40 promos. Tell them I'll do like 8. And he turns to me and he says, and Roger, if they give you any trouble, just remind them how much millions of dollars I have saved them over the years from not having to edit this show. And he was right, because our shows were never edited. Our shows were like, when we were done with the 60-minute show, we were done. Didn't have to go downstairs to the editing room. We saved them. Right. He saved them billions of dollars.
That is amazing to think about that, because I'm sure some people have a different perspective and think, oh, the price is done. We got to edit it. We got to make sure it's ready for broadcast and everything. But from hearing everything from you, what you just said, it seemed very seamless.
It was. I've heard now they have people editing the show 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I would walk at the end during the first couple of years of the show, I would walk down out of the show at the end of the show with Mark Brezel, the director. And I would ask him, I said, well, how much editing do you have to do tonight, Mark? He said, none. Show's perfect. Timed just perfectly. So we actually did shows, no editing, absolutely none, not even to make room for a commercial or any kind of overlap. That show came out exactly 60 minutes, and there's nothing to edit out. You couldn't, if you did it. Yeah, Bob told me that one time. He said, Roger, when you tape a show to time, when you tape it, you become the editor.
Yep.
I mean, Bob did the show 60 minutes. He knew nothing of his stuff could be edited out because it was, what do you put in? It's big show was done. He said, you are your own editor then. So
that's amazing from that. So your time on The Price, you began in 72, worked your way up the chain, and then in 1984, you became the producer of the show. How did that go down?
How did that go down? Well, we had two. There were two. We had the executive producer, and then we had two producers, and one of the producers was leaving the show, and I really wanted that position, so I had to make a meeting with Mark Goodson once again. I met with Beverly Hills Hotel. He used to stay at the Beverly Hills Hotel in a bungalow, which was really a ritzy thing to do. So I had to go there, and I met with him, and I said I would really like to have that position. And I said I've never missed a show, and I hadn't missed a show, and he gave it to me then. Much to the chagrin. This is politics going on now. Sure. The executive producer was Frank Wayne, and the producers were Phil Wayne, his son, and Barbara Hunter. Barbara Hunter was leaving, so Phil Wayne was left, and Frank Wayne wanted Phil to be the only producer. But I sort of spoiled his little plan there when I went to Mark Goodson myself, and I said, I would like to take Barbara Hunter's place. And Mark Goodson said, good, okay, we'll have two producers. Again, just like we had. And Frank Wayne was really pissed off at that, at what I did. But I didn't care. I became a producer.
You wanted what you needed to do, and you did it with going to Goodson. And rightfully so. I mean, what were you, 12 years in from working at the show at the time, working your way up to get to a position that's like that? And from there, I mean, you're the head guy. You're the boss.
Yes, I really don't have. Well, I guess I do have a little bit of ego. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying this. But fortunately, I was made producer because a lot of people at Price who worked on Price, including Phil and some of the other people, didn't really have a game show mind. They stumbled into the job. Phil stumbled into the job because of his father. We had some other people that stumbled into the job because they were secretaries and they moved up. They weren't really game show people. I was a game show person. I was really interested in how games work and how people perceived games. And Bob and I were on the same wavelength there. And we really kept the show focused on games and how they should be presented to people, because both of us knew sort of what the common that's almost a derogatory term, but the average person wanted. We knew that we weren't part of the Hollywood bubble. There is a Hollywood bubble, and they don't understand stuff as Bob did. Bob was not part of the Hollywood bubble. I was not part of the Hollywood bubble, but we knew what our audience wanted. We knew what the viewers wanted and everything. And so fortunately for the Price, I was made producer.
Well, it sounds like your perspective along with Bob Barker's and Mark Goodson's, all of you jived well together because your focus was the game at heart. And I'm sure Mark appreciated that quite a bit, knowing he could put somebody in a position he could trust to continue on making the prices right, just a winning combination.
Yes, yes, because Mark was a game. He liked surrounding himself with people who knew and understand games. I mean, he had an inner circle, which I became part of later on, and this little inner circle of producers. They all knew games. They all knew how they worked. They all knew how to do these things. So
Right.
He appreciated to have an additional person like me, I think.
So now we're in the producer run when you start in 84 with everything. Was there anything that you wanted to change when you became in charge from the producer, or were you just keeping things, status quo? Was there any direction changes that you were kind of spearheading?
No,
Yeah.
I know a lot of producers when they get into it, they want to change things. I want to make it my own. I'm going to do this. No, I just wanted to keep the show going. Make as Bob did too. You make little tweak things later on down the line to keep it fresh, and that was basically the challenge. How do you keep it fresh without changing things? And we did that by adding new games, by maybe improving the set of an old game, doing things like that. Yes,
17 games you've created over the years on The Price is Right. I think that's
yes.
amazing right there from that too. Creativity, I'm sure, is something that you thrive on and love being able to think out of the box and make new things there. Do you have a favorite Price is Right game?
Well, my first game was one of my favorites, 10 Chances, because it drives everybody crazy at home.
Yeah.
And my other little favorite game is, and it's a little game. Well, then it's in the bag. That became Barker's favorite game. It's in the bag. And my favorite game that I sort of created, which was so small and simple, but yet fun and challenging, was Pushover. I did Pushover, and I just love that game. It's so quick, so simple, and it's kind of fun, And those are the kind of games that are hard to create. Anybody can create a game with all these convoluted. Well, they do this and this, and then they get 4 chances to do that, and they do this and they do that. And those kind of games are easy to create. It's the simple, straightforward games. Those are the hard ones.
Sure.
Yes.
1985 comes. We have a couple things that are going down. It seems like it's one of the more big historic kind of years for the price. Johnny Olson passes away, losing that anchor of a voice from him there. Did you have an initial favorite to lead the announcing for the near future after Johnny had passed? Were you behind that decision on putting Rod Roddy in play?
Yes, Rod Roddy had a great voice, and there were some staff, some people that used to work for Mark Goodson, Gene Wood.
Gene Wood, yep.
Gene Wood wanted that job very badly, but his voice wasn't right for the show. We needed that really mellow voice that it has a lot of, and Rod was perfect. Rod was absolutely perfect for the show, I think.
I think it was a great decision too. I like Gene Wood's voice on other shows like Family Feud, Super Password. He definitely worked his way up the ranks and everything, but you could just tell it wasn't the right fit with Gene Wood. And I think the right decision was made when Rod Roddy was going to be the new voice of The Price is Right, moving forward with everything. Also in 1985, we have the announcement of going back into syndication with Tom Kennedy now becoming the host for the nighttime version. What went down with that? That was a pretty big, exciting twist that was added into The Price is Right.
Oh, I tell you, that was misery for all of us on the staff. That was 5 days a week, Price is Right.
Mhm.
And now we had to do 5 hours during the day. I mean, 5 hours for the daytime and five half an hours for the nighttime. We were so overloaded with work. We hardly had any time off. And I think we're all humans. So what pissed us off the most was the fact that we were hardly being paid to do these five half an hour
Oh
shows.
my God. Nothing.
We were paid almost zilch extra. And so it was a lot of resentment doing these shows. We did them and we got pooped down from doing them. And I don't know what went on behind the scenes why they couldn't spread the wealth a little bit around. I don't know who was allotted this, but none of us on the staff was happy doing these shows. And so when it was canceled, we were like,
You were happy.
hooray. We were hooray because the money lost didn't amount to that much.
Did it kind of come out of left field on this whole thing with this new nighttime version being produced?
With Tom Kennedy, it was in the works for a while. They knew there was money in syndication, so they wanted to
Give it a shot.
And they did give it a shot. So it only lasted one season.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you miss being on the show? That was my last question I wanted to ask you on this. From hearing everything from your perspective, it sounded like you absolutely loved everything that went down with it. Do you miss it?
I miss working on the show with Bob Barker, and I probably would miss working on the show with some other hosts other than Drew Carey. I don't miss working with Drew Carey, and if I had continued on the show with Drew Carey, you would not be speaking to me now. I would be dead.
It was that bad, huh?
Yes, it was that bad.
So were you just there for was it the first season that he was the host?
Yes, I was the one that had to teach him all the games, and I had to figure out how to teach him 75 different games. I had a whole plan, and I figured it out, and we managed to made it seem rather seamless, like he knew all the games all at once, but he didn't. We did it in sections, and he was just a little bit difficult to work, you know.
Did you have a particular favorite that you wanted to take over for Bob? Did you have a choice? If you were able to have a choice, who would have been your choice?
It would have been Mark. Oh my God, why is it slipping my mind right now? Mark L. Oh God.
Wahlberg. Mark L. Wahlberg.
God, I couldn't think. Well, Mark L.
Does he does the Price is Right live, right? When he travels around?
Yes, he does.
Okay,
I
that's
have
what
to
I thought.
say, I'm going to tell you the story about that, which made
Sure.
me really. I mean, we were auditioning all these people, and they kept saying, "Oh, these people weren't good enough." One of the earliest ones we ever did was a guy from New York City, David Price. He was a weatherman in New York City, and in retrospect, he was very good. He was the CBS's favorite, and then we did 3 shows with him, and then we did a whole bunch of other people. Mario Lopez. We did Mark from God, I can't remember all these names, but we did a whole bunch of tryouts, and then they just didn't quite work. Everybody said, "Oh, there's no relationship between." So the whole idea was to get somebody like not a Bob Barker, but somebody like Bob Barker who knew how to interact with contestants. And so they sent me down to a little studio one time with a bunch of other people, and we were just going to audition, people quickly coming into the little studio, out, have somebody else come in, out, come somebody else in. And they were all terrible.
Yeah.
Until Mark came in. And Mark did his little audition with, he did It's in the Bag. And Mark Wahlberg did it, and he left. And all of us, I'm not kidding, all of us looked at each other, and we were all in agreement that we found the one to replace Bob. Yeah. Because he was really so good at what he just did, and we were amazed. Mm-hmm. And I went to CBS with my report. You know what? These network executives, it was like, no, we don't want him. Why? He's not that good looking. He's not that good looking. We don't want him. Well, you should try him out. He's really good. No, we don't want him. And it was like, but he's the one. He's the one. But he didn't get it all of a sudden. And so we went through all these auditions, audition after auditions after audition. And then suddenly they hired this Drew Carey, who doesn't even get an audition. They don't even.
That's what I heard. He never got an audition. He just got hired on the job.
Yes. And on TV, he says, on one of the late night talks, he says, they offered me the job. And you know what? I didn't really know what The Price is Right was about, and I said no. But then they came back and they offered me much, much, much more money. So I decided to take it. And I'm thinking, what kind of attitude is this on his part? And what kind of attitude is on CBS? Mm-hmm. And they got him. They got him without an audition. And he's the one that should have had an audition.
Yeah, it just doesn't sound like it was. I like Mark L. Wahlberg. I know he hosts Antique Roadshow, and then at the time,
yes,
Russian Roulette was his game show he did on the Game Show Network, and that was a big time hit at the very beginning for them. And there's been a lot of people who have been much like you in the same camp, that if it was done by the proper audition, the hustle, the amount of will that he wanted the job, it should have went to Mark L. Wahlberg.
Yes. Yes.
No doubt.
And the fact that CBS didn't even want to consider him, what kind of thinking is this by executives? You know, this is what has ruined network television, is these inadequate people running the networks.
We didn't even mention it from Match Game, but the time change is another thing that ruined it for Match Game. When they moved it from the afternoon, where it had that high school audience of coming after school and watching it, to the early mornings, Match Game never recovered after that when it was moved. Never recovered. And that network executive who made that decision should be ashamed of himself.
You know, that was so much of the thinking back in that time when the network executives took over a new one. Oh, we'll move my creative decision here. We're going to move it to a different time slot. And they were doing that a lot with the nighttime shows too. Like, these time slots would make so much difference. You know, just keep it there. That's when people remember the show is on. Keep it there. They'll watch it. They'll keep coming back. You don't have to move it around. God.
Right.
Network executives can be terrible with their notes. After Bob left, nobody would ever give us notes with Bob's version of Price is Right. But after Bob left with Drew Carey, constantly getting notes from the executives, constantly. Oh, we think this and we think that, and we think, just leave us alone. We know what we're doing. But
yep. Unbelievable.
Yes.
Last thing I wanted to ask you too. I know you have had quite a relationship with Bob Barker over the years. We know he's 99 years old, almost 100 years old and all. What's the story on Bob?
Well, Bob is up there in years.
Yep.
And about 6 or 7 years ago, Bob's a very private person. He doesn't see very many people. He saw me. I think I became his closest friend. after he left the show. I think I did. I don't know the rest of his private life, but I felt like I was his closest friend. He would phone me up and talk to me for an hour and a half, talk about everything.
Sure.
And then it became a time when I would phone him and I wouldn't get him. I would get one of his nurses taking care of him. And I said, please tell Bob I called. And I would do that over and over again. And I would get no response, no return phone call.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what happened was I talked to one person that knew him, and I talked to his brother one time, and his brother said, "Oh, he's doing fine. He talks about you, Roger. He talks about you. Well, tell Bob, please call me when he's ready to call me." "I will, Roger. He wants to talk to you." Bob never calls me. I think his family just cut him off from everybody. Why? Whatever reason, but I've heard from other people they can't contact Bob's, and it started about 5, 6, 7 years ago. I think his family just decided, we're just going to cut everybody off. He's our business. So I haven't been unable to see him or talk to him for about 5 or 6, 7 years now.
That's what a lot of people have said too. And family-wise, it's sad that he's not able to correspond with some of his friends and everything like that. But the amazing part of it is he's still alive and kicking. He's still loved by so many of his fans and everything. And the legacy of Bob Barker continues on.
Yes. Yes.
No question asked about that.
I'm so happy they're showing his shows on TV. I tune it in every so often, and I'm watching these shows, and I'm actually laughing out loud. I am laughing out loud at the shenanigans going on. Price is Right. It's amazing.
I nearly forgot to mention it to you about how now Pluto TV has started to air episodes of The Price is Right after so many years of it not being on television again. It is awesome to see them. I watch them frequently and everything. And I think they're in 84, 85, right around when you became the producer and everything of The Price is Right and all. But we're finally seeing history again. It should have been on for the longest of time. It is great that they finally figured out how to air it on some platform. And the episodes look crystal clear. They look wonderful. It is just so fun to go back and watch these shows.
And everybody should realize, like I said, these shows were live to tape. What you're seeing took place sequentially all the way through. When you see a minute commercial, there's a minute in the studio. It's just going all the way through without stopping. And it makes them feel extra special.
Roger, just before we wrap up too, I see in your background, you have a ton of memorabilia. You have a ton of, I see your Emmy Awards there. I just want to make sure we know, is it 6 or 7 Emmys that you won as producer of The Price is Right?
It's 6.
It's 6, okay.
One of them, I have 7, but one of them is Bob's. Bob.
That's what I thought.
Yes, about 8 years ago, 9 years ago, Bob gave me one of his Emmys. He gave the Bart Eskinder one of his Emmys, and he gave me the last Emmy he had won, the very last one he won, and I'm very proud to be the owner of that. He said to me, Roger, I want you to have this Emmy, and he also gave one to Bart, and he gave one to some other people. He said, I want to hand them out. I don't want to wait until I'm gone, and then my family comes along and grabs all the Emmys. I want to give them to all the special people I knew. So, and he gave me one.
Oh, what a touching story that is. So you have the last Emmy that he ever got.
Yes.
That's very special, Roger. Very, very, very special.
Well, this has been so much fun.
I am just ecstatic. The amount that we got a chance to know more about you, talk about history of not only The Price is Right, but of course Match Game and everything, and your take on what happened on the set is just absolutely incredible. and I could not be more appreciative to have spent, our afternoon here just reminiscing, talking about our love of game shows and everything, and your major part of television history.
Right. And just remember the secret word, Kay Henley. Kay Henley.
Kay Henley will be next. Kay, I'm going to be knocking on that door. So
I'm going to listen to that
to talk more about just what went down with these celebrities, because that's definitely going to be a fascinating one to talk more about and hear her perspective on things. Roger, it's been a pleasure. Our audience is so beyond thankful of you taking the time to talk with us today. We hope you and your family, we wish you both well, everybody well. And again, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger.
Well, how about that? We got a wonderful interview. And again, a major thank you to Roger Dobkowitz for being able to take the time and talk to us about all of his work done with The Price is Right, the game show industry, and of course, Match Game. We couldn't be more appreciative. Thank you again, Roger, and we'll see you all soon. Thanks for watching.
Get ready to match the stars. Charlie Brill, Brett Summer, Richard Deacon, Joanne Flew, Richard Dawson, and Patty Deutsch as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 74. And now here's the star of Match Game 74, Gene Rayburn.
Thank you, Johnny Olson, and dear friends. Nice to have you here. What does that O stand for? Does anybody know?
The what?
The O.
I
that
can
was
tell.
standing. What's that?
If we light it, will you jump through it? That's
Yes,
the important
of course.
thing.
No new kids on the block, but some we haven't seen in a long time, and we welcome
Semi-new.
you. Semi-new kid.
Yeah.
Well, how many times have you done it?
This is my second time.
Well, nice to have you back again,
Thank you. I
Charlie
have
Brill.
a bad neck. That's what you get for sleeping on toilet paper. But I'd like to say.
I don't know what that means. They're all ready, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say hello to our two players here, Mary Baca and Jerry Chiovetti. Hello, ladies. Mary's our current champion. She won one game and has $100 to her credit. You ready to go carry on here?
Yeah.
And she's being challenged by Jerry. We have no score, do we? You both had your first round question. Oh, you have one. Oh, your light is not
Right
very...
there,
That's
right
there
there,
it is.
right.
1-0 at the end of round one. Round two coming up in a moment or so, but first we've got this message for you. Yeah. All right, here we are, ladies. We're ready to start with round two, and I'll push the button, reveal our second round questions, and ask our challenger to make a selection.
Oh, I'll take B.
You want B? You got it, Jerry. Here we go, everybody.
I don't right. I was the
You
only
are the only one that she matched in the first round, so you lay out.
gravy.
Kate said, I know it's unusual, but I had my first blank on a crosstown bus.
So did I.
You did. Isn't that interesting? I'm glad we didn't ask you to write. All right, Jerry, you think about that. Kate said, I know it's unusual, but I had my first blank on a crosstown bus. We'll call on you for an answer in a moment or so.
What'd you do with your sissy pants?
That's good. That's good. Maybe I'll wear those later in the week.
Well, they're awfully smart.
Yes, I'm wearing a pair of trousers that are very gay and colorful. Everybody ready? Okay, here we
Gay,
go, Jerry.
certainly.
Kate said, I know it's unusual, but I had my first blank on a crosstown bus.
A fair.
What's that?
A fair.
A fair, you say?
That was my answer if I'd been wrong.
Was that your answer? All right. All right. She says my first affair on a crosstown bus.
If I say that, could we have one?
No.
Okay, I said it anyway.
You said it anyway. Good. Before we go on, I've got to find out something.
It's me, Roses.
No, is it roses?
Yes, honey.
Gardenia.
Oh, gardenia.
No, I smell
Patty.
roses.
That's
It's not
me. I'm
me.
the
You smell roses?
Yeah, over here.
I smell. It's Richard.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. You smell
If it
like...
does anything for you, I'm yours.
It's not me.
Yeah, you're wearing
That's me.
essence of roses.
Tea rose. It's so nice.
Are you straight?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll find another person for the party.
That's right.
There goes my Sundays.
Now, what was the question?
The question was, Kate said, I know it's unusual, but I had my first blank on a crosstown bus. She said affair, he said affair. What do you say?
Well, if you'd said canoe, I would have agreed with her.
Oh.
But I went very square and said ride.
Ride. My first ride. Wrong! Yeah. Okay. Now, what do you say?
Well, this is television, and I'm not going to say anything that risque.
You're
I was
not?
a little subtle, and I said kiss.
Kiss. Well, sometimes
Thank you.
that's a
Oh, couldn't you
euphemism
kick
for an
her
affair,
right in
but
the
not
mouth?
here.
No.
Richard, what do you say? What about this girl?
Well, I knew Kate.
You did know
She
Kate.
had her first affair at summer camp.
Really?
And then she had her first baby on the bus.
On the way home.
They punched her ticket.
All right, my dear Patty.
Yes, well, the poor soul had a round trip, so she had another baby.
That's it. Okay. Watch those bus drivers. Yes. All right. Mary Baca, we've got this for you. Now, you've got to score 2 to stay in the game, 3 to win. Ready? The dentist. Oh. Everybody plays. The dentist pumped so much laughing gas into Gladys that Gladys stopped laughing and started to blank out the window. The dentist pumped so much laughing gas into Gladys that Gladys stopped laughing and started to blank out the window.
I don't even understand that question.
Well, think about it for a second.
So much
The
fun.
dentist pumped so much laughing gas into Gladys, she stopped laughing and started to blank out the window.
I don't think they pump it into you, but I understand.
They don't pump it into you. It's a mask.
Right.
And there are two, nitrous oxide is laughing gas.
Right.
And they mix it with oxygen or something like that.
My dentist the other day said my teeth were okay, the gums have to come out.
That's true.
How
Ready
old
over
is
there,
that
ready
joke?
over here. Mary, the dentist pumped so much laughing gas into Gladys that Gladys stopped laughing and started to blank out the window.
Throw up.
What's that?
Throw up.
Oh. They don't like that answer. And they're letting you know in no uncertain terms. Is it thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs down. Okay. Here we go to the lions, my dear. All right, Charlie. She says throw up. What do you say?
That was a crude answer.
Yes, it was, wasn't
Crude. Coming from me, they'll throw
it?
up.
There's one. We really didn't expect that, did we, Brett? What did you say?
Roses I'm smelling on Charlie Brill.
La-da-da.
Woo, woo. Smells like a parish you know what.
Wait a moment.
I told you I didn't understand the question.
You didn't?
No. I said she would start fly.
You understood the question.
Oh, I did.
Why, certainly.
Oh.
You see, she got so full of gas, she started to float out the window or fly
it's
out the
the
window.
Mary
That's a very good
Poppins
answer.
number.
Right, audience? The audience got it. What do you say, Richard? Did you get it?
I was with the broad here, and I said jump.
Jump. Did you understand that?
Oh, definitely. I started to fly, but I decided to float.
Float is the perfect answer there.
Thank you.
You got 2 to go here to score a tie. Richard?
Why, she had so much gas, Arabs were following her. I said float.
Float. All right, you've got to match Patty Deutsch to stay in the game. You said throw up. What do you say?
I said she was so full of gas she started to burp out the window.
Burp out the window does not match throw up, and Jerry Chiavetta wins the game. There's $100 for you. Congratulations. Please stand by for a moment or so. We've got to say goodbye to Mary. You're not leaving empty-handed. You've got $100, Mary.
Thank you.
We enjoyed meeting you. Mary Baca, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you're going to have a go at a lot of money here in a moment or so, and we'll give you a chance to catch your breath. And while you're doing that, we'll have this message. You feel left out?
No.
Well, you're in it now, my dear. You're going to have a go at $5,000 here. You ready, Jerry?
Yeah.
We polled a recent studio audience, and we got their best response to this. Raise the blank. Now, the answer they gave most often is worth $500, but you got to match it. If you don't match that one, you match the next one, you get $250, and the third $100. Whom do you choose for some help?
Richard?
Raise the flag.
Raise the flag, he says. There's one.
Charlie?
Charlie Brill.
How about raise the roof?
Raise the roof.
Joanne?
Joanne Flew.
I know, I just went roof and flag, and now I'm trying to think. Raise the sun. Raise the...
How about raising your voice so we can hear you?
She's... All right. She drew a blank on that one. And so you got two. You got raise the roof and raise the flag, and you may choose one of those or give us one of your view on. What do you want to do, Jerry?
Well, my first thought was roof, so raise the roof.
You're going to say that. Okay, that's the one she hopes is under the $500 response. And the audience apparently agrees with you here in the studio. Let's find out if you and they are right. First, may we see the $100 response? Raise the shade.
That's very well known, isn't it?
Yeah.
Had a bunch of weirdos in the
Lower
audience
the
that
shade
day.
by all means.
Raise the roof is what we're looking for. Here's the $250 response. Roof it is. You've got it. Congratulations. So, what do you think's under 500? Flag. Raise the flag is what the audience says is under there. May we see it now?
Yeah.
Flag it is. Okay. The one that Richard
Right
did.
thoughts. I had the right thoughts.
They had the right thoughts. They were very good. Okay. Now you got 250 additional, and you're going to play for 10 times that amount now, or 2,500 to collect. You've got to match one of them over there. One celebrity. Which one will it be?
Charlie.
Charlie Brill.
What?
Yes, you're the one.
You better come through.
Oh, I'm
You
so
better come
hungry.
through. Ready? All right, Charlie, you get ready to write. Jerry will face me. Here's the $2,500 question. Juicy blank. Juicy blank. Juicy blank. All right. He is ready. Are you, Jerry, to give us an answer which you think will match his? Juicy
Fruit.
Juicy fruit. I don't think there is one person in the studio audience who disagrees with you. Let's find out if Charlie Brill agrees with you.
Such a spot I wouldn't give to a leopard.
Juicy fruit is what she says for
At first I thought
$2,500.
fruit. I thought fruit.
You thought
But
fruit.
I didn't think fruit, and then I figured, yeah, fruit.
Fruit. That's a little souvenir for you. Is that your mother and father down there in the second row? Oh, your mother and father-in-law. All right. Well, now you got $2,850, Jerry. Congratulations to you. You're going to play another game. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Here comes Major Goolsby. Hello there, Major. What do you say? Well, Major, you know Jerry? She's just won a lot of money and she's very excited and happy. How are you, Major?
Very good, then.
Is that your name or is that a title? Are you a cop?
No, I'm not.
You're
That's
under
my name.
arrest.
That's
Yeah.
my-
Major Goolsby. That's a very nice name. Where are you from?
I'm from Tyler, Texas.
And do you live here now?
Gardena, yes.
What do you do?
I'm an insurance salesman.
Anything else you want to tell us
Well,
about?
I have a beautiful wife and 4 very busy children, and I love to bowl and do a lot of fishing.
Really? Well, if you
sell
got 4
insurance.
children, you had a busy wife too, didn't you? In addition to busy children. All right, you ready to play?
Yes, I am.
Are you ready to play?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Major, would you please make a selection?
I'll take A, Gene.
A. Are you ready?
Yes.
Here we go, new game. Everybody plays. Brett's wig.
You don't have to put up with that.
Oh, yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
You wear them, honey. We have to put up with them, too.
Try one, you know.
Can we get on with it now? She got the deacon.
I'm quitting.
One for Brett. Brett's wig looks funny today because last night she blanked on it. No?
No.
Brett's wig looks funny today because last night she blanked on it. That's easy, right? Easy. No, easy, Patty.
I have a hello from Charlie.
When did you see
I was
Charlie?
in New York and I saw Charlie.
No kidding.
But
How's the rehearsal going?
Terrific, but he said, I'm in the theater, darling. I can't talk to you. You're on television. But he's terrific. He
Good.
said hello to everybody out there, and he can't
Charlie
wait to get
never
back.
let failure go to his head.
No. We're all ready over here. We'll call on Major Goolsby now. Brett's wig looks funny today because last night she blanked on it.
Slept on it.
She slept on it. That seems like a logical response. Brett's wig looks funny today because she slept on
They
it.
say that. It never looked more beautiful than
It looks
it does.
good.
Although she did sleep in
She
it.
did sleep on it.
But it looks good.
Well, I'll tell you, to me, Brett,
Yes,
looks a little
darling.
flat on top. It looks like you slept on your head, standing on your head. Is that possible? Can you stand on your head? Would you do a headstand for us?
Yes,
Oh.
later on, honey. Actually, I put it between the mattress and the spring.
I see. And you slept on it. That's 2 for you, Major. Richard Deacon.
No matter what I do, mine comes out the same way.
Yes, it does. Whether you sleep
I said
on it.
she slept on it.
She slept on it. Okay, that's 3 for you, Major. What have you got there, my dear?
Oh, well, I seem to be a conformist, too. I said slept.
4 for you. That's very unusual for a first-round question. All right, are you going to break the spell, Richard?
I always feel a little embarrassed when the questions deal with, personal things about
Yes.
Brett. I happen to love her dearly. And I honestly say, I don't think I've ever seen her hair looking nicer. And I think it's a darn shame. I said slept.
I don't know where you were building to, but I don't think you got there.
No guts.
Patty, what did you say?
Well, I thought she had a rather restless night and didn't get any sleep, so she just sat on it all.
Sat on it. There's always one in every crowd, isn't there?
Yeah, there's got to be.
Yeah,
It keeps
okay.
the mind alive.
That's right. So that's 5 for you. Your question coming up in a moment or so, but right now we've got to stop for this message. Here it is. All right. Are you ready, Jerry? Okay. He did very well with his first round question. He captured all the celebrities except one. And now let's see how you do. On the safari, Joe said, I think I've gotten rid of my wife. I just saw a blank wearing her earrings. On the safari, Joe said, I think I've gotten rid of my wife. I just saw a blank wearing her earrings. Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, okay.
Come
Okay.
along, Patty, dear.
Patty,
Yes.
that's usually the quick chair.
Well, you win some, you lose some, you know what I mean?
All right. Now, Jerry, on the safari, Joe said, I think I've gotten rid of my wife. I just saw a blank wearing her earrings.
Cannibal?
A cannibal wearing her earrings. She said a cannibal. What do you say, Charlie?
No, I said I just saw a lion wearing
lion.
her earrings. Yeah.
A lion
Then you
is
know you really
wearing
got
her
rid of her.
earrings. All right. Brett, what do you say?
Oh, you know me, the eternal romanticist.
Yes.
I said chic.
A sheik.
A sheik wearing
Sheik
her.
on safari?
A sheik wearing her.
Uh-huh.
Oh, never mind. You don't get
I'm
it.
sorry
It's
we
not
asked,
my
Brett.
fault.
Richard Deacon.
I'm too clever for this show.
No, you're not. I said native, which I think is generic.
A
Same
native? Is that a match? Yes or no? They're thinking about it?
Yeah,
Yes, they score with that. Okay, that's 1 for you, Jerry. What have you got, my dear?
I obviously didn't understand the question.
Shall I preview your answer?
First, I thought baboon, and then I said monkey.
Oh.
Oh. You had to be there.
Yeah, I guess so. But it's a long trip to the jungle, isn't it? Richard, what did you say?
Well, naturally. What else could I say but cannibal?
Cannibal. All right. I think I've gotten rid of my wife. I just saw a blank wearing her earrings. She said...
Freeze of cannibal.
Oh, there's another one. Yeah, throw that in here. Just slide it in here. That's it. Whoops.
Oh,
Excuse
very
me.
nice.
I like
We
the way he
have,
spelled it.
Sometimes I forget the answers that the civilian contestants give, and there's a guy who sits over here at stage left who writes down the answers. And he's really a brilliant guy. You got a PhD, haven't you? Or a master's? I read a paper. You got, yeah.
Well, I
He's
think
really
you'll
a
find
smart
he's
guy.
got a
Went to
Honda.
college and all that. Anyway, he can't spell. He spelled cannibal
What did you get?
3 different ways. There it is.
Very good.
It's a cannibal that goes 3 different ways, whatever that means.
A cannibal who's a vegetarian.
A cannibal who's a vegetarian. Go back to college. There you go. There, that's for your spelling.
All
right.
Embarrassing.
Now we go. I didn't mean to embarrass him.
showed him
He's
on
really a
camera,
brilliant guy. He
too.
wrote a marvelous paper for his master's thesis, which
What,
I
about
read.
cannibals?
No, not about cannibals. Are you ready, Major?
Yes, I am.
All right, would you make a selection?
I'll stick with A.
A was good to you last time. Only one person plays this game this time. It's this lady over here. Are you ready, my
bright
dear?
one.
Everyone's watching,
This is
Daddy.
especially for you. All eyes are on you. And this is
Don't
the
feel
question.
pressured.
Wait a minute, I haven't read it yet. Don't say huh until I read it. The milkman said, I think the lady in the yellow house likes me. Instead of leaving me a note in the milk bottle, she put her blank in it.
This is another dialogue.
No, I think the lady in the yellow house likes me. Instead of leaving a note in the milk bottle, she put her blank in it.
Try it.
Really?
Well, I don't know. You
right.
know the lady in the yellow house?
No, I don't know the lady in the yellow house. Did you hear all of that? I think the lady in the yellow house likes me. Instead of leaving me a note in the milk bottle, she put her blank in it. What do you say?
I said key.
Her key.
Yeah.
You think that's good? They think that's good. The audience thinks his answer is quite good, which is key.
I don't doubt it.
What did you say?
Oh, I said drawers.
I guess he'd get the message. All right. Now, Jerry, you need 2 to tie, 3 to win. Johnny Carson said, nobody knows this, but Doc Severinsen and the NBC Peacock both have the same blank. Johnny Carson said, nobody knows this, but Doc Severinsen and the NBC Peacock both have the same blank. Quickly, if you please. Richard doesn't play, Brett doesn't
Well,
play.
I do so play.
Oh, Brett plays. Oh, I see. I thought you don't play. All right.
Cannibal.
All right, here we go. Ready? Quickly, Joanne. Spelling doesn't count.
Spelling doesn't.
Joanne.
All right. Jerry
You've been holding
Chiavetta.
up
Johnny
a
Carson said
high
nobody knows this, but Doc Severinsen and the NBC Peacock both have the same.
Taylor.
Taylor is what she said with a question mark in her voice. Charlie?
Taylor.
Taylor is one.
Taylor.
You need one more to tie. Brett?
Well, I didn't actually say Taylor. I said Barber.
Barber, okay. You got to match Joanne. What do you say?
I didn't know how to spell it. I said Taylor.
Taylor. That ties it up, doesn't it?
Yep.
Okay. We got a tie score, and we'll tell you what happens after this message. Come back tomorrow for the tiebreaker on Match Game 74. Gene Rayburn here. Goodbye.
This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game 74. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Get ready to match the stars. Joe Silver, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, Esther Roll, Richard Dawson, Annie Flagg, as we play the star-studded big money Match Game 75. And now, here's the star of Match Game 75, Gene Rayburn.
And friends, nice to have you with us. What the heck is that? Hello.
You remember when I said I was going to adopt another child?
Yes, that's
There he
it.
is.
Where did that come from?
Well, I'm going to tell you. Look
Yeah.
at that at the back. You see Match Game?
Oh, isn't that neat?
Look at this little bracelet. It's got the little bracelet
That's
Richard wears.
Dawson. And a lady named Barbara just came out of the audience and gave me, and she makes puppets. Isn't that sweet of her?
Well, that's marvelous. Thank you, Barbara. It's really well done, and it does look like you, and it's got Match Game. I don't know what you're going to do with them. This is your last day on the show.
How dare. Well, we'll go somewhere and be very happy.
No, we ain't gonna. We ain't never. What?
I don't know who you are, little fella, but I'm your daddy.
All right, let's carry on now and say hello to our current champ, Laura Callahan. So you got $450, right?
You tell me.
$450, that's what you've got, Laura.
Thank you.
And in a moment or so, we're going to try for the big money, over $5,000 in the audience match. You ready for it?
I'm ready. Let's go get
Okay,
'em.
we'll do that in a minute and 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7, who knows what. Come back. Hello there. Here we are. Just waiting for you. This is Laura Callahan, who's won her second game. She's got $450. She's going to try for the big money now, over $5,000. Shall we?
And let's go.
Okay. Laura, we polled a recent studio audience, and we got their best response to this. Dog blank. Dag. Oh, you say dag, and I say dog. Dag blank. All right. The audience that gave the answer most often was if you match the answer they gave most often, you get $500. If you match the second most frequently stated response, you get $250, and the third, $100. Now, whom do you call on?
Let's go with Joe.
Oh,
Joe.
hi there.
Dag blank.
Oh, yes. Dag wood.
Dagwood. There's one.
Fanny?
Fanny, have you got one?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to reveal it to us?
Yes, I'm sorry. I have to make a decision. Yay, Fanny. Oh, thank you, hon.
Somebody said yay, Fanny.
I'm going to say Dag Hammarskjöld.
Good. Dag Hammarskjöld. All right.
Dag Hammarskjöld.
Hammarskjöld.
Shield.
Shield.
Whatever.
Okay, Dag Hammarskjöld. All right.
Richard.
Present. Pardon? Would you repeat the question?
Third is tough, Richard.
What is it? What do you want to know? I'll answer.
Dag blank.
That's very good. Any other questions? A lovely, curvaceous lady. Dagmar.
Dagmar. Yes. Okay.
How quickly you forget.
Yes, indeed. Dagwood, Dagmar, and Dag Hammarskjöld. You want one of those?
Only one.
Oh. Well, now, wait a minute. You may have a better idea.
Dagwood.
You want to say Dagwood? My mind went in a completely different direction, and we'll find out if the answer that I had in my mind...
Well, what is your answer? It's easy to tell us later. That was your answer.
Well, I was thinking of something like Dag Bernard or Dag Blame It or Dag Gone It or something like that. Are there...
You pesky devil.
Yeah. No? All right. I probably am wrong because I don't play this game enough. Let's find out if her answer up there, which is Dagwood, will reveal the $100 response. Dag Nabbit.
I had that.
Joe had that?
I did. I had Dag Nabbit.
Dag Nabbit.
Dags and cuts.
All right. Next, may we see the $250 response? Dag Hammarskjöld.
Oh.
I congratulate you for your spelling, Roger.
That's good.
Roger, who writes these down to remind me what they are, he misspells the most simple words, and the toughest word you can imagine to spell is Hammarskjöld, and he spelled it correctly. Let's have a round of applause. Don't turn your back. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. What are you chewing, Raj? Okay, thank you very much. Now, we are looking for Dagwood. Let's see if it's under the $500 response. Okay, we congratulate you. We got a total now of $950. But more important than that, Laura, you're going to play for 10 times 500 or 5,000 to collect. You got to match one of them head to head exactly.
Joe.
Joe.
Set him up, Joe.
Oh, this is
All
a
right.
terrible burden.
Okay, Joe, are you ready?
Well, yeah.
Here we go. Worth $5,000.
Don't everybody
This is
stare
it.
at me now.
Let me see what it is. Blank men. M-E-N. Blank men. Joe's got his. Boy, this is a hard one. I got two great answers in my head, and I guess that's why it's a tough one now. Laura, it's up to you to give us an answer which you think will match his in filling in this blank men.
Gentlemen.
Gentlemen. Okay. All right. She says gentlemen will match you. Joe, may we see it, please?
There's one less gentleman because I had chessmen.
Chessmen. You know, I was thinking of amen, G-men.
What did I have?
Gentlemen, you had...
It's all right, I have
What do you have? Oh, G-men, yeah. All right, now, Laura, you're up to 950, and that level stays there, and you're still going to play another game. You ready to meet Linda Abel?
Hello, Linda.
All right. Linda, you know Laura?
Yes.
Now, Linda, we welcome you and ask you to tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, I'm a graduate gemologist, which is the study of gems, and I work part-time in my family's jewelry store. My husband, Jeff, and I have a fantastic 2-year-old daughter named Ariane, and another one on the way.
Okay.
Hon, how much you think this is worth? See me after the show.
Where did you go to gemology school?
The Gemological Institute of America. There's one in New York and one right here in Los Angeles.
Okay, well, good luck to you. We'll start this game in a moment or so, but right now we want to do a little business with you, America. Pay attention. Here we go. Ready? Push the button. Ask our challenger, Linda, to make a selection.
A, please.
A it is. We're off and running with this. Fat Phyllis's husband said, I just brought home a bathroom scale that's almost human. When Fat Phyllis stepped on it, it blanked. Just brought home a bathroom scale that's almost human. When Fat Phyllis stepped on it, it blanked.
I got it.
I have one.
It blanked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. I got it.
Okay.
You want it? Or would you rather pretend and take it later?
What's wrong? What's wrong with that? That's a good answer.
Sure.
I like that answer.
I think I
Nothing wrong with that.
might even take that.
All right.
Esther, if you don't want it, I'll take it.
Okay, Charles, put something on the card.
Charles is always late. He is.
I know he is.
I spend hours waiting on him.
Okay, Linda. Fat Phyllis's husband said, I just brought home a bathroom scale that's almost human. When Fat Phyllis stepped on it, it blanked.
Yelled ouch.
It yelled ouch. Okay, Joe, you're up.
I've been there. I know that. Well, this one hollered, actually. Hollered, ouch.
Hollered?
Uh-huh.
Nope. Leave the room.
Could I have your answer now, Esther?
Now, here's the thing. Hollered, could be like Tarzan. But yelled out, ouch, is a different thing. That's, too general. That's very specific.
It also could be, ouch!
It could be.
No, he's a regular.
Here I have
What do you say?
Well, I don't think we're going to have any meeting about my answer.
Chick's
Why?
great. The chick's great. The chick's great. Show it, baby.
Fine.
Chick
My
is great.
scale this very morning went ouch!
Went out. Okay.
I'm sorry.
What?
I said broke. Like
Scale broke.
Like a human heart when you
I
have an
see.
upsetting heart and you
Okay.
break your heart.
Linda Abel is looking at it. When Fat Phyllis stepped on the scale, it yelled ouch. What do you say to this?
And no comments. Fainted.
It fainted. Well, that's a human thing to do. All right. Richard?
It cried.
It cried. Oh.
White scale that cried.
When Fat Phyllis stepped on it?
I have an album coming out.
Okay.
Working for
May we
scale.
see it?
Yes, you may. We're going to have to talk to the judges. I said screamed out.
Oh, well, that's okay.
Oh, it matches. Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Well, it's been 2 for you. Ready? Here we go, Laura. At the beach, Doris said, that lifeguard must be nearsighted. He's giving mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to a blank.
Oh,
Oh.
You sure are a fast thinker.
No.
That's very good. That's it. That's right.
I'm finished.
Okay. Finish.
We're all through.
Do you
We're
have
all finished up here.
a happy bunch on good times as we have here?
Charles makes that great.
I think so.
You all get along? Because we all love each other here. Our hearts are just full of love and joy and happiness. Laura, at the beach, Dora said that lifeguard must be nearsighted. He's giving mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to a blank.
A fish.
A fish. Okay. All right.
All right, how's that?
She said a fish.
Yeah, well, I'm going to holler fish.
Fish.
I've got that
One
in your
for
good
Laura.
graces, right? All right.
Okay, Brett.
Well, there may be a little ruminating from the judges on this answer, but I think it's a match. Influenced by Jaws, I said shark.
Yeah. Shark.
What is a shark?
A shark is... A fish is general and a shark is specific. Yes. Now, all right, Charles.
I have a specific seagull.
A seagull. All right, here we go. That's a roll.
A whale.
A whale. All right.
Now, I'm prepared to fight for you on this one. Please read the question.
At the beach, Dora said that lifeguard must be nearsighted. He's giving mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to a fish.
A life raft.
Yes, sir.
Too specific? Gotcha. I understand perfectly. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Press on. All
I don't
right.
mind being
That's right. Okay. All right, Fanny.
I said Jaws. He's trying to do it to Jaws.
Okay.
Old Jaws.
So that's 2-1 is the score at the end of round one. And we'll go to round two. But first, before we do that, we've got to do this for you. Hello there. We've been waiting for you to press on here with round number 2. Linda?
Again.
A again. 2 people do not play. Brett does not play, and Fanny does not play.
Because we got it right, didn't we, darling?
Right.
Yes.
So would the rest of you respond to this, if you would, please?
Yes. Gladly.
Whenever Agnes sees wrinkles, she can't stop herself from ironing. Yesterday, Agnes went out of control and started ironing her blank.
Oh, Brett should have answered this.
That's a perfect question, isn't it?
Fanny said you should have answered this one.
I know.
All right.
Well.
Went out of control and started ironing her blank. Okay.
You sure for this one?
I'd make it more general.
So put it in there and
Well, I
leave
don't
it.
know.
Just leave him
You're
alone.
too specific up here.
Okay. Linda, are you ready? Yes. Whenever Agnes sees wrinkles, she can't stop herself from ironing. Yesterday, Agnes went out of control and started ironing her...
Face.
Her face. It says face. Joe?
Yes, that's exactly where I was going to go, but I was too specific and she ironed her brow.
Brow and face? Nope.
No, of course not.
I told you you were too general.
I know that when you drop
General
these things
versus
through here that they
specific.
go on the
Yes,
floor.
Brett?
Darling, I don't play because I got it
Oh,
right
yeah,
the last
Charles.
time.
Most people get wrinkles on their neck. Of course, this has never affected me. I said face.
Face. Okay, one for Linda. All right, Esther. Are you ready?
No.
No? Well, show it anyway.
I was specific. I said cheeks.
Cheeks. Oh, okay. Now, Agnes she was an ironing freak. I don't want to read the whole thing. So she went out of control, started ironing her blank, and she said face.
I said prune.
Her prune. You crazy.
I was going to say tortoise.
Okay. Now, it's up to you, Laura. 2 to tie, 3 to win. Ready? Listen carefully. Joe does not play. He's the only one.
Does that make me a bad person?
No, you're all right.
Okay.
When Alexander the Beautician gives you a permanent wave, it's really permanent. Because instead of using hair-waving lotion, Alexander dips your head in blank.
You understand that, don't you,
Good.
Stephen?
You got it.
What is it again?
When Alexander the Beautician gives you a permanent wave, it's really permanent because instead of using hair-waving lotion, Alexander dips your head in... Ta-da! Would you light up the light bulb over his head?
I got it.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Now, Laura. Everybody ready? When Alexander the Beautician gives you a permanent wave, it's...
Cement.
Cement. Cement mixer. Putty, putty. What do you say, Joe?
I don't say
You don't
a word.
play anything here. Brett, are you going to play here?
You bet your old-fashioned tin type, sweetheart. And I'm going to say cement.
Cement. Score is 3-2. Listen.
No, most people have a hair problem on television. I never have had a hair problem. So I wouldn't know, Alexander, but I think I have a match, I hope. I said glue.
Glue. Glue is not cement. But listen.
But is my hair pretty?
Yes. But more than your hair, Grandma Moses, I love your paintings. Now, Esther. Instead of using a hair-waving lotion, Alexander dips your head in cement, according to Laura.
I said glue.
So we got 2 glues and 1 cement so far. Little cement or glue here for you.
Well,
Yes.
we say cement.
We say cement. High score. Fanny, you may untie the score if you wish.
You know that ad where the man has a hard hat on and he's stuck to a
Oh,
thing?
yeah,
Remember
yeah,
that? Well, that's
yeah.
what I was thinking of. I said epoxy airplane glue. They say it's good.
Okay, so we got a tie here. Now, we have to go to a tiebreaker. Shall we do that right now? What do you say we do that right now? Shazam, there it is. I push the button, reveal 2 tie-breaking questions. Ask Linda to make a selection.
A again.
A it is. The one who scores the most will be the winner here. 1 question for each. Tondo say, on prairie, me not eat speck of food for 2 moons. Me get hungry, so me eat Lone Ranger's blank.
Oh, I thank you. Wait a minute. Oh!
All right, you're finished. Charles is finishing up there. Okay, good. Fanny? All right, just lay it in the slot there. Put it in the slot, Brett. Let's go.
Oh, okay.
Come on. All right. Linda, Tonto say, on prairie, me not eat speck of food for 2 moons. Me get hungry, so me eat Lone Ranger's...
Horse.
Horse. Oh-ho! All right, Joe.
Good, I only got as far as his saddle.
He ate the saddle.
Yes.
Okay, Brett.
Don't you worry, honey. This is not my week to let folks down. I said his horse Sliver. Or
horse
Silver.
Who is that masked man?
What? I'll get my own show out of this yet. I said horse.
Horse! Esther, she gonna eat a horse?
Horse Silver.
Horse Silver! Richard!
Horse.
Horse! And saddle! Okay, 4 for you, and your question is yet to come, but before anything else happens, this has to happen specially for you. What's going on here? Gene Rayburn, Match Game 75. Join us next time. Goodbye. What the heck is going on?
This is Vern Bennon speaking for Match Game 75, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Stay tuned for Tattletales next over most of these CBS stations.
Get ready to match the stars. Gary Burgall, Brett Somers, Charles Nelson Riley, Susan Sullivan, Richard Dawson, and Joyce Kilafont as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 76. And now here's the star of Match Game 76, Gene Rayburn.
Johnny Olson and friends, thank you for showing up today via the magic of the megacycles. Everybody ready?
Yeah, what'd you have in mind?
No. We're going to play the game there. After we point out that this lady is one of the stars of Rich Man, Poor Man.
Oh,
yes. And this young man is one of the stars of a long-running marvelous hit on CBS called MASH.
Getting older all the time.
And now let's say hello to Sharon McMillian and Les Oliver. Sorry. Almost got me. Now, you won one game, right? And you have $600.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with that money? That's not a bad amount, is it?
I'm gonna blow it.
You are. Good. Live it up. And Les Oliver, we just had a chance to meet him briefly last time. We found out that he travels via train a great deal.
Right.
And you go to Seattle?
Seattle.
And where else?
New Orleans,
Yeah.
Chicago.
Right.
San Diego.
Do they have sleepers? Can you, when you go to New Orleans, is it an overnight
they
trip?
have sleepers, yeah.
Really?
Sure. Have Pullmans.
Okay, I'm going to see you one of these days. I'm going to take me a train trip. Right now, I want you to take this trip and watch this message. Here we go. Round one. Les, you may have A or B.
I'll take B.
You want B? Okay, you got it. Here we go. The waiter said, I don't know what this chef puts in the food, but before anyone will eat it, I have to spray it with blank. That's what the waiter said. I don't know what the chef puts in this food, but before anybody will eat it, I have to spray it with blank. I'm getting out of here. All right, Brett.
I got it. I got it.
Okay,
I got it.
Les, if you thought about it, I'll give it to you one more time. The waiter said, I don't know what this chef puts in the food, but before anyone will eat it, I have to spray it with blank.
Perfume.
Perfume. Perfume. Well, that's one. The first round questions are kind of wide open.
I have the definitive answer.
You may have well, shall I aim the microphone at your face?
I say I don't have anything interesting to say.
Oh, all right. I'll aim it back away from your face.
Put it all the way over there. My answer is rain.
His decibels are very high. What do you say?
What? That Mr. Oliver's the smartest man in America today.
Why?
Outside of myself, of course. I said cologne.
Cologne. He's looking for a little perfume.
No, I was looking for a little cleavage.
Oh, you get very...
I might be nearsighted, but I don't see anything resembling it anywhere nearby. Bug juice.
Bug juice. Listen.
Well,
I hate him so much.
No, I mean, I see pearls.
That's enough
I
of
have
that.
more cleavage than she is.
Now Susan Sullivan.
And more than me, too, probably.
Oh, but before anyone will eat it, I have to spray it with perfumes, according to Les.
Oh, I'm sorry. Disinfectant.
Disinfectant. Okay. Now, Ricardo. Raid seems to be the answer. Have you got the definitive answer?
But of course, I just don't know how to have the definitive spelling is right.
What?
It doesn't look right.
Let me see.
Lysol.
Lysol.
Is that how you spell
That's okay.
it?
Yeah.
correct.
So one for him. Now let's see how you do with your first rounder. Remember, they're a little tougher. Think carefully now. The Godfather said to Rocco, he says, "Oh, I'm not so sure Vito's drowning was an accident. Look at him. His feet are blank." The Godfather said, "I'm not so sure Vito's drowning was an accident. Look at him. His feet are blank."
Oh, cute. Well, why do I just...
Very good, Charles. Okay. They're writing. But while they're writing, I'll read it to you. The Godfather said to Rocco, "Oh, I'm not so sure Vito's drowning was an accident. Look at him. His feet are..." Wait a minute. The dummy is still writing. Okay, now.
In cement.
His feet are in cement. In cement is what she said.
It's a terrible fate, especially since Vito was a tap dancer. I said cement.
Cement. One for her.
Oh, good gravy, Marie. I said cemented or full of cement.
Okay.
Just in case there was going to be any trouble.
Two for her.
Now, I have a whole lot here because I know a lot of Italians, but I think it matches. I said tied together in a cement block with chicken wire all around in a vat of acid.
Right. I have always loved redundancy. Now, Miss Susan.
And to be succinct, in cement.
In cement. Okay, that's 4 for Sharon. A little cement is what she's looking for.
Pardon my redundancy.
Concrete.
Cemented together.
That's it. That's 5 for her. Well, now, Sharon, the way it goes here, you know, you go along, you've matched every celebrity so far, and now you come to Joyce. And sometimes life is full of little surprises, and this may be one of the times.
This is a surprise.
It is?
Yeah, they have so much fun. I didn't mean to do this, but I started writing too big, so I had to do 3 cards like those guys up there. And then when I got 2 of them done, I wanted to do a picture like Charles, so I copied them, and I did to make it more interesting. In a block of cement, and I drew a picture.
Okay. You got them all. And while you're celebrating the end of round 1 here, we're going to spend this message just for you. Now we're ready to go on here to round 2, if you're both ready. Here we go. Now, Les, you got to think carefully. When we give you the question, you've got to make a selection first, A or B.
I'll take A this time.
A. Now, you've got to match everybody to stay in the game. Everyone you haven't matched before. Everyone except Brett will please respond to this.
I wish I could play again, Les.
Wilma is the world's laziest housewife. She hates scrubbing so much that last night she tried to vacuum her blank. World's laziest housewife. She hates scrubbing so much that last night she tried to vacuum her blank. Now we'll call on Les Oliver. Think about it. I'll give it to you one more time. Wilma's the world's laziest housewife. She hates scrubbing so much that last night she tried to vacuum her...
dishes.
I would say dishes if I were playing too. What would you say? Dishes? Her what? Her lawn? Sink. There doesn't seem to be any unanimity here. Gary, what do you say? He's looking for dishes.
Trying
Gotta
to
match
put
everybody
it
now.
as genteelly as I can. I said la toilette.
La toilette. So that means Sharon wins the game. What the rest of you have? Congratulations again. There you are. Hang around there for a minute. Les, it was a pleasure to meet you, sir.
It was a lot of fun.
You're a nifty kid and a peachy dancer and a great dresser, isn't he? There he goes, Les Oliver. Here you are again. Yeah. And there it is. It's all for you, Sharon. You're up to $700 now. And if you go all the way here, you could get close to over $6,000. We polled a recent studio audience, Sharon, and we got their best response to this. Ronald Blank. Now remember, it's $500 for you if you match the answer they gave most frequently. $250 for their second most frequent response, and then $100 for the third. And let's see what help you want here.
Charles.
The man that's in politics, Ronald McDonald.
Okay.
Brett.
The clown who works over on Sepulveda Boulevard, Ronald Reagan.
Okay, and Richard.
Okay, Richard, you're number 3.
Ah, yes, a chance once more to do Benita. Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Ronald Coleman. Benita, my darling.
We're trying to bring him back. It's very hard, isn't it?
Yes. Ronald Coleman, Ronald McDonald,
Look how
and
Roger
Ronald
spelt Ronald Coleman.
Reagan. You say Reagan or Reagan? Because when he was a cowboy star, he used to say Reagan.
Yeah.
They go both ways. All right. What do you want there? Hello there.
Ronald McDonald.
You want Ronald McDonald?
Yeah.
You're not sure whether you made the right decision there. All right, there's one that Chuck gave you. Let's see if we got a Ronald McDonald under the $100 number. Ronald Coleman.
There he is. We're bringing him back.
That's not how to spell it, though.
He invented the stove.
Not
Is that the wrong
spelled
spelling?
Right. Of course. Roger spelled it wrong over here, too.
How did Ronald, C-O-L?
I don't know. Ask him. He can...
How do you spell his name?
C-O-L-M-A-N. M-O-U-S-E.
Benita, my darling, it is a far, far better thing I do.
Jewish.
Listen, let's see if Ronald McDonald is under the $250 number. No. Ronald Reagan.
Aye.
Reagan. Now, last chance for Ronald McDonald. You think you're going to be right?
Sure.
All right, Earl Shower. Atta girl. Congratulations. Now you just picked up another $500. You got $1,200, and you're going to play for 10 times the amount you just won, or $5,000. Now, to collect the $5,000, you have to match one of them exactly.
Chuck.
Chuck, you're on. Ready? Okay, stand on the tape. Here it is, worth $5,000. Blank opener. Blank opener. You're having a good time, aren't you? That's good. Blank opener. There. Now, Charles thought it over very carefully. And if you've thought about it, if you got some ESP going over to Chuck, well, you're going to win a $5,000 bill here. How do you fill in that blank to match him? Blank opener.
Can.
Can opener. All right. Now, Chuck, she says can opener will match you for
First, I
$5,000.
thought of bottle opener.
Yes.
Because I sit next to someone who loves club soda. And then eye opener.
Right.
But then I said no because I watched what the committee up here did. And we went with, well, I don't know if it means anything, can.
You got $6,200. Congratulations to you, Sharon. And while she's celebrating, we're going to spin these messages just for you. 200. Now, we're ready to start all over again, so let's all welcome Sandy Fenmore. Hello there.
Hello?
How are you?
Fine.
Good.
Nervous.
Doesn't she have pretty teeth? You both have pretty teeth. Sandy, where are you from?
I am from West Los Angeles.
Yeah?
And I'm married. I have a little 3-year-old daughter, Tanya.
Yeah?
And my husband and I like to play tennis and golf, and we go shark fishing on occasion.
Shark fishing?
When the sharks are out there. No, we do like to shark fish.
Where do you do that?
Anywhere.
Really?
Redondo Beach.
Your sharks all over, huh?
Yeah, all over.
Do the swimmers know about
There's
that?
so many of them, and they know, but they still
Really?
swim.
'Cause you could get your blank bitten off shark fishing. Yeah.
You're telling me.
Yeah. Well, good luck to you, Sandy.
Thank you.
There it is, first round. You may have A or B.
Okay, I will take A.
A it is for Sandy Fenmore. Ready? Old Lady Perkins said, "Hello, kid. I just married a 97-year-old movie star. That's what I did. And what a mistake. He needs a stand-in just to blink."
Do it again, I love it.
I just married a 97-year-old movie star, and what a mistake that was. He needs a stand-in just to blink. You got the idea, Sonny? How do you feel about older women?
Oh,
Now I'm so confused. What the heck was that about? Oh, you're
yeah,
97.
you
I got it.
Just
Okay.
married a 97-year-old movie
Got it,
star. What
right
about he
on.
needs a stand-in just to blink? All right, here we go. Here we go. Sandy. Old Lady Perkins said, "I just married a 97-year-old movie star, and what a mistake that was. He needs a stand-in just to..."
Breathe.
To breathe.
It's the other
It's the other one? What is the other one? What other one? You have another answer?
Make love.
To make love? Well, that's her second choice. Breathe is her answer.
The key was that you said they were just married, so you figured that they were honeymooning. That's what the
That's
key was.
right.
I said making whoopee.
Making whoopee. Oh.
A little breath.
Another
Now and
groom.
then.
Yes?
I said you needed to stand in just to think about making love.
Just to think about it. Oh, he was tired indeed. Charles?
Why don't you two tour this summer? Breathe!
Breathe! Think John Kennelly could use us?
Why not, darling?
Okay.
What shall we do?
Well, we'll find something. Now, Susan Sullivan. What a mistake. You need to stand in just to breathe.
Get up.
Just to get up.
Never mind.
Get up in the morning. She says breathe. What do you say?
I say make love.
Make love. Oh. Okay, Joyce.
Well, I'm thinking about what Helen says about you, right?
Watch it now. Watch it.
Just to fool around.
Just to fool around. Hey, you're gonna get it there. Okay, so that's one for Sandy. And now, Sharon, we got a first rounder for you, which reads as follows. Howard Cosell said, all day long, people have been complimenting me on my new green toupee. Ha, ha, ha. It is not a toupee at all. I have a blank on my head. That's what Howard Cosell said.
Is this the first round question, sweetheart?
Now, this is a first rounder.
Oh, good, because
I worked with it recently, you know.
You did?
Yes. In the Battle of the Network Stars, we were talking
Oh,
about
yes. Did he? What did he do in that?
that. Oh, he just insulted me all day long.
He did?
Yes.
Well, that's his bag. Okay, we're all ready.
Wait a week.
But I'm going to get him on this question.
Now, well, she's finishing up. I'll read. Howard Cosell. You know who Howard Cosell is. All day long, people have been complimenting me on my new green toupee. Ha, ha, ha. It is not a toupee at all. I have a blank on my head.
Miniature football field.
Ha, ha, ha. Down the drain. What do you say?
Now, he had a miniature fungus.
A fungus?
I know, I worked with him.
Brett?
Stop that. You must love everyone, no matter what, Gary.
I
Don't
do
hold
love
on
him.
to the past.
I
Oh, I'm
can't-
sorry.
Oh,
Hello.
good.
I don't hold it against him, he has a fungus.
Right. What do you say?
Athlete's head.
Is everybody finished?
I don't quite know. Is another cheap shot? Anyone else want to take a cheap shot at Howard? Oh, go ahead.
He had a lot of green grass. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank
No.
you.
Okay, Charles.
I said a lawnette.
A lawnette. She's looking for a miniature football field. And so far, the closest we've come to it is a little grass.
Well,
Susan.
this is a mile away, a spinach patch.
A spinach patch. Well, he's a fertile brain. Something
How
ought to
did the
grow up
question
there.
go?
Oh, talk about cheap shots.
All day long, people have been complimenting me on my new green toupee. Ha, ha, ha. It is not a toupee at all. I have a blank on my head.
I have a frog.
I like that one better.
Yes. I don't understand it, but I love
Well, he
it.
has water on the brain.
Oh, water on the brain. Go, Joyce.
This is strange.
Yes, I'll bet it is.
I could only think of one thing green that would look like a toupee, and I don't know why this would look like a toupee, but I said a glove worn by the Jolly Green Giant.
Well, we got that one out of the way, and there we are at the end of
Okay,
round
Joyce.
one. Scores 1-0, favor of
That's
Sandy.
it.
Round two coming up right after this. Listen, you were dandy today, as you are every day. I love
Daddy.
each and every one of you from the bottom of my black old heart. Will you come back the next time?
Well, if you get your heart cleaned up. we
Oh,
will.
all right. Team Everett here. Join us next time on Match Game 76. Goodbye.
Dawson speaking for Match Game 76, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. This program was edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the stars from Lou Grant, Darrell Anderson, Brett Summer, Charles Nelson Riley, from Angie Donna Fresco, from Corner Country Richard Paul, and Patty Doyle, as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 79. And now, here's the star of Match Game 79, Gene Rivers.
Hello, John. Thank you, friends, for joining us. Thank you. Follow me. Welcome, one and all.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine.
This lady is doing a show with Deborah Lee Scott, who was here a little while ago. It's called Angie, right?
Right.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
She's
And you-
playing Angie.
She's playing Angie.
Yes.
Now, this is this fellow's first time on the show. Oh, no. No, that's right. Oh, no. No, but I just wanted to warn him that it's a show that requires an enormous amount of intellectual prowess.
Yes. I'm here to attest to that.
And you're going to do just fine, because I hear they measured your IQ. And now let's meet our two players here, Ardith Wilder and Jim Hozak.
Good. Like a Canadian tie.
Thank you. Ardith very kindly asked how I was. Hit me in the stomach.
Oh.
Hard. Hit me hard. Harder.
Boy, you've been
Huh.
exercising, huh?
I have. I've been away for a week to one of them places where you...
Devil you.
Oh. Jim, you didn't score any with your first-round question. Now we'll see how Ardith does with her first-round question, which reads as follows. Ken said, the people who made that snowman must be athletes. It's the first time I ever saw a snowman wearing a blank. Ken said, the people who made the snowman must be athletes. First time I ever saw a snowman wearing a blank. All right, now help the new guy on the block.
I did. I just told him he could.
Hey, it's a round one question. They're wide open, Darrell. Do anything that comes into your little head.
Very good.
Ken said the people who made that snowman must be athletes. First time I ever saw a snowman wearing a blank.
Tennis shoes.
Wearing a tennis shoe.
English was not one of my big subjects.
See, this group wanted something a little more basic, didn't they? Not the most supportive answer in the world. Hello, Darrell.
Now I got it. Well, I was trying to think of something heavy or metal, and I said helmet.
A helmet. First time I saw a snowman wearing a helmet. They love you, Darrell.
I'm ready for you guys.
Okay.
Well, I started to say dance belt, but then I realized that you were not heavy
No.
into that.
No.
And then I thought about all the other choices, and I couldn't think of the one that they do in the, well, you know, I'm not a big athletic person, so I said football helmet.
So that's two of those so far.
Never mind, Charles will have it.
Are you all right, Roger? Roger's putting the blue ink in his eyes. I have said on this show for years it's time to get rid of Roger. I think now is the time.
Roger?
Roger is gone.
You're crazy. Roger, get up.
Ever since the marriage.
Get over here. Where's the Kleenex?
Roger.
Take it.
It's pathetic.
This guy.
Roger, you're a mess. Ever since the marriage, it's
got
been
acid in it.
downhill.
Now listen, what can we do for that?
I gotta clean it after the commercial break. I gotta go back.
He was so happy he could
No,
spell
I'll tell you what,
tennis.
let's let him go now. I can keep everything in my head. He keeps track of some of the answers that they give in case I
Roger,
forget and
go
how
to
much
the
money
nurse,
they won.
dear.
So Roger,
All these years I'm getting some sympathy from you. Thank you.
go to the nurse, and then from there go to
Can I
the
go
personnel
home?
office
Can
and
I go
take your
home?
discharge slip and get the hell out of here.
The only way a cowboy could answer El Chaco.
El Chaco! Ken said the people who made that snowman must be athletes. First time I ever saw a snowman wearing a jockstrap, okay? So we have 2 of those and 2 helmets.
I think it's the only place in America you can get cheered for saying jock.
Yeah. I told you it was an earthy bunch out there. Yes.
There are other places, but we shouldn't go into it.
No.
I said a snow support.
Snow support.
I get it.
Okay, so there we are at the end of round nothing and round nothing. That's it. Round nothing to nothing here, and round 2 coming up after this. Now, shall we carry on here? Go to round 2. Ask Jim if he wants A or B.
A.
A. You sure?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, the great Zambini has the world's strangest circus act.
Yeah.
And you're not even going to get a second chance either. Here's what he does. He climbs up an enormous tower and dives headfirst into a blank net. You thought about it, Jim?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go with you. The great Zambini has the world's strangest circus act. Don't forget the word strange now. He climbs up an enormous tower and dives headfirst into a blank net.
Hairnet.
Hairnet. They love your answer, Jim. What'd you say?
Can I go to the nurse? I wrote on my hand.
Here, there it is. Right, they're very fickle. Yes?
I thought of hairnet, but I thought there should be one dissenting voice, just in case he didn't get it. I said fish. Net. Fish net.
Fish net.
Fish net.
That's all right. No, it's
Don't
okay.
you vote me now.
Now, fish net is
I
not
have
bad.
connections in high places.
Yeah.
They all look like this. Yes, dear.
The only thing a bald cowboy could rap.
Hairnet. Partner, I'll fight any man in his saloon who says you're bald, partner. Hello, Donna.
Hello.
Ready to go here?
Yep.
Okay.
Ready? Hairnet.
Hairnet.
He was really a gutsy guy, but his act was very popular but short-lived.
Short-lived.
He was here today and gone tomorrow. Sorry.
I like it. I like it. Yeah.
I hate it.
Since he pronounced short-lived correctly, people mostly incorrectly say short-lived instead of short-lived. Yes?
Hello.
Did you skip English 1, 2?
3, 4. Here.
Here. Okay. Ready to go to work, artist? All right. You need 5 to tie and 6 to win. Fred said something strange is going on here. I just had to stand in line to blank my wife.
Something strange is going on.
Read it aloud. It said something strange is going on here. Just had to stand in line to blank my wife. Okay. Here we go, artist. Fred said something strange is going on here. I just had to stand in line to blank my wife.
Talk to?
As we pointed out earlier, they were an earthy bunch. Something a little more basic is what they were looking for there. What do you say?
A little more basic.
Basic.
I said to phone my wife.
Phone my wife. Yeah. Has nice teeth, doesn't
Has
it?
nice teeth,
Yeah.
4 eyes.
Probably no cavities at all.
What did she say?
She said talk to.
No, I didn't say that. I said kiss and hug and other marital stuff.
Okay. Okay. Come on down, Jim. Okay. Artist, it's a pleasure to do business with you. I'm glad you won some money. Right over here in a little blue dot, if you would, please. There, stand there. I'll be there in a second now. Goodbye to Art Wilner with $600, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. Ready? How do you feel?
Feel great.
Good. Here it is. We polled a studio audience not too long ago and said, write down your best answer to this. Pleasant blank.
Pleasant, oh.
Now, if you match the answer they gave most often, you get $500. And for matching their second most popular answer, you get $250. And for matching the third, you get $100. 3 of the 6 ding-a-lings will give you some assistance here.
Charles. Pleasant dreams.
Okay.
Patty.
Hello.
Wait a week.
Pleasant. What the hell does that say?
January.
Pleasant January. Pleasant journey.
Oh.
It's the American version of Bon Voyage.
I see. Thank you.
Brett.
Pleasant day.
Okay, so you have pleasant day, pleasant journey, and pleasant dreams.
Well, it was number 3.
You
I
choose
didn't
one of
wear my
those,
books down.
or give us one of your own.
Pleasant Hills, Pennsylvania.
You want to review them again now. Pleasant dreams, pleasant journey, pleasant day are the 3. Have you got a better one in your head? Well, then you have to choose one of those. Would you like to see him? Roger wrote them up on that cue card up there. See there? I mean, look at them there.
Yeah.
Jim. You got them, right?
Pleasant day.
Now, Jim, these people, by their vocal demonstrations, this doesn't happen all the time, have indicated which of those 3 was the best answer as they were given, you see. That was not the one. So, it'll be up there somewhere, I'm sure.
It better be.
I hope. May we see the $100 number, please? Pleasant personality.
That's
it's not going to be up there, I can tell you now. That. May we see the next one, please? The $250 response. Ah, you got it. All right. Pleasant day. Yeah. Now, in all fairness to the audience, what they wanted him to say was pleasant dreams, right? Okay, already slide it. Pleasant dreams. Okay, now while they're hooting and hollering and cheering and you're figuring what we do next here, we got a little message for you right there. Okay. Here we are. Camera 5 has no tally light. Got that, Mark Breslow? Camera 5 has no tally light. How dare you bring a camera in here without a tally light?
Sue us.
Okay. Now listen, Jim, you won the $250 means the least you'll play for is $2,500. Or if you get a lucky spin of the star wheel, you double that and play for $5,000. Step right up there and give it a spin. Good luck to you. We're all rooting for a double for Jim Holdsapple. Here we go. Go. Yes, sirree. Okay.
Well, it hasn't been on me for a couple of weeks, and I'm just a nervous
Well,
wreck.
you're going to be all right. Face me if you would, please, Jim. Okay, here it is. Good luck to you. $5,000 what you're paying for. Blank wide. W-I-D-E. Blank wide. Blank wide. All right, don't say it yet. As soon as she's written her answer and put it in the slot, we'll call on you.
Oh!
Okay. Now, Jim, if you give us the answer that Brett's written on the card, we give you $5,000. $5,000. There we go.
World.
Worldwide. First thing I thought of. She thought of it too. Okay, Brett.
He's perfect. He's right. I'm sorry. I said open wide.
Open wide. All right, that's a good one, too. Open wide.
It was very good.
Worldwide. All kinds of good choices here. All right. Jim, you have $350 and a new player coming your way, Myra Millian here. Well, we welcome you. And before we start another game here, we'd like to find out where you're from. Any vital statistics you wish to contribute?
Yes, I'm originally from Havana, Cuba.
Yeah.
I am a travel agent and manager for a very successful travel agency in Encino, California. I have two beautiful boys, ages 2 and 4, and a great husband, and I'm here, and I'm so nervous.
You are. ¿Tú
¿Can't you
hablas?
tell? Como no, español.
Sí, brava, brava. Okay, here we go. You can have A or B. A or B.
B.
B. Para linda mujer. Loose Linda. Oh, Loose Linda. Loose Linda is the loosest woman in the world. I'm having a heart attack. Last night she fell in love with an entire blank.
An entire.
She fell in love with an entire blank.
Is my horse all right outside?
Yes. I gave him a bag of oats and I put the kitty litter where you told me to. Okay, Myra. Loose Linda is the loosest woman in the world. Last night she fell in love with an entire blank.
Football team.
Okay, Daryl. You getting a hang of it now?
Yeah, I said Army.
Army. See, maybe he knew her better than we did. Yes.
Daryl wants to know what they smoked before they came in here. Whee! Give me a drag off that before you throw it away. I said calling on my own youth, an entire stag line.
Don't lose faith, Myra. Sometimes you come up with those terrific answers the way you did, and the stars strike out there, as they do occasionally.
Strike out is an athletic term, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
You're looking at a what?
At a terrific, powerful, muscular athlete.
Cowboy.
Oh, cowboy. Cowboy.
So in honor of the Dallas
Cowboys.
Cowboy cheerleaders.
Yes.
Hi, girls. Football team.
There it is. Okay, Donna.
Oh, well, I sort of matched Daryl anyway.
What'd you say?
Army base.
An army base, eh? Okay.
Such
All
a
right.
strange group out there today.
Yes, they are. Football team is the answer she's given us.
I think it makes the girl like the huddles. Football team.
Okay, Mary, that's you. What are you offering? Fell in love with an entire...
American Legion Convention.
And has never been heard from since. Yeah. Okay, there we are, 2-0. We'll come to you later. Now we've got this for you. Here it is. The late Ted Terrific thought that he could do anything. He tried to cross the Pacific Ocean on blank. The late Ted Terrific. The late Ted Terrific thought he could do anything. He tried to...
Ted Terrific.
He tried to cross the Pacific Ocean.
He's already given us the speed-up signal, Charles.
Here it is, Jim. The late Ted Terrific thought that he could do anything. He tried to cross the Pacific Ocean on blank. The late Ted Terrific.
Wings.
Wings. I guess Jim didn't quite understand it.
They're right. You blew it.
Yeah.
I said a skateboard.
Skateboard would be good. Yeah. Perfect answer.
Well, Well, not so perfect.
Yes, it's a perfect answer.
Water ski.
Another perfect answer. More than one answer can be perfect.
Guess we got this one.
Another perfect answer. 2 water skis, 1 skateboard. 3 pairs of water skis, 1 skateboard.
And I think wings is a lot better than snowshoes.
Snowshoes would be very good again.
This is the
3 water
definitive answer
skis,
coming
1
up.
skateboard, 1 pair of snowshoes, a partridge in a pear tree, and now Patty Deutsch.
Drugs.
Drugs! Okay, that's all right. Join us next time. Match game 79. Gene Rader here. Bye-bye.
Get ready to match the stars. Avery Schreiber, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, Della Reese, Richard Dawson, and Betty White as we play the star-studded Big Buddy Match Game 77. And now here's the star of Match Game 77, Gene Rader.
Thank you, Johnny O. How's everybody out there? How's everybody on television? Oh, good. Got a bunch of yayers here today.
Yay.
It's going to warm the cockles of your heart.
Sure.
And now to touch all bases, Chico and the Man, MTM. This is not Chico. Figure it out for yourself.
Nor the Man.
Nor the Man either. Let's say hello to old Mike Neal here. Hey, Mike. Mike won 1 game, which gave him $100. And then in the first part of the audience match, he won the big one there, gave him another $500. He's got a total of $600. Now he's going to be playing for $5,000 here in the super match. And we'll see if he collects or not right after we see about this. Here we are with Mike Neal. It's a very important moment for him. He could win $5,000 right now. You ready for that?
I'm ready.
We're ready to give you the money if you match 1 celebrity. You have to choose one now, Mike.
I'm going to have to go with Richard.
All right. I've gone with Richard.
Have you?
Yeah. I think you'll
happy,
enjoy
were we?
it. Yes, we were very happy together. I hope you two will be happy together. Stand on the tape and face Mecca. Okay, here it is. Worth $5,000. Goes like this. Martha Blank. Martha Blank. Okay, he's finished. Mike, give us an answer. What you think will match his, and we give you the money. $5,000. There it is. Martha.
Ray.
Ray, he says. He said that with a rising inflection in his voice, as if it were a question. He's not sure of his answer. Did you have other answers in mind?
Not a one.
The only one you could think of. Okay, let's turn around and find out from Richard right now if you get the $5,000 or not. Yes or no?
Who's the mother of our country?
Martha Washington is the mother of our country.
I thought it was Martha Vineyard.
Hip, hip.
He scared you there, right? Now you got $5,600. Congratulations to you, Mike Neal. I know you got some people out there who are happy for you. Who's out there?
That's my wife and the rest of my family.
Got some kids there? Yeah.
My sister-in-law.
All right. They're all very happy for you, as we are too. Now, you're going to meet another player, so let's all welcome Cheryl Hernandez. Hello, Cheryl.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine.
He's very happy. He just won a bundle of money here, and he's excited, and his wife out there is as excited, and we'll give him a chance to cool off here while you tell us the Cheryl Hernandez.
Well, I'm from Simi Valley.
Simi Valley.
And I have 3 children, 15, 14, and 7. And a husband. and I enjoy going dancing and making things for the house.
Good. Is that some scrimshaw you're wearing? What's that?
Just a little necklace.
Oh, it's very pretty.
Thank you.
I just want to say it's pretty. It looks like a piece of scrimshaw. Now, Cheryl, you may have A or B.
A, please.
A. All right. A ones. The first ones are a little hard there, Cheryl, so think carefully now. Bernie is the world's greatest salesman. Why, he even sold birth control pills to blank. World's greatest salesman. He even sold birth control pills to blank.
I don't mean to be hateful, but
There's a winning card. I'll bring that over to Mike in a moment or so.
this one doesn't work and the other one leaked.
Roger, throw me another pencil, please. Well, whoever has them, would you get one? Don't just argue with me about whether I don't have it. No, the girl needs a pen. That's all. Thank you, whoever. Are you all right? I'll take this. Is that the busted one?
That's a busted
Yeah.
one. Thank you, sweets.
All right. Throw that one away. Well, it won't fit in there. I'll just stick it right back in there. Now, are you ready, Cheryl?
Yes.
Bernie is the world... Oh, this is the winning card that got you the 5,000. Bernie is the world's greatest salesman. He even sold birth control pills to...
Men.
To men. Okay. Well, that might happen, might not happen, Cheryl. We'll
But that's
find out.
happening.
Is
They
that
have birth
happening?
control pills for men.
They
Sure.
do.
Turns
See?
your eyes red. I had grandma.
To grandma.
Sorry.
That would be a tough sales job. There may... What's this? Bad Taste Award #1?
Well, this matches Avery, I think. I said Betty White. That I had to go for it.
You are incorrigible. Incorrigible. What do you say?
I said Grandma Moses.
Grandma Moses.
Another match.
That would be different. Cheryl said to men. The world's greatest salesman sold birth control pills to...
Well, I was in the grandma bag, a 90-year-old woman.
There's one terrific answer which Dawson probably will now show you.
He was such a great salesman.
Yes?
He even sold birth control pills to a nun.
He got it. What do you say there?
I'm just over here licking my wounds. Any answer that you come up with can tend to be a little religioso and a little bad taste, but
Sure.
doesn't stop some folk. But I just said Grandma Moses.
Grandma Moses, yeah. Okay, so there we are with your question, Cheryl. Now you know how it goes, and we'll see how his goes right after we see about this. Hello. This is Alistair Cook. Now we're... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bend your... Yes, right. All right, here we go. Here's round 1 question. Wanda said, I got this miniature weather station for Christmas. When it's going to be sunny, the little man sticks his head out the door. When it's going to rain, he sticks his blank out the door. Think carefully now. When it's going to rain, when it's going to be sunny, the little man sticks his head out the door. When it's going to rain, he sticks his blank out the door. Okay, everybody ready?
Wait a
Here we
minute.
go. Over to Mike Neal. Don't say it yet, Mike. Now, I'll read it to you while she's finishing. Wanda said, I got this miniature weather station for Christmas. When it's going to be sunny, the little man sticks his head out the door. When it's going to rain, he sticks his blank out the door.
His rear end.
Okay? He says it's one of those top and bottom gadgets. What do you say?
Strange place for an umbrella.
Yes.
His rear.
Rear. There's one for him. What do you say to this one?
Oh, I say rump.
Rump. Two for him. Two names for the same thing?
Wrong. Three names for the same thing.
Oh, Taylor. Three names for the same thing. You make it four, Dilla.
Bottom?
Four is right. You make it five, Richard?
Well, I have the French.
Derriere. You make it five. Five names for the same thing. What do you say to this?
Version?
Read the card, read the card. I have the English version. Derriere.
Look at what he did with his first round question. 6-0. Wow. Now, Cheryl.
Yeah.
You got to go to work here. You got. Poor Cheryl. Oh. Now listen. You can have A or B here, and listen carefully. And it's possible that you could match all six, just as he did, and catch up with them. Then we'll be in a tiebreaker.
I'll take his, B.
You take his. B was lucky for him. She says B will be lucky for her. Here's the way it goes. 102-year-old Mrs. Perkins said, the sun is out. No, she said, this year for my birthday, don't send me a candygram. What I need is a blank gram. This year for my birthday, don't send me a candygram. What I need is a blank gram.
I can't think of not. Have you thought of anything else?
Not for us, I have for myself. Unbelievable. The audacity.
Come on out, Brett.
Oh, okay.
Now, Cheryl.
I can't seem to understand the question.
Have you been thinking about it? It's a hard one. I'll give it one more time, straight. 102-year-old Mrs. Perkins said, this year for my birthday, don't send me a candygram. What I need is a blank gram.
Geritol-gram?
Geritol-gram. Well, many people in the audience think that's pretty good. What do you say?
Do they still kill the messenger? It's a man-gram is what I had.
Man-gram. Wins the game. What the rest of you have? Two Geritol. Come on down, Mike.
Got a vein gram.
All right. Congratulations once more. There you go. Stand right over there. Cheryl, our visit was short, but it was sweet for us. And you got some gifts out of it, together with our endless thanks for being with us at Match Game 77.
Thank you.
Cheryl Hernandez. There she goes. Cheryl Hernandez has returned to her hideaway, never to return to this stage again. Mike Neal, you got $5,700. You can win another $5,000 or more right here and now. We polled a recent studio audience, got their best response to this. Blank habit. All right, $500 if you match the most popular answer, that bunch game. $250 if you match the second most popular answer they gave, and $100 for the third most frequently given answer. And let's see what answers our celebrities will suggest. Richard.
Something I do whenever I see a monk. Kick the habit.
You kick the habit. I say. They're a little slow, Richard, but don't give up.
Somewhere in the valley, somebody goes,
Charles. Blank habit, Charles.
Oh, here, dear.
What is it, darling? Why don't you write something?
Oh, wait a
for me,
minute.
sweetheart.
Now he's all
When
sweet.
you never, yes, now you need help, then it's a different
Now,
story,
does
isn't
this man
it?
have his name on his...
That's awful. That stinks.
It's a half-hour show, Charles.
It's a bad habit to copy.
Bad habit.
Avery. The nun's habit.
Nun's habit. So we
Told
got
you it was
nun's
wrong.
habit, bad habit, and kick the habit. Now
How
think
about
it
the
over.
grab it habit?
Choose one of those, Mike, or if you've got a better one in your head, do that. Give us that one. What do you want to do here? It's entirely up to you.
I'll go with bad.
Bad habit. Okay. Charles said the bad habit. through the help of some friends, through
Prove it,
intermediaries.
man. Prove it.
Now, let's see, we got a bad habit up there anywhere. We'll begin down at the bottom and reveal a $100 response. Force of habit.
That's the one we didn't think of.
Yes, indeed.
Very good film.
Excellent. Bad habit is another $250 response. Kick the is Richard's answer.
That guy in the valley.
That's the guy in the valley who's going, oh, I got the idea. Last chance for the bad habit, slide it. Yeah. Very good. You got another bundle of money there. Very good. So now, Mike, you're going to play for another $5,000 at this moment, and you have to choose someone and give us an exact match with that person.
Charles.
Charles.
The man who gave you bad.
Yes. All right, there's the tape. Here it is, the question worth $5,000, Charles. It reads as follows. Pressure blank. Pressure blank. Okay, Charles is finished now, Mike. Give us an answer which you think will match his. We'll give you the $5,000. What do you say to that? Pressure blank.
Could it be point?
Pressure point. I tell you, Mike, that was one of the answers that was cooking around in my head there. And there are several others there. I hope it was in his head, too. If it is, you get the $5,000. Charles?
Pressure cooker.
Pressure cooker. Yeah, pressure point, pressure cooker. It's a real tough. Those are really two good answers, aren't they? There are probably some more, too. Well, Mike, you picked up another few $100s here. You're up to $6,200. We're going to meet another player after we meet these commercial messages. Here we go. Where are we going? Oh, we're going to welcome Carleen Armstrong. Applause, applause, applause. Good. Are you excited?
Yes.
Well, now, just think clearly now. Keep a cool head. Take a little oxygen in. A little deep breath, and you'll be all right, Carleen. Tell us where you're from and anything else you want to tell us.
I'm from Long Beach.
Yeah.
I'm a fourth-generation native Californian daughter.
Oh.
Been around a long time. Not me.
Yes, the family.
My ancestors, right. I'm married to a Long Beach police officer, so I don't have any chances of leaving town.
Right.
And we have two children. Brenda is 12 and Brian is 9.
Yeah.
And while I was raising my children, I got terribly, terribly fat. And I joined a weight-reducing organization, and I've lost 71 pounds now.
71?
71.
Wow, that's astounding.
So now I'm employed by the weight-reducing organization, and I lecture 7 classes a week and try to help other people lose weight, too.
Now, have you maintained one steady level of weight?
I've been maintaining this weight loss now for
That's the
several
difficult
years.
part. A lot of people can tell you how to lose it. For
Over
4 years?
5 years now.
That's
5 years.
wonderful.
And now I'm trying to lose a little more.
Okay.
My doctor said, get it off.
Right. My doctor
Posted
didn't say
this way
that.
too long. Yeah.
My doctor said, yes.
Dr.
Carleen, you may lose a few pounds here because, as you will find out in a moment, the round 1 questions are a little bit difficult.
Okay, let's try A for Armstrong.
A for Armstrong, she said. Let's see if she gets this one. When Carl the cannibal heard the expression, "You are what you eat," he looked at his lunch and said, "Hey, I'm a blank."
You are what? Oh, I get it. Oh, I get it.
When Carl the cannibal heard the expression, "You are what you eat," he looked at his lunch and he said, "Hey, I'm a blank. I'm a blank." Very good. Terrific.
I broke my back.
All right. Della's got her answer. We'll come over to Carleen Armstrong. When Carl the cannibal heard the expression, "You are what you eat," he looked at his lunch and he said, "Hey, I'm a..."
Hippo?
A what?
Oh, that's bad.
What
I said a hippo.
A hippo, right. Now, you didn't quite...
People.
Yes, not
Right.
hippos, yes. So some form of person is probably what'll come up here over and over again. Avery? He said, You're making funny noises again?
I'm a blonde.
Oh! Okay, that's one good possibility. Yes?
Don't pick on her. She lost 71 pounds and kept it off. I'm sorry. I said I'm a girl.
I'm a girl. Well, those are both good answers, I think. Yes?
So.
I'm a girl.
Yes, of course. Now, Della, cannibal said, you are what you eat. Look at lunch said, I'm a...
Missionary?
Missionary is a very good answer. Wouldn't that be a good one, Darlene? Excellent answer.
Son of missionary.
That's two missionaries. One blonde.
Hey, I'm amazed. No, he said, hey, I'm a missionary.
Missionary. Yeah, that's, the old thing there. Okay, so that's the way it goes, Carlene. Now you've had your baptism by fire, and we'll plow on right after we do a little business with America. We've got to stop right here and now and look forward to seeing both of you next time we get together, okay?
Okay.
All right, think good thoughts until then, as what's-her-name says. You were all just dandy. Got to remind everybody to watch Chico and the Man, because Della Reese is a regular on it now. And remind everybody also to watch the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
And
on
Family
CBS.
Feud.
And Family Feud, yes, of course. Well, we're watching everything. And he's got a movie out coming out soon called...
Yes, the last remake of Beau Jest.
That's just dandy. I'm looking forward to that with Marty Feldman, the guy with the protuberant eyeballs. He's a very funny fellow. I'm Gene Rayburn. I'll join you tomorrow if you'll join me on Match Game 77. Goodbye.
This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game 77, a Mark Cripps and Bill Totman production. This program was edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the star. Star pitcher for the LA Dodgers, Don Sutton. Brett Summers. Charles Nelson Riley. Hattie Duke Aston. Richard Dawson. And Betty White as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 78. And now, the star of Match Game 78, Gene Rayburn.
Hello, friends. Thank you for joining us.
Number 7. Who's in part the person who's been going through the dressing room?
All right, let's frisk him and see what he's got on him.
Let's just frisk him.
This is Roger Dobkowitz. Pull the hairs out of his chest.
See how strange.
Oh, you're going to do the trick where you take his underwear off without removing his shirt. Right. 1, 2, 3. Ah!
Yeah, it will hurt. Almost hurt that time.
Roger, you're a wonderful sport. Yeah, you get $62. How much is it? $62 for appearing on camera?
Oh, then you give me 31.
Yeah. Get up! Roger Dobkowitz. Well, now, would the... We just started. How can we speed up already?
Oh, no, she uses that at home with Alan.
Now, would the loonies like to meet the people who are less sane than we are? Patty Campbell and Carol Martinez. Now, this little lady here has won a bundle of money, $6,200. She's the current champ. And now she's going to be challenged by a lady we are meeting for the first time, Carol Martinez.
Hello.
Would you say who you are? Now, I know you're Carol Martinez,
Right.
but I mean where you're from, if you're married or if you fool around, whatever you want to say.
I am married and I have 2 children. And I'm a
Well, you have been fooling around then, haven't you?
And I'm a customer service representative for a bank.
You are?
Yes.
Is that interesting work?
Very interesting.
Do people ever give you a hard time?
Occasionally.
Yes, and you smile at them?
That's right.
And you make everything pleasant for them?
Right.
That's nice. Okay, good luck to both of you ladies. We'll begin right after we do a little business with you. Now, here we go. Round one it is. Carol, you have the choice of A or B.
I'll take A, please.
Carol wants A, and this is what it says. Harry said, the American dollar is in really bad trouble. Yesterday, I saw a crisp new bill that said, in blank, we trust. The American dollar is really in trouble. Yesterday, I saw a crisp new bill that said, in blank, we trust. You do understand, of course.
I'm not sure.
Having just visited mainland China, I can point out to you that $1 is equal to $1.60 yuan. That's Y-U-A-N. And 100 American dollars equals 459 Hong Kong dollars.
Well, that is very interesting.
Isn't that fascinating?
But should it ever come up, we'll be able to just answer those questions.
Right. All right, Carol. Harry said the American dollar is in really bad trouble. Yesterday, I saw a crisp new bill that said, in blank, we trust.
I would say in no one.
In no one we trust. I think that's a good answer. Don't owe her until I tell you to owe her. She said, in no one we trust. What do you say?
In Richard Nixon we trust.
In Richard Nixon. That's a heap of trouble. Yes?
Isn't that how we got here in the first place?
Yes.
Now, this may be a match. You just stick to your own guns.
You smell like coconut oil.
I said in nothing we trust. That's
Nothing.
sort of close to no one.
Yes, there it is. Nothing and no one. What do you say there?
In Cal Worthington.
Cal Worthington, for those of you who do not live in the California area, Cal Worthington is a guy who comes out there and he says, now I'm going to sell you a used car, and I'm going to give you the biggest buy you ever had in your life. And look at over here, we got a 1957 Dodge. You never saw a better car than that in your life. And over here we got a Plymouth. And over here we got a 19, and you're going to buy one of these cars and you're going to love it. Yes.
Let go.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Well, you said it now says in God we trust. So I thought it was the opposite.
The devil. I saw a crisp new bill said, in the devil we trust. Well, in the devil.
I'm in a little more trouble than that. Shh. I said in Burt Lance.
In Burt Lance we trust. I do believe I get the subtleties of that.
Lady in Black.
What do you say, Lady in
Now,
Black?
for those of you who, I'm playing the death scene. Now, for those of you who live in Suzhou or
Cut.
Hangzhou,
Take two. Let's try this.
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
That's a small village.
Crisp new bill that said, in Las Vegas we trust.
Horrible translation. but Thank you, dear.
Yes. I love you in black. Yes.
Thank
The lady
you.
in black.
You love me in front?
She makes
Oh,
her
in black.
jumping in the...
What?
None of that. So here we go. Ready, Patty?
Yes.
This is yours. Carol Martinez picked up one on hers. Or did she? Yes. Teddy said, my neighborhood was so tough. My father had a job as a tail gunner on a blank. That's how tough my neighborhood was.
So tough.
My father had a job as a tail gunner on a blank. This is a wonderful question. I don't care what anybody says.
Sure it is.
My neighborhood was so tough, my father had a job as a tail gunner on a blank. What's the score?
Which one should I take? Neither.
They're both good. No, they're both good. It's up to you. I cannot help in any way. Wonderful.
That means it's awful. Whenever you say that, I know.
That's terrific. All right, Patty, we're ready for you. Teddy said, my neighborhood was so tough. My father had a job as a tail gunner on a blank.
School bus?
Tail gunner on a school bus.
Your tongue or your lip.
Tail gunner on a school bus, she said. What do you say?
In the 2 or 3 times that I've done this show,
Yep.
And in the answers that I've heard, I think that is probably one of the very best I have ever, in my life, school bus.
This school bus. One school bus. Okay. One for her.
The lady in black, she makes her living by lying on her back.
I don't want to hear any more of that.
Black limo.
A black limo.
Limousine. Limo,
Limousine.
Limousine.
Father was so tough he had a job as a tail gunner on a black limousine, all right?
Have you heard of the mafia and all that stuff, or haven't you heard of that
Oh,
stuff?
I didn't know.
Was it too subtle for you, huh?
Yes, it was. I really didn't understand it until you used the word mafia. What do you say?
They left her on the deck too long at the taping of Love Boat. I don't know. I said an ice cream truck.
An ice cream truck. That's all right?
That's all right, and black limousine is terrible?
No, I retract. Black limousine was excellent. Ice cream truck was excellent. My father was so tough. The neighborhood was so tough. My father had a job as a tail gunner on a
Garbage truck.
garbage truck. That's a good one.
About losing answer.
It's all right. Well, the job there is for her to match you see. Right,
Well,
Richard?
she's done that. Ira will love this. He'll be so proud of me.
Yes.
Bus.
Bus. Hold it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
A bus. Now, I didn't say
Ding.
whether it went to school or not. It's no educated bus or non-educated bus, I
Hold
see.
on.
Now, let me...
Let's
Here,
hear
ding.
that. Ding.
Yeah!
Ding. Right. Okay. Yes.
He appeals to me.
A judge who will take an appeal.
Thank you.
Changes.
On the garbage truck. Like
You-
you did.
no, I'm
Well,
sorry.
try.
No
Try. It's
ding.
not too late.
What are you going to argue with us, Betty?
No, I don't think I understood the question. My father was a tail gunner on a skateboard. No, that's not.
Tail gunner on a skateboard, eh?
It's
Not your
beginning to
fault.
go.
Round one, score is 2-1. Favor the champ. Round two after this. Oh, hello there. Here we go. Round two. Final round, Carol. A or B?
I'll take A again, please.
A. Now, you've matched one person. That was Brett. The rest of you, please respond to this. Bill said, I saw a very strange listing in the Yellow Pages. It said, the oldest trick in the book. And that was it. It was an ad.
Look at me.
Didn't you have
It was an
somebody's
ad
name?
for a 87-year-old blank. You understand? Bill said, I saw a very strange listing in the Yellow Pages. It said the oldest trick in the book. It was an ad for an 87-year-old blank.
Adorable.
Adorable. Right.
Charles isn't playing, but he's supposed to be.
Charles, write an answer if you please.
I'll play. Just don't start.
Well, just write that, hon, and let it go with that. And then everything will be... Just put that in your little slot and call it a day.
You're all nuts.
Okay. I'll start doing it slowly while they're finishing writing because I think they all have ideas. Bill said, I saw a very strange listing in the Yellow Pages. It said, the oldest trick in the book. And it was an ad for an 87-year-old blank.
Lady of the evening.
Lady of the evening. Evening. Lady of the evening. What's
What
that?
if she worked days?
She worked days?
What if she worked days?
Well, then I don't know. I guess she'd
I
be
have lady of the PM, the AM, the nooner. Or...
lady of the PM or AM or nooner. So that's one for her.
The ad in the book.
Yeah.
Had a good agent.
I said a hooker in orthopedic wedgie.
A hooker and orthopedic wedgies. Dear me. An 87-year-old hooker and orthopedic wedgies. What do you say?
You have made me crazy, all of you, all week. Hooker!
Hooker. Score is now 4-2. Yeah. Richard, do you have an answer you'd like to contribute?
Refunds gladly made. Yes, hooker.
Hooker. Now,
Almost complete satisfaction guarantee.
what do you say there?
When she retired, would she be an unhooker? I don't know.
Yeah.
Lady of the evening.
Lady of the evening. So there it is. Got all 6. Now you got to go some to catch up with her. And what you have to do is match 4 to achieve a tie, and that's the best you can do, Patty. Here it is. George said, Do that again.
It's the lady.
Oh.
Susan
Very-
Sullivan Show, having babies.
What is that? What was that old radio show?
Strange.
Suspense is
Sounded
being
like a squeaky door backstage we just heard. George said, it's really rained a lot here in Los Angeles. In fact, my house slid so far down the hill, I've got a new blank. That's how hard it rained here in Los Angeles. My house slid so far down the hill, I've got a new blank. This is funny to some people, but to some it's not.
No, to some it's very sad and
Very,
terrible.
very sad, tragic events have occurred here with all of this rain.
You're not going to be too tuckered out from your trip to China to go to Encino, are you?
I think I am. Can I pass tonight?
Boy, am I going to be blanked off. What was the question, hon?
It rained a lot here. In fact, it rained so hard in Los Angeles, my house slid so far down the hill, I've got a new blank. Are you ready? Yeah. Everything okay?
Yes, thank you very much.
Just give you a little pat on the back because I love you. Hit it with one hand. Very well. Okay, Patty Campbell. George said it's really rained a lot here in Los Angeles. In fact, my house slid so far down the hill, I've got a new blank.
Front yard?
A new front yard.
Oh.
I think maybe they went a little further than that here. Brett, what'd you say?
I said, I've got a new address.
A new address. So that means Carol wins the game. What the rest of you have? Zip code, neighbor. Okay, come on down. Well, Patty Campbell is leaving here a rich lady with a grand total of $6,200. Congratulations to you. Goodbye. Now we'll spin her off and spin a message for you. Pay attention.
Today's consolation prizes are first, 4 gallons of True Easy Care Latex Flat Enamel, a scrubbable flat finish latex enamel exclusively from True Value Hardware Store. And comfortable Hager Slacks, machine washable in a wide range of beautiful colors and patterns. Hager Slacks, because looking good makes you feel good. And ceilings by Celotex. Choose from a wide variety of patterns, colors, and textures, all so beautiful and easy to install. They enhance any room. And Prince Gardner, matching leather accessories, smartly styled for fashion-conscious men or women. A perfect gift to fine name Prince Gardner. And again, our blankster, Gene Raver.
Hello there. Here we go. Linda Pierce, first game she's won. Now, all she has is $100, but she could win a real big bundle here if she is skillful and has a little luck. Let's go. We polled the studio audience, said write down your best answer to this. Get on blank. $500 for you if you match the answer they gave most often. For matching the second most popular response, $250. And then for matching the bottom one, $100. So you can't strike out altogether here. Let's see what you'll do with our celebrities.
Richard.
Get on with it.
Get on with it.
Charles.
Get on board.
Get on board.
And Betty.
Betty.
Get on the bandwagon.
Get on the bandwagon. So get on the bandwagon, get with it, and get on board. Now remember, you can choose one of those or reject them all and give us one of your own. What would you like to do?
I'd like to say get on board.
Get on board. That's the answer that Charles gave you. Well, let's get on down and see what we're going to find over here.
Oh, you are a whiz.
Yes. Whoops there. Get on down there. Get on up there. May we see the $100 number? Get on board! You got it right off the bat. All right. What do we got on the next one, if you please? Get on the ball.
That's
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Get on. Is that what you meant? You did think of that.
Get on the
And
stick.
what do you think is going to be in a big one? Get on down? They don't know. Kind of undecided. All right, slide it. Get with it. Bravo! All right. Now you got $100. You're going to play for 10 times that amount or $1,000. You can still pick that up if you'll match one celebrity.
Richard, please.
Okay, here we go. Good luck to you. Worth $1,000 says behind the blank. Behind the blank. Behind the blank. All right, now think about it for a second. Give us the answer that matches Richard's. We give you $1,000. Behind the...
The only thing I can think of is behind the Iron Curtain.
Behind the Iron Curtain. Well, that's a very popular phrase and has been for a good many years. What do you say, Richard? Did you think of behind?
I thought of that, but I also thought of behind the 8 ball.
That's...
Oh, you did thought of that.
Chairman Mao said, if you don't say behind the Iron Curtain, you
end
get
up
behind the 8 ball. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the way it is.
Of course, he's dead now, so it's a hell of a...
like that. Listen, Linda, you got $200. You're going to meet another player. You ready for that?
Yes.
Let's bring on Ed White. Here comes Ed White. How are you? Fine. Good. You know this lady? Now, we welcome you. Want to find out a little bit about you before we begin? Tell us where you're from or anything you care to contribute.
I'm from the large town of Pinckney, Michigan.
Who?
Pinckney, Michigan.
Pinckney, Michigan.
And,
okay.
I make my living getting beat up. I'm a professional wrestler.
You're a wrestler?
Yes.
No kidding. Where do you do that? All over the country?
All over, yeah.
Yeah. How much do you weigh?
About 280.
280. Would you stand up for a second?
Kimosabi.
Yeah.
Friend.
I can floor him 2 out of 3.
How much money would you like to win? And do you put on a show, or do you really do this for real?
A little of each.
A little of each.
Are you a good guy or a bad guy?
Bad guy.
Bad
You're
guy?
the bad guy, really?
What, do you work under that name, Ed White, or do you have another name?
No.
What do you call it, like the Mass Destroyer or something?
Several things.
Well, give us one. Tell us one. I'll tell you if I know you.
The spoiler.
The spoiler? I've heard of the spoiler, yeah. It kills your food.
Sit down there, old bean. Well, we're glad to have you here. Do you get a chance to watch this show often? I mean, you know how it goes and all that?
Sure.
You do?
Right.
All right. We wish you the very best of luck. We can't start right now because we've got a little wrestling match backstage we're going to stage here. But we will get to you later. Right now, though. Well, it's been splendid having all of you here.
Oh, well, thank you.
It's splendid having you.
Really enjoyed it. And some of you will return next time, and I'm sorry to say that some of you will not
name
return.
names.
All right. I will name the names right now of those who will be here next time.
Bill Anderson, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, D.D. Carr, Richard Dawson, and Marcia Wallace.
I'm Gene Rayburn. Join us next time for Match Game 78.
This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game 78, a Mark Fritz and Bill Trotman production. Get ready to match the stars. Bill Daly, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, Elaine Joyce, Richard Dawson, and Betty White as we play the star-studded big money match game 77. And now here's the star of match game 77, Gene Rayburn.
Hello, Johnny Olson. Thank you, friends. Thank you for joining us here. Well, this is the suit without the... I have a habit of putting...
That'll make you crazy.
For some reason, some of my suits don't have a pocket here. And I have a habit of putting my hand in my pocket and standing there. Hey, that doesn't
just
feel
put it
bad
on
at
your-
all. You know that?
Just put it on your hip like you do backstage.
Oh, all right. So I'll just walk around like this. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Bob
How
Newhart.
are you?
And hello, Mary Tyler Moore.
Hello.
Whoever
Grant
you
Tinker.
are. Well, shall we begin? Yeah. All right, I'll just walk over and say hello to our civilian contestant. Shall I do that? Hello, Cynthia Cyrus.
Hello there.
How are you?
Fine.
Good. How much money do you want?
$100.
Oh, and we just ran out of time.
Yeah,
You won the $100. We ran out of time. And now
Right.
you're going to go for the big money, right?
That's it.
You ready for it, Cynthia?
I certainly am.
Have you been thinking about it a lot since our last meeting?
Oh, yeah, I have.
Okay, well, we'll have a go at the big money audience match right after we have a go at this with you. Hello there. Would you get me some Kleenex,
Here's a
please?
Kleenex
Thank you
right
very
here.
much.
Here.
You know, oh, thank you. That's very sweet. You know, for the first time in my whole life, I have a cold sore. Roger, for this you got a master's degree. I say 9 times, get me some Kleenex, and finally throws it at me, and he hurts me.
They're
Well,
trying to tell
you
you
know-
something, Gene.
First time in my life I've had a cold sore.
Have you been kissing Alan Ludden?
Have I been kissing Alan Ludden? Has he got one too?
Butner.
Oh,
But he's
I'm
also got a cold
sorry.
sore.
Well, hello there.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Well, I'm ready too, so let's get right to it. We polled a recent studio audience, and we got their best response to this. Blank crow. Now, the answer that group of people gave us most often will get you $500 if you match it. If you match their second most popular answer, you get $250, and the third gets you $100. And we'll get a little help from our celebrities here.
Okay, Richard.
He doesn't know.
Eat crow.
You stole mine. You stole mine. I'm arrested.
You've got 3 there.
Look, if those kids can't get along, they can't play together. Now that's all.
Right.
Scarecrow.
Yes, Sir Charles.
Jim isn't also a drink, isn't it, Jim?
No, that's Jim Crow's
Charles is thinking.
an anti-flag expression.
Oh, okay. Well, what the top row loves, look how excited Bill Daly gets. What the top row loves, and we'll have to wait later in the week for your wonderful white paper cup, Old Crow.
I bet you got that.
Old Crow, yeah, that's whiskey of some kind or another. So there you are. You got Old Crow, Eat Crow, and Scarecrow. Now you can have one of those. Have you got a better idea?
No better ideas, but I think I'm going to go along with Scarecrow.
Scarecrow. All right, that's the answer that Betty gave you. We'll find out if it's up there, and if so, where. We'll begin down at the bottom, and we will reveal the $100 number. Old Crow. Oh, that's that whiskey. Yes, of course. All right, let's see if we get a Scarecrow under the $250 number. Black Crow.
Ah.
All right. Okay, you're not doing so good so far.
Well, we'll see what happens
Last shot at it here. I bet it's going to be there. Don't you think so? Yeah. All right, Earl, slide it. Yeah. That girl. Ah, you got $600. Good. Now, Cynthia, you got to play for 10 times that amount or $5,000, and we'll give you the money if you'll match one celebrity exactly.
Richard.
Anybody gives her eat crow, she's bound to stick with me.
That's right. Okay, there you are. Stand on the adhesive tape and face Mecca over here. This is Mecca, the big thing there. It's worth $5,000. Now, think carefully. And here it is. Blank hitter. That's Hitter. Blank hitter. Blank hitter. Are you thinking about it?
Yes.
All right, he's thought about it and made a decision. Now we ask you to make a decision, and if it's the same one he's made, you get the $5,000. See how easy it is?
Yeah.
Nothing to it, is there?
Nothing to it. I'm going to go along with home run hitter.
Audience apparently does not agree with you. Cynthia, we'll find out if Richard agrees with you. She was trying to match you with home run hitter.
There were 2. One was a no-hitter and a pinch hitter.
Oh, good one. Oh, that's a
I'm sorry.
Pinch hitter's a good one. Is that what you have said? Yeah. Well, I'm sorry you didn't think of it, Cynthia, but you do have $600. You're going to meet another player. So let's do that right now. Here's Mike Salvetta. Hello, Mike. Hi. Okay. Back on the merry-go-round for you. Hello, Mike Salvetta. What a neat-looking tie that is.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
Originally from Ohio, and
You live here now?
Yes, I live out here now. I came out here to study theater arts at City College.
Yeah.
And then I went on to open a couple of beer bars, and they failed. And I love racquetball and bicycling, and now I'm an unsuccessful mail-order businessman.
Really?
Yes.
You sell mails? Is that it?
No. That might have been more successful. I don't know.
You still have your bars?
No, they went down the tubes.
Oh.
What a depressing
That's where we're going.
story.
It's really...
I'm so sad.
You brightened our whole day, Mike.
I can't stand it.
I'm into the business of selling Lucky Charms.
There you go.
You expect to win here, huh, I
hope
suppose?
so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well...
Luck has got to change.
Well, Mike, good luck to you.
Thank
Here,
you.
anyway, here we go
Oh,
with
my
round
God.
one, and you may have A or B.
I'll take A.
All right. Between the tears, see if you can respond to this.
Okay.
Hey, did you hear what happened last Christmas when Santa Claus went to Brett's house?
No.
Well, let me tell you about it.
I want to hear it.
Santa lost his blank in her chimney. Santa lost his blank in her chimney.
I was there.
Have you written something, Charles?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I got to stand by here. I'm okay.
All right. No, it's all right. It's okay. If you think something better, slip it in there. It's up to you entirely. All right, here we go. Now, Mike, did you hear what happened when last Christmas when Santa Claus went down Brett's house? Why, Santa lost his blank in her chimney.
His clothes.
His clothes? I see you're continuing your losing ways there.
You must have been to Brett's.
Yeah. He said clothes.
Said he lost his virginity. No, he lost his beard.
Yay!
I got a yay for virginity. I should have kept with it.
Yeah.
He lost his beard.
Lost his beard. What'd you say?
No. In exchange for certain favors, he gave me his bag.
Aha! Where are your glasses?
I left the pair at the beach that I usually wear, so I only have the funny ones. So I'm trying to do without them, but who are you?
I refuse to answer Santa Claus. Oh, here we go again.
Go ahead, tell the audience.
Ever since, for 2 or 3 Christmases in a row,
5 or 6.
Charles always dressed up as Santa Claus on our Christmas Day show, and we had a lot of fun.
However,
last Christmas we didn't let him do it.
I have a way. There's thousands of letters coming in every single day.
Yes.
No, I don't need help from a blind woman. And I would just like to say that Santa Claus, for all those thousands of children, are making a guest appearance to remind you there are only 302 days left. Make sure the zip code and the good addresses are on the paper. And also, children... Oh, wait a minute. Also, children, for Bill Daly, I give him jet lag pills for the Mary or whatever show it is, Bob Newhart. For her, I give her a husband and also some unfunny glasses. And for the star of the show, a cold sore remedy. You may keep this till the 25th. Kleenex and back pockets for your suits. And I would like to say that things in the new year will be better for Mike. I know it's difficult to laugh with that mouth condition that you have. And I would like, the most important thing... The most important thing to say is happy everything for 1977, and I would like to congratulate lovely Cynthia for being so smart as to wear an exact copy of my Yves Saint Laurent Christmas suit.
Thank you. That's for sure what she's wearing. Now.
Oh!
Wait a minute. After all that, he never gave us his answer.
The answer, if you missed a ho ho ho, I left it in her chimney. Ho
Ho, ho, ho. You left it in her chimney. Okay.
I collect this stuff and go to my dressing room.
Now, it is necessary for me to remind you what the question was 30 minutes ago. Did you hear what happened last Christmas? Santa Claus went to Brett's house. I'll tell you what happened. Santa lost his blanket in her chimney, and Mike said, clothes. What did you say?
I'm in a state of shock. I am so impressed by Charles.
Oh,
Can you imagine a child sitting on his lap?
Yes.
The poor thing would be a lunatic. Gee, no, I thought that was wonderful. Is it, what show is this?
Just hold your
I
card up
said
and show
that
us
he
your
left his sack.
Left his sack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In her chimney. I think.
Now, he's looking for clothes.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
It looks quite nifty to me. It's a solid business job he needs.
That's right.
I said whiskers.
Whiskers would be good, yes.
Now, I think we may have to have a meeting because knowing Brett as well as I do, I said trousers.
Okay. So there we are. Now, yours will be along in a moment, Cynthia, so you get ready for yours while you get ready for this message. Here we go. The other half of round one, Cynthia. Listen carefully.
Read this in Serbo-Croatian.
Oh, yeah.
Sally. What? Well, there are very few people, or two people in the audience who would understand.
Well,
and the
let's
rest
work
would
for
be...
minorities occasionally. Let's hear it.
Hvala lijepa.
Oh, same to you.
Sally has the most useless job in the world.
What is it?
I'll tell you what it is. Well, I don't know what her job... Yeah, well, you're going to tell me. Sally, she's a blank at an old folks' home. The most useless job in the world.
I got it.
She's a blank at an old folks' home. A useless job.
Wait a minute. I have something better.
This is a marvelous question.
I love the question.
Yes. The most useless job in the world. She's a blank at an old folks' home. That's good.
When my career goes down the drain, I'll know whom to blame.
Well.
Your career is down the drain.
I know whom to blame.
All right, here we go. Now, Cynthia, you ready? Cynthia Sally has the most useless job in the world. She's a blank at an old folks' home.
I would say entertainment director.
We really have a pair up here, don't we? Remember his dumb answer? Now her dumb answer? Okay, now let's see how many more dumb answers are we going to get.
I like that answer. That was a good answer.
An entertainment director?
Well, I got a good one. That's mine's close. I said she was a hooker. So,
No, Bill, don't put it back in there. I'm sick of it.
Sorry. Down there. All right. What did you say?
This is the definitive answer. She was a parachute instructor.
Parachute instructor.
Isn't that nice?
Is terrific.
See, that's useless.
I said a Girl Scout leader.
Very good in an old folks' home. Oh, we're getting some nifty ones over here, I'll tell you that. The most useless job in the world is what Sally has. She's a blank at an old folks' home. Cynthia said entertainment director.
I said that she was a diaper salesperson.
A diaper salesperson. As a matter of fact, well, never mind. What do you say?
I said a dentist.
A dentist. I got the point. And you?
Thank you. I said a lady of the night.
That's very good. Okay. Do you agree with some of those, Cynthia?
Oh, yes,
You
most
do?
definitely.
Okay. Now, you do agree that yours was rotten.
Oh, it was terrible.
Terrible, yes. Hello, Mike.
How you doing?
Now, there you are.
I'll
A or B
take
again.
A again.
A again.
A again.
All right. Gonna listen carefully this time, eh, Mike? Think. Tom, the tuba player, said.
What did he say?
One tuba player in the audience said, what did he say? He says, I hate doing concerts in the park. Why, in the middle of my big solo, a wino came on stage and blanked into my tuba. Oh, dear. How would, just the quote part there, how would W.C. Fields in one of his movies say that?
I hate doing concerts in the park.
Yes, why?
Well, in the middle of my big solo,
yes,
a wino came on stage and had the audacity,
yes,
and the pernacity,
yes,
to blank into my tuba.
A blank into your tuba.
Right there. I got the jaw. He always leaves the jaw.
Could you do another 8 minutes while he finishes?
Yeah. All right, give me Kathy.
All right, Charles. Oh no, he's ready now.
I'm ready.
Oh, okay, Mike. Tom, the tuba player, said, I hate doing concerts in the park. Why, in the middle of my big solo, a wino came on stage and blanked into my tuba.
Threw up.
Barfed into the tuba. What do you think of that?
Well, I would say I agree. He puked in my tuba.
Yeah. What do you say?
What an ugly word.
Yes, terrible.
Things are looking up for you, Tom. Float up.
Float up. Super. You really do need your glasses. It's Mike. She says, things are looking up, Tom. And it's Mike over there. Put on your glasses. That's Mike.
Oh, yes.
Mike's.
We got no strange
on the show here.
Gracious.
Oh, poor Charles. I know what you've been putting up
Now,
with.
the thing is, the one time in 5 years that this is the wrong answer is today. Tinkle.
Oh, tinkle. Well, the wino can do that, too. He said tinkle. Yeah. All right. A wino came on stage and puked into my tuba. What do you say?
Is that what you said?
That's
I
what
didn't
he
say
said.
that. I
What'd you
said
say?
that this. See, they don't throw up because I mean they're so used to drinking all the time and all that stuff. So this guy just fell into this tuba.
Fell right in. A little unsteady.
Right in the middle of his performance.
Yeah.
Right.
And I said tinkle.
You said tinkle. Oh.
I wouldn't want to rent that tuba.
So, now you're up to 3, Mike. And when we get back from this message, Cynthia, you got a match 3 to tie and 4 to win. First, this for you. Last round, second round here, Cynthia. This is for you. Remember, 3 to tie and 4 to win.
Right.
And everyone plays. At the football game, the coach said, I think Kowalski was at a party last night. Today he didn't show up with his helmet. Instead, he had a blank on his head. Football coach said, I think Kowalski was at a party last night. He didn't show up with a helmet today. Instead, he had a blank on his head.
Look how quickly I answered that.
Very good. That's a good one.
It's been 12 weeks since I have had a cigarette.
12 weeks. No wonder your eyesight is failing.
12 glorious.
Well, I congratulate you. I believe it is a great accomplishment.
And I would like to thank everybody. You know, people have written me letters, and it's been very sweet.
Yeah.
Encouraging me, and I think
Isn't that great?
Isn't that nice?
You know, some of the fan mail we've been getting, we got to do something about that someday and do something fantastic to
Like
thank
answer
all of
it.
the wonderful people. Oh, we answer them. At the football game, the coach said, I think Kowalski was at a party last night. Today he didn't show up with his helmet. Instead, he had a blank on his head.
A lampshade.
Lampshade is what people do at parties. Bill?
I'll go along with that young lady and say lampshade.
One lampshade for her. Score is now 3-1. She needs 2 more to tie. Brett?
Oh, he was a little devil. He just came in with a lampshade on.
Score is now 3-2. One more lampshade ties the score, and there it is. Another one will win the game for Cynthia. May we see it, if you please?
I am so honored. I said lampshade.
That wins the game. Congratulations, lampshade, lampshade. Come on down, Cynthia. All right, now you hang around here. We're going to say goodbye to this gentleman. It was a pleasure to meet you. And I was only kidding at the beginning when I said you're going to continue your losing ways, Mike. I'm sorry you didn't win any money, but we will send you a 2-year supply of black pantyhose, which you're going to love. Thank you, Mike Salvetta. And while we're spinning him off, we'll spin these messages just for you.
His luck.
Everybody is peachy when you sing like Don Amici. Just have to say goodbye. Until we meet next time, I'm Gene Rayburn, and I always will be.
This is Johnny Olson speaking for match game 77. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Get ready to match the stars from The Price is Right. Bob Barker, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, Ava Gabor, Richard Dawson, and Joyce Bulifant as we play the star-studded big money match game 77. And now, here's the star of match game 77, Gene Rayburn.
Thank you, friends, for joining us. And first off, I greet you and thank you for, you're a beautiful bunch. You really look quite adorable. Let's say hello to two beautiful ladies, Susie Mallett and Susan Wilson. Now, Susie Mallett's the current champ. She's won one game and has $100. And she's been challenged by Susan Wilson here, who has had her first round question and is ready for her second round question, right?
Yes.
She's a theater major.
Theater arts major, Cal
Where?
State Long Beach.
Cal State Long Beach, yes.
State Long Beach.
Okay, ladies, good luck to both of you. The score at this moment, at the beginning of round two, is 2-0 in favor of Susie Mallett here, and we'll see how this game ends after we see about this. Now let's finish this game, see how round two goes. Susan Wilson, you may have A or B.
Okay, I'll choose A this time.
A it is. A is as follows. Little Muggsy is the toughest kid in his school. When he entered the pass, punt, and kick competition, he didn't use a football. Instead, he passed, punted, and kicked his blank. Toughest kid in his school.
Yes.
Now, you know what the pass, punt, and kick competition is? They have that at halftime during football games.
Yes.
You get a whole bunch of little kids out there, and they say which one can pass it the furthest, and kick
punt
it,
it
and punt
kick
it, and all that. So,
Can
pass,
I
punt,
read
and kick.
that while you enlighten our listeners with
I
all
have
that
it.
little
Now,
money?
I have that. Now, once you, but see,
Very
sweetheart,
good.
it's an imperative that you understand what pass, punt, and kick is.
Yes.
Whatever.
When in doubt, drop back and punt. Okay. Now, Susan, little Muggsy's the toughest kid in his school. When he entered the pass, punt, and kick competition, he didn't use a football. You know what pass, punt, and kick competition is?
Right, yes.
He didn't use a football. Instead, he passed, punted, and kicked his blank.
His teacher?
His teacher.
Yes.
Teacher, eh? Are you a teacher?
No.
No, you're not. Bob, what'd you say?
Well, I thought he was having trouble with his brother.
His brother. Passed, punted, and kicked his brother.
There's no
Correct?
reason to boo that.
No. It's not a bad answer.
It's a good
It's
answer.
not a bad answer at all.
I'll
Very
tell
good.
you when to boo.
Yes, right.
I figure his bloody teacher would be smart enough to stay off the field.
Right.
So he kicked his little pass, punted, and
Sister.
kicked his sister.
Yes. He could easily intimidate
Now you
her.
may boo.
Cool it.
You tell him, fat lady. Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry. Turn on the people
You
who
may
say you.
tell him when to boo and not boo on your own show.
On Price is Right.
On this show, I tell him when to boo. Now, so far we've had brother and sister.
Never heard such a... Well, all right. Teacher.
Teacher is one. One for Susan. She's looking for a teacher, Ava.
Well, all I can say is she's got one.
Another teacher. Good for her. When he entered the pass, punt, and kick competition, he didn't use a football. Instead, he passed, punted, and kicked his teacher.
Oh, happy day.
Oh, look at that. We're up to 3 now. Susan, show us your teacher, Joyce.
I don't have a teacher.
Do what I tell you to,
Well,
but
he
hold it.
couldn't pass if he did that to his teacher.
Oh,
I said his kid brother.
kid brother. Okay, brother, sister, teacher, all good responses. So you picked up 3 there now. Susie, 1 to tie, 2 to win. Scores 3-2. The rabbit said, "Woe is me. I had an accident with a porcupine. Now it hurts when I blank. You don't write, darling.
I know.
And neither do you.
Do I write?
You do. The upper tier writes, along with Richard.
The upper tier is really hasn't been too sharp this week.
This week?
The upper tier is really kind of faded away.
All right, here we go, Susie. The rabbit said, "Woe is me, I had an accident with a porcupine, and now it hurts when I blank."
Hop.
Hop.
Hop. Hippity hop.
Hippity hop. You have a whistle around your neck.
Yes.
What is that for?
It's a rape whistle. You
Oh,
blow
really?
it if in case of attack.
Oh, no kidding.
It's from my mother.
That's to call all the men?
It's a... No, wrong.
No, it's hop.
Okay. What do you say, Bob? She's looking for the answer. Cop.
No,
No,
it's
no.
hop. It's hippity
Hop.
hop.
Listen, now wait a minute, folks. Wait a minute. We got a guy here who's supposed to keep track of stuff because I can't keep track of everything, and he wrote cop. They're fired.
Gene, that's
What?
not just a guy. That's Roger Dobkowitz. He
Yes.
works on our show, too.
That's right.
What does that
You notice there's never a hop around when you want one.
That's right. Never a hop around when you need one. What did you say?
Now, it's been so long, I just want to be reminded that the answer
rabbit
was
said,
hop.
Woe is me, I had an accident with a
But the
porcupine, now it hurts when I hop.
And the answer was hop.
Right.
And what she wants is hop.
Right.
And what I have is hop.
Huh.
Hop.
Okay. Tie score 3-3.
Oh, sweetheart, he could hop his little buns off. It was only when he tried to make rabbits that he got it.
That's what hurts. Another hop will win the game for Susan. What do you
Fred
say?
had a rape whistle,
Yes?
and it rusted. Hop.
Hop wins the game. All the rest of you have. Make love. Okay. Come on down, Susan. Oh. Sorry, my microphone is just, the cable is hung up there. Now it's all loosened up there, and there you are. You just hang around there for a second or so. Susan, you missed it by 1 or 2. It was a
Yeah.
pleasure to meet you. Good luck
Nice
to
meeting
you.
you. I had a very nice time.
Thank you, Susan
Bye-bye.
Wilson. Goodbye, my dear. While we're spinning her off, we want to spin a little message of commercial interest for you. Here we are with Susie Mallett, who's won her second game. She now has $200. You're doing it the hard way, Susie.
Sure am.
You ready to have a go at the big money now?
I'll try again.
Gonna get the smarts now? Get some ESP and empathy flowing to the panel there?
I'm going to share.
Here we go. We polled a studio audience not too long ago. We said, you write down your best answer to this. Blank spell. Now, the answer they gave most often will get you $500 if you match it. If you match the second most popular answer they wrote down, you'll get $250. And then for matching the third, you get $100, and you'll get some help from our celebrities.
Richard.
A magic spell.
Magic spell is one answer.
Joyce.
Ooh, I have 2 things.
You have 2 things? I hope you have 2 things. What else is new?
Thanks for noticing. Oh, dear, which one's the best?
Go along.
Either.
Which one?
Well, I can't see the deal.
First one.
I like the first
Under my spell.
one.
Under
I've got
my
you
spell.
Under my spell.
Okay. You don't have to sing, just a simple little answer is all we ask.
And Brett.
Godspell.
Godspell. Godspell, famous rock musical that's been running around for years and years.
We've seen it 8 times.
You have?
Yes.
So those are the 3, Godspell, Magic Spell, and Under My Spell. You may choose one of those or give us one of your own.
I'm going to go with magic spell.
Magic Spell. You seem so enthusiastic about Godspell.
I know. I just don't think that many people have seen it.
Really? Okay. She wants Magic Spell. Let's find out if it's up there, and if so, where. We'll begin at the bottom as we usually do and reveal the $100 response. Magic Spell, you got it right off the bat. Now let's see what's under the $250 response. Witch's
my
Spell. Dry Spell is under the big one?
Oh, that's a good one. I like that.
What? You don't know. You are not speaking as one voice there. Cool it.
Oil spell.
Oil spell.
Will you look who's correcting me? Ava says spell.
May we see it, please?
I'm ashamed of myself.
Once a year.
Really.
You really thought of it, and you...
Oh, that was the first thing that came to my mind.
You violated the basic rule here. Say the first thing that comes to your mind. Oh, well, anyway, you've won something, and you're going to play for 10 times that amount now, or $1,000, and that isn't bad now, Susie. You can collect it if you'll match one celebrity.
Of course, Richard, I love to kiss
Here, what's that?
Another one to love to kiss him.
Yes. Okay.
I already gave.
What's that?
Come on, I want to win some money here.
All right. Good luck to you anyway. Here we go. Property blank. That's P-R-O-P-E-R-T-Y blank. Property blank. Property, yes. Susie, what answer would you like to give us that'll match his? In this case, property blank.
What's been going up and up? Taxes.
Property taxes. Indeed, they are going up and up and up, aren't they? Okay. She says property taxes will match a Richard.
I was thinking in the other area, settlement.
Settlement. Yeah. Are you having some troubles, Richard?
No, I had mine in '62.
Oh, I see. It's all over now.
Yeah.
You've settled, have you? Well, now, Susie, you're going to meet another player now. You've picked up another $100 there. You got a total of $300. So let's welcome your new challenger, Joan Ellison.
Hi,
You know this lady, don't you?
I sure do. Hi.
Joan, we welcome you and ask you to tell us a little bit about yourself, if you would, please.
All right, I can be very short and succinct. I'm from San Diego, California.
Aren't we all?
Aren't we all? And I note read for court reporters, stenotype note reading.
Yeah.
And this is the second biggest thrill of my life.
Really? What was the first biggest thrill of your life?
Marrying my husband.
Oh, that's nice. Well, aren't you trying to say that?
That's the truth.
All right. Well, I'm glad it's a big event for you. It's a big event for us to have you here,
Thank you,
Joan.
sir.
Good luck to you. We'll ask you to begin by making a selection of A or B.
Oh, I think I'll take B, please.
B it is. New game, and this is it. Harry said to the psychiatrist.
Yeah.
He says, Doc, you've got to help me. My wife thinks she's a horse. All night long, she kept blanking. My wife thinks she's a horse. All night long, she kept blanking. Very easy.
Sure.
It's very easy. She thinks she's a horse.
I get it. I'm just hanging around.
Get up. Hello there. Oh, hello there, Joan Ellison. It's up to you now to give us a response to this. Harry said to the psychiatrist, Doc, you've got to help me. My wife thinks she's a horse. All night long, she kept blanking.
Whinnying.
Whinnying?
Neighing. Whinnying.
Now, say it again.
Whinnying.
Yeah.
It's a difficult word to say.
Yes. Now, what else did you say?
Neighing.
Is that the same? Is winning and neighing the same
they're
thing?
the same, I believe.
You said winning or neighing.
They're the same.
They go,
Exactly. They are the same, and it occurred to me, but I thought she'd say kicking.
oh, kicking.
You know, wives
Horses
and
do,
men
that's
have been
right.
known to kick.
That's right. Kicking is good, too. All right.
I thought of neighing, and then you said it's an easy question, and I thought, oh. And I went with kicking, which was an error. I should trust myself more.
Right. I agree.
Not necessarily, though, in the long run.
Show us your whinny, Charlie.
Continuing in the great tradition of the Rockettes, kicking.
So we have 3 kickers on the upper tier. She's looking for winning or neighing. Ava?
Well, I was galloping.
Galloping.
A horse gallops.
Yeah, but all in bed all night? What?
She's Hungarian.
It's a big bed.
Interesting.
Darling, you must learn the English language.
No, I really got the giggles.
Harry, who spoke to the psychiatrist.
Harry said to the psychiatrist, Doc, you've got to help me. My wife thinks she's a horse. All night long, she kept neighing.
Yeah, well, he'd say, would you like a little love? And she was just neighing.
Neighing. There's one for Joan. What about you? You got a Winnie or a Nay over there?
No, I don't got a Winnie or a Nay. I'm just a little bit slower than you are, Ava. I said trotting on
Oh,
that.
terrific. Oh, splendid. So there we are. That's your first round question, Joan, and now you see how it goes. And we'll have one for you, but first we've got this for you. Here we go. Other half of round one. Susie, this is yours. A round oneer. Sally said, I'll never have dinner with Richard Dawson again.
Why?
She said she'd never tell.
Well, she did. She said, the last time I did, he made me blank. Never have dinner with Richard Dawson again. Last time I did, he made me blank.
Hello, Kim.
Is that all right?
It's wonderful. I can't read it. Just put it in the
You
slot.
need a
We'll figure it out.
translator.
That's it. Okay. Susie, Sally said, I'll never have dinner with Richard Dawson again. The last time I did, he made me blank.
Throw up. I'm sorry, Richard. Made me sick.
Really?
Well, she said she wouldn't have dinner with
one
me.
head-to-head match, they really turn on you, don't they?
That
We
so
were
happens.
friends for a while.
Yeah.
I did property settlement. She said property taxes.
Yeah, I can attest to the fact that he's not a bad cook at all. I've had dinner at his house. Yes.
You didn't throw up?
No. Not at all. It was wonderful. What'd you say?
Well, I've known Richard for many years.
Yes.
And had dinner with him on many occasions, and he would never make you throw up, but he would make you pay.
Pay the bill.
Hey,
Hey.
El Cheapo is what he's referring
no.
to. What do you say?
Actually, Sally was what we call a mercy dinner. You know what a mercy dinner
I
is.
do know what a
Yeah.
mercy dinner is.
So he said, you pick up the check, huh?
I see. All right, so far we have 2 of those. Charles?
Pay.
Pay 3 of those. Well, the truth is coming out. Susie, what do you say?
Susie? My name.
Susie's already said. Ava, what do you say?
Oh, I thought I changed my name.
No. Would you
Well,
like
I
to change
should.
your name?
I would. Well, afterward I wrote down I sure would. I said, made love to me.
I see. I asked him and he made me make a lover to me.
When did you actually
We just could have
see
ended it
Sally?
right there. What?
Sally, just a little while ago,
Yeah.
I saw Sally.
If you see Sally, tell her that I love her. What do you say there? Tell us the truth, Richard.
Truth, yeah.
You were there.
I cooked her dinner.
You cooked her dinner?
And I made her wash the dishes.
That's it. All right. Here we go. Last chance for barfing.
I beg your pardon. I said foot the bill.
Foot the bill.
Foot the bill.
Well, at that, you would have scored with a lot of those there. So there's the end of round 1. Scores 1-0. Favor the challenger. Round 2 will follow round 1. But first, this. We have to hold everything right here and put you in cold storage for a little while, and until we meet again. You will show up on Monday morning, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now, the next
Is
time...
that why we're doing it?
That's right. The next time we get together, these are the bodies you will see on this stage.
Nipsey Russell, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, Sarah Purcell, Richard Dawson, and Betty White.
Gene Raybon will join us next time, Match Game 77, Monday morning. Bye.
This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game 77, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Get ready to match the stars. Dawson B, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, Pat Delaney, Richard Dawson, and Betty White as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 76. And now here's the star of Match Game 76, Gene Raymer.
You forgot your glasses!
Thank you. Did you want, which pair did you want? I brought them both out.
Oh, no, these will be fine, thanks.
Boy, you are really...
Don't laugh. They're cheaper than a dog.
That's the next thing I'm going to have to get.
Dear me. That
It's
is
Gene.
It's Gene, yes,
I
you remember.
thought it was Charlie Bronson. That's how blind I am.
Are they all right?
Yeah, wonderful.
Clean?
Oh, there are
Yeah.
people out there.
Good, yes. No, you can't see out of those, Richard.
Oh, Richard,
Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry I was ever rude to you. Legally, this woman should not be allowed to drive.
That's right.
Or anything else.
Or anything else. What do you say we say hello to our current champ, Cindy Stores, over here. Hello, Cindy. As time expired last time, she won the game. She got $100. And we were about to start the audience match, and we ran out of time, right? And we'll do that right after we do this message, especially for you. Ready. Here we are. Ready. Just ready. Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
I'm almost ready.
What is there to see?
Now, Cindy, we polled a recent studio audience, and we got their best response to this. Blank nest. Now, the answer that bunch gave most often is worth $500 to you if you match it. If you match the second most frequently given response, you get $250, and the third gets you $100. And our celebrities are going to try and assist you,
Richard, please.
Bird's nest.
Bird's nest.
Orson.
I would, I don't know why it comes to my mind, but love nest.
Love nest. You got two now.
Brett.
Well, you know those sweet little birds called robins, a robin's nest.
Robin's nest. Okay. There they are. Love nest,
So adorable.
robin's nest, and bird's nest. Now you can have one of those, or you may have a better idea in your head. What do you want to do?
I'll go with bird's nest.
Bird's nest, what you want? Let's find out if it's up there, shall we? And if it is there, the question is, where is it? We are going to begin at the bottom and reveal the $100 response. Crow's nest.
Very good. Very.
Crow's
Thank
nest.
you.
That's a familiar phrase. I
Some
can
of my
understand
best
why it's
friends.
there. We are looking for a bird's nest. Let's see the $250 response. Love nest. Who said that? Orson said that.
It's not a bad price.
Orson the lover. Okay. Last chance for bird's nest. Here's the $500 response. You got it. Very good. Okay, Cindy. Now you're getting up there where the money begins to count. You got $600. And with this $500 win, the important thing is you're going to play for 10 times that amount, or $5,000. And remember, you have to match one celebrity, and this has to be an exact match. You have to choose one.
Richard, please.
Okay?
Bird's nest.
Bird's nest. Swing around over here. I'll get the question worth $5,000. You got your ESP going?
I hope so.
Are you thinking about Richard?
Oh, yes.
All right. Are you thinking about her?
Cindy. Thinking about Cindy.
Cindy. Blank magazine. Blank magazine. He's made up his mind, Cindy. Now you've got to make up your mind. Give us an answer what you think will match his. Blank magazine.
Time magazine.
Time magazine. I guess that's a big seller. We'll find out if it does match your answer, and if you do collect the $5,000. What do you say, Richard?
There really were hundreds.
Yeah, there are many, many.
There's Harper's and all those things. I buy this just for the centerfold. Playboy.
Yeah. I guess your ESP didn't get over there, or his didn't get over here.
There's so many.
Yes.
And I was just hoping that Cindy would remember that I'm the lech that I am.
And say Playboy. Yes, okay. Well, Cindy, you got the 600, and you're going to meet another player. You ready for that? Here comes Carol Parker. Carol Parker. How are you? Okay, come on aboard. Carol, you know Cindy? Now we'll welcome Carol Parker and ask her to tell us the Carol Parker story.
Okay, I'm from a little town. I was born and raised in a little town, Scotland, Connecticut.
Yep.
And the past 10 years I've lived in Tampa and Sarasota, Florida. I have a 16-year-old son, Mike. Hi, Mike. And I'm a sales representative out here on a little business.
Okay, Carol, welcome and good luck, and let's begin. Here we go with our first round, and ask you to make a selection.
B, please.
B it is. We're rolling now.
Okay.
The old prospector said,
The desert heat must be getting to me.
How I dread the old ones.
He said, this afternoon, I tried to blank a cactus.
The heat?
Sure is hot out here in the desert. Hot out here in the desert, and I'm not used to the heat. It's getting to me. This afternoon, I tried to blank a cactus.
Oh, you didn't hear the question. Okay, Carol. The old prospector said the desert heat must be getting to me this afternoon.
I tried to blank a cactus. Don't say anything yet, little girl. Okay, Charles, we're waiting for you.
All right, now we're ready for Carol. The desert heat must be getting to me, said the old prospector. This afternoon, I tried to blank a cactus.
Ride a cactus.
Ride a cactus. Now, wait a minute. That's not bad. Colette.
Stop that!
Wrong. I am going to evacuate this room. Get those people off. Don't show them on television. Don't put them on television because you're just going to encourage them. People on television. They're a bunch of weirdos.
This is your day, Mr. Raybon.
Why don't you, that little girl over there said, ride a cactus.
This entire experience is the closest thing to true revolution I've ever been involved with. Well, the old prospector was pretty much of a weirdo even before the sun got to him. He tried to make love to a cactus.
Make love to a cactus. Now, what did you say?
And that's smarts.
Yes.
And it'll give you a prickly heat. I said he tried to drink a cactus. You know, he gets
Now, just a second.
Oh, honey, Mr. Wright is a member of the mafia. Be careful.
Right. Well, I read in books that if you're really in dire need of moisture, there's a certain way you can open a cactus and get some liquid out of it and get a drink out of it, right?
So that's
not bad. You know what I'll do for a drink, honey?
You can also have a ride on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you're crazy.
What do you say, Charles?
Prickly heat is avoided by shaving.
Shaving a cactus. Right. You're going to get it in the parking lot. Okay, what do you say, Pat Delaney?
Well, if you can't ride it, maybe you eat it.
Eat a cactus. I suppose so. Now, Richard.
I have done a lot of work for the armed forces. I'm trying to appeal to the better side of it. I matched Orson, said make love.
Make love.
There'll be a little something in all of your envelopes.
Just be careful as you give your response.
How many years have I been doing this show? A lot of years, right?
A lot of years.
A lot of years.
More years than we care to mention.
More than any of us cares to count. And I have always resisted this answer, but every time I do, somebody comes up with it. This time I say make love, and they didn't say it.
Okay. So there's your
That's
first round
right.
question, Carol. And that's the way it goes. You win some, you lose some. Remember, round 2 is even harder. Now, we'll get to you in a moment or so. First, this message. Oh, dear. We've just been listening to Beethoven's Chorale Symphony while you've been away. Now we shall carry on with the second half of round 1. Cindy, this is all yours. Pay attention. The customs agent said, I think that girl is trying to smuggle a mouse across the border. I can see a little tail sticking out of her blank.
Trying to smuggle a mouse across.
I think that girl is trying to smuggle a mouse across the border. I can see a little tail sticking out of her blank.
Right, sweetheart.
Okay.
Gravy.
You ready, are you? How are things going on the Swiss Family Robinson?
Slowly.
Really? I'm sorry to hear that.
Well,
They're never rescued.
we're always rescued every week.
You are?
Yeah, pirates.
Oh. Are you in trouble now? No, well, they're ready. Okay, here we go. Cindy, are you ready?
Yes.
The custom agent said, I think that girl, not that little girl, that girl is trying to smuggle a mouse across the border. I can see a little tail sticking out of her blank.
Mouth?
Mouth. Must have been a valuable mouse to make her go through all that.
Yucky.
Dear me. What do you say?
I say, Carol, you're all right. Still hope. Out of her bra.
Out of her bra.
I mean, that's where I would carry a mouse if I wanted to smuggle one.
Right. You?
Well, she had this little low-cut V-neck blouse on.
Right.
And it was just sticking out of her little cleavage.
Right out of the cleavage there. Right, Charles?
I said brasier.
Brasier. 3 of those. That would have worked very well for you in the first round. I can see little tails sticking out of her blank. What do you say, Pat?
Well, I was trying to be clean cut and said purse.
Yes. Purse, okay. And what did you try to do there, Richard? Lady is looking for a little mouth. A mouth sticking out of her mouth.
There you are.
That's the littlest mouth you got, huh?
No, I also said bray.
Bray, okay. Bray. Sorry, I don't know what you're going to find down there, but I'll help you look for it. If you're...
Well, it's not going to be a mouse, I can tell you that.
To my knowledge.
Yes?
Out of her dress.
Out of her dress. Very dignified. So there's the end of round 1. And as you can plainly see, it's nothing to nothing, isn't it? Okay, round 2 coming up. Now, Carol.
A, please.
A. Everybody plays, since she didn't match anybody in the first round. I have a TV guide listing for you, and this is it. TV guide. Tuesday night, ABC, Marcus Welby, MD. During an operation, Welby decides he needs glasses when he discovers that instead of operating on the patient, he is operating on the blank.
Wait a minute, dear. Wait a minute, sweetheart.
You guys keep talking so loud, I can hardly hear myself over here. It's the last time. Buzz off. Buzz off! What are you doing here?
Nothing, I'm sorry.
You left your seat.
I didn't leave my
I
seat.
have to hear the question again. I was shushing.
Tuesday night, ABC, Marcus Welby, MD. During an operation, Welby decides he needs glasses, and when he discovers that instead of operating on the patient, he is operating on the blank. Very simple. There's nothing to it. Come on, write something there.
Well, don't turn on us.
I tried to save you.
I love you.
I love you too.
Operating on the patient, he was operating on the...
You hit my microphone.
Gene?
What?
If neither of these women ever wins, they stay on forever, right?
That's the way it is.
We call this show Gene Rayburn.
Carol, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
TV guide. Tuesday night, ABC, Marcus Welby, MD. During an operation, Welby decides he needs glasses when he discovers that instead of operating on the patient, he is operating on the
Table.
table. That's a good answer. That's a very good answer. I think table is very good.
I think it's very good, too.
He started carving up the wooden operating table there. What'd you say?
I had him operating on the nurse. So
On the
that's,
nurse. Yeah. That's better.
Do you know I started to write table and I thought you would poo-poo my answer? So I threw it away and I wrote nurse.
Table is good, nurse is better. Charles?
Now she has 3 incisions.
3. When Marcus Welby discovers that instead of operating on the patient, he's operating on the table, according to Carol. What according to you?
It's, according to me, a table, too.
A table. There you go, Carol. There's one.
Very good.
I finally got one.
Table
Does she
for 2.
match you?
No, I said nurse.
You said nurse. There. I'll bet a nickel she said nurse.
Well, the nurse was such a cut-up. Of course I said.
Hell yeah. So that's 1. And we come back, all you have to do is match 1 to tie and 2 to win. So it looks kind of easy for you, but we'll see how it turns out after this.
Today's consolation prizes are first, Z-Brick wall covering. Add color, character, and charm to your home with fireproof, inexpensive Z-Brick, America's most popular brick wall covering. And a deep fryer and golden dip. Quality meat, seafood, and chicken deserve this fine breading, not leftover crumbs. You can bake or fry with golden dip. And an electric knife and a supply of Unicap iron vitamins, 100% of the government's recommended daily allowance of iron plus 10 essential vitamins. There was an old lady who lived in a shoe. She had so many kids she didn't know what to blank. So she watched Match Game 76 when it continues in a minute.
Here we go. This is the last question in this game. Score is 1-0. You need 1 to tie, 2 to win. Jeff said, you know that aftershave the guy on TV slaps on his face?
Yeah.
Well, I use it every morning, but I don't slap my face. Instead, I slap my...
Bless you, sweetheart!
bless you.
Mercy.
No. It's a sneeze.
Us a clue?
No. I just sneezed. I could not restrain it because if I was tried to hold it back, I would have broke my brain.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone sneeze on television before.
Well,
It's a
why
first.
not? Yes, why not?
All right. So
He
what
said,
did
you know that aftershave the guy on TV slaps on his face? Well, I use it every morning, but I don't slap my face. Instead, I slap my blank.
I got it.
Face and slap my blank.
I got it.
All right. Everybody plays. We're all ready. Cindy Stores. You know that aftershave the guy on TV slaps on his face? You've seen that commercial, haven't you, Cindy?
Yes.
Well, this guy says, I use it every morning, but I don't slap my face. Instead, I slap my...
Wife?
My wife. Okay. Here's a little aftershave, honey. What do you say?
Gene Rayburn. He slaps his bottom.
Slaps his bottom. Very good. Yes, Brett?
Slap my buns.
Okay, Charles?
Rear.
Uh-oh, it looked easy there for a minute, Cindy. Match 1 to tie, 2 to win. Got 3 more here to go. Pat?
Well, if you don't slap your face, you gotta slap your bottom.
Slap your bottom. That's 4 so far.
Well,
Is it unanimous, Richard?
Risk of making an ass out of myself. Derriere.
Now, Cindy is looking for the answer. Wife, and Cindy, you've got to match Betty to stay in the game.
Do you know how I love sitting in this
Isn't
seat?
it grand?
You know it's such fun where you make a fool of yourself, so I had to say wife.
So we've got a tie. We have a tie, and we've got to go to a tiebreaker. So let's get rid of all of these lights up here. And in a moment or so, we'll go to a tiebreaker. But right now, we're going to have a little message for you. Here we go. No, we ain't. No, when we get together next time, we will go to a tie-breaking question. It'll be one for each. The one who matches most of the ding-a-lings will be the winner. All right? Look forward to seeing you ladies and you too. Now, before we go today, I must say to look for this lady on Swiss Family Robinson and to look for that lady on the Mary Tyler Moore Show. She's very funny and marvelous and a superb performer. Isn't it funny? This guy's holding up a sign says you got a minute to go. He's holding up a sign says you got 40 seconds to go over there. But we'll just keep going on until the light goes out. But Charles is involved in an extremely exciting venture, a Broadway show starring Julie Harris called The Belle of Amherst. And it's about Emily Dickinson.
Which is in Boston now.
He does not play Emily Dickinson.
No, he does not play Emily Dickinson.
Julie Harris
is Emily Dickinson.
It's a big success on the road.
Oh,
it's wonderful.
Marvelous.
You saw it. Betty saw it.
Yes, that's right.
I saw it.
And we've read some of the out-of-town reviews, which were absolutely spectacular.
Thank you. It's a wonderful play.
It's going to change your life. Now, when you, after this
I might get new clothes.
No, I don't care about that.
I doubt
but
that.
I hope you're not going to abandon us.
No.
You're not going to be, even though you're going to be a big
but he does
hit.
a magnificent job.
Okay.
No, you know that.
All right.
Look for
You
me
don't
in the
get free
produce
meals
department
with
of
the other
Ralph's
show.
Supermarket.
Ralph's Supermarket. Orson Bean is appearing all this week. Gene Rayburn here. Join us next time for Match Game 76. Goodbye.
This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game 76. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Stay tuned for Tattletales next over most of the CBS stations. Get ready to match the stars. Joey Bishop, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, Elizabeth Allen, Richard Dawson, and Fannie Flagg as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 77. And now here's the star of Match Game 77, Gene Rayburn.
How's Johnny Olson? Good. How you there? Look at who we got over here. Dandy Bunch. What?
I admire the way you dress.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you.
But I take issue with the fact that those are the same shoelaces you wore Monday.
Oh, they are. Well, I'm sorry. I can't change everything. Did the best I could, Joey. Okay. Very perceptive fellow, isn't he? Little cuckoo, but perceptive. Let's say hello to George Frederick over here. What do you say, George? He's won a lot of money. $9,650, and he won a game as we left the air last time and did very well with the first part of the audience match, and he's going to go for the big one, for the $5,000, right?
Right.
You ready for that?
I'm ready.
Okay, we'll get all set up here while you're watching these messages. Hurry back, see if he wins the money. You're fired. Oh, hello there. Listen, he's going to go for the $5,000. Now, he won the $500, which means he's playing for 10 times that amount, or $5,000. And remember to collect, George, you have to match one celebrity exactly, and you have to choose one now.
Richard.
Okay, Richard. Again we go. Say to me if you would, please, sir. Just get your ESP going, flowing over to Richard Dawson. Here it is. Tower of Blank. Tower of Blank. Okay, he's finished. Now we want you to give us an answer which you think will match his. Tower of
Power.
Tower of Power. That's an advertising slogan, isn't it? Really? Let's find out now.
What is it? I never heard of it.
Tower of Power. Isn't that an advertising slogan? It's a singing group, isn't it? It's a singing group. Very well known rock and roll singing group. What do you say, Richard?
I swear I did not. I've never heard of that. Bless you. You were going to sing.
Yes, I did, but I held it back.
Pizza.
Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Or Tower of Babel. I've never
Tower
heard
of Babel is the one I would have said.
Never heard of the Tower of Power.
Yeah.
Have you?
Right. Well, okay, Tower of London is another good one, too. Well, George, you're up to $9,650. You're going to meet another player. Let's welcome Karen Levine. Levine.
Right.
Get up there, George. Karen Levin?
Right, that's right.
Levyn?
A little different.
How? Yes, Karen Levin. That's very interesting, Karen. What's the derivation of that name?
I don't know. It was my husband's name, so I don't know.
You took your husband's name?
Yeah.
You took your husband's name? Where are you from, Karen?
I'm from Los Angeles, and I've been a native Californian for many years.
Yep.
And I'm a preschool teacher down in Westminster, California.
Okay, good luck to Karen Levin.
Right.
A or B, my dear?
B.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yep.
Would you respond to this, please?
Certainly.
Ellen said to her mother, she says, Ma, I have good news and bad news. The good news is I'm going to marry a doctor. The bad news is it's Dr. Blank. Oh, I've got a good one for that. If I were only playing, could I answer that question?
There were two. Now, which one do you think is better? That?
Yes.
I think that's the better one, don't you?
That's one.
Well, now the other one is this one. How is that, Greg?
Well, I didn't have either of those in mind.
No.
It's up to you entirely.
Oh.
There's some good choices here. So think carefully. Whatever you think the lady will say, and she'll think and give us an answer, whatever you will say. Joey, you finished?
Yes,
Would
I'm
you
sorry.
start?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Karen. Ellen said to her mother, Ma, I got good news and bad news. The good news is I'm going to marry a doctor. The bad news is it's Dr. Blank.
Dr. Spock.
Dr. Spock.
No.
I don't. Why would that be bad news, Karen? He's a rather charming fellow, isn't he? What do you say, Joey?
Well, Dr. Spock, would be really good news, right?
Would be good news, yeah. Wouldn't be bad news.
Very hard for me. The only one I could think of would be bad news would be Dr. Jekyll.
Dr. Jekyll is a good answer. Yes?
Do you know that I think that he's getting smarter?
Yes, he is.
Do you know why? Because he's crazy about Cheryl, you know?
Yes.
And he's opening with her at the Sahara on February 3rd, and I think he's all overstimulated by that.
Oh.
And that's why he's getting better. Either that or he stole his answer from me. Dr. Jekyll.
All right, that's two of those. Charles?
Well, Dr. Brothers.
Dr. Joyce Brothers. That would have been my choice. That would be bad news for Mom.
Bad. Right.
For some moms, anyway. What do you say?
I went with Dr. Frankenstein.
Steenstein.
Dr. Jekyll.
Jekyll. Yes. Hyde.
Hi. Oh,
You got Hyde?
no, I have,
Are you Jekyll and Hyde?
No, I'm Frankenstein.
Oh, you're Frankenstein. Okay,
Steve.
so there's your first rounder, and yours will be long in a moment, but first we want you to see this. All right, are you ready? Okay, here we go. You want A or B, George? Oh, okay.
Well-
You take A. Fine, terrific. Ugly Edna is so ugly. I'm gonna tell you, for her, a blank is a beauty mark. That's how ugly Edna is. For her, a blank is a beauty mark.
Oh!
Already down here? Okay. They're almost ready, George. Now they are ready. Ugly Edna is so ugly, for her, a blank is a beauty mark.
Wart.
Okay. He said a wart.
Well, I'm not too fond of this word, but I thought that would be, I said a pimple.
A pimple. Pimple is not a wart. What do you say?
No, a pimple's something to go away. A wart, you'll have to have... I don't know. I'm very tired. I'm not well. I haven't smoked for 30 days. I don't know. I said a very bad scar.
A very bad scar is a beauty mark.
Take pity on me.
Scar is a beauty mark. Charles?
There
Well,
are
that's a good
free-
answer.
There are free clinics in the city you could take advantage of.
What are they? I'll straight for you. I silly ass.
No, I won't. Just rest. Your turn will be in 6 more minutes. Try to get the blood back to your face. The correct answer.
The wart. Yes. Hello, Elizabeth Allen. Ugly and so ugly for her, blank as a beauty mark.
I went with wart.
Okay. 2 for George. Richard?
I haven't smoked for 6 minutes, and I said scar.
Are you all right? You're gonna be all right.
I know it won't.
Yes, you're gonna be all right.
Elizabeth stole my tie.
Elizabeth stole your tie, in addition. Oh,
I'm gonna
dear.
sell it in her
what
store.
a calamity. Now, Miss Fanny, honey.
I have wart.
Wart. Pretty good for a first rounder, I'll say. Very good for a first rounder. 3 of those. Now, Karen, A or B?
B.
All right. Everybody plays. Here we go. Howard Cosell said, "Last night when I removed my toupee, I could not believe my eyes. There was blank growing under it." That's what Howard Cosell said. I could not believe my eyes. There was blank growing under it. It is a well-known fact, Karen, that Mr. Cosell wears a toupee.
I
Okay.
think we should have Howard Cosell on the show so that he can defend himself.
Do you think we ought to give him equal time?
Yes. Poor little thing.
No? I'm afraid he might get a belt in the mouth if he showed up here. Hello there, Karen.
Hello.
Howard Cosell said last night when I removed my toupee, I could not believe my eyes. There was blank growing under it.
Hair.
Hair. Well, good luck to Howard. Joey?
My first impulse was to write there was dandruff growing under it. But I also put hair.
Hair. 1 for Karen. Does Karen get 2?
Well, he hadn't taken it off for so long. I said there was mold.
And you?
Boring moss.
Moss, mold, hair so far. Karen's looking for hair, Elizabeth.
I was going to say hair, and then I thought like Brett did, and I went with mold.
Mold. Now, you must match Richard and Fanny to stay in the game because at this moment the score is 3-1. Looking for hair.
I said grass.
Grass and mold, so that means George wins his 8th game. Come on down, George. All right. You know where to go. Get over there. You could do this without me. Karen, it was a pleasure meeting you.
Me too.
And we'll have gifts for you together with our thanks for being here on Match Game 77. And while she's spinning off, we want to spin some messages just for you. Put her there, pal. What are you doing here? I told you not to meet me here again. Listen, George has won 8 games. Can you believe that? He's got $9,750. He's just rolling along here, and he's going to have a go at another big whack of money as we come to the Big Money Super Match. We polled a recent studio audience, and we got their best response to this. Tip blank. Remember, it's $500 for the answer they gave most frequently, $250 for the second most popular, and $100 for the third. And let's see whom you call on. Richard?
Tip-off.
Tip-off. Basketball phrase. Brett?
Tip-top.
Okay.
Charles.
Tiptoe through the tulip.
Those are the 3. Tip-off, tiptoe through the tulips, and tip-top.
Tiptoe.
Tiptoe through the tulips. Very popular song of yesteryear. Here we go. Looking for tiptoeing through the tulips. May we see the $100 number? Tip off. All right, that was Richard's answer. Let's see if we get tiptoeing through the tulips out of the $250 number. Tiptoe. By Jove, he's got it. What do you think's under the big one, audience? Tip top. All right, Earl, slide it. You're right. Very good, audience. So listen, you picked up another $250, and now you're going to play for 10 times that amount, or $2,500, and you have to choose one celebrity.
Richard.
Richard, that's something new for you, isn't it? There. Okay, they're going steady now. They're an item, as a matter of fact.
Won a few shillings, you know.
That's right.
He has, what, $10,000 now?
He's got $10,000 even on the money.
And
Here we go.
albums to the Tower of Power.
Prayer blank. Prayer blank.
Prayer, right?
Prayer blank, right. All right, George, give us an answer which you think will match Richard's, and you will enrich yourself by $2,500. Prayer blank.
Prayer breakfast.
The audience is letting you know something.
Hold one for you.
George, you've got $10,000. I hope you don't mind me saying this. You're weird. Now, you're going to give some of the money to your church, aren't you? Aren't you? You said you're going to give some of the money to your family, some to the church. Now, what do you pick up every time you ever go there? A prayer book.
Prayer book, of course.
Prayer book. Did you think of it at all?
I didn't think of prayer book.
Yeah, well, you kind
Are you sure there's a church that you're going to?
Yes.
I got a feeling he's up to Vegas.
What did he say?
He said prayer breakfast was his response. And of course, it does not match. But he picked up a few $100s here, and now he's going to meet another player. Let's welcome Ron Tonini. Okay, there you go. Hiya, Ron.
How you doing, Gene?
Okay, how you doing?
Pretty good.
He's doing very well, isn't
I
he?
noticed.
And now, let's find out where you're from and what you do, if anything.
I'm a student at San Diego State University, and I've enjoyed quite an unusual pastime the past 6 or 7 weeks. What I've been doing is perfecting the ideal question for the match game.
Really?
I think I got it down. Try this on.
Have you got one?
I think so.
Go.
Don't shoot, cried Judy as Eric pointed the gun at her head. Don't worry, she replied. It's not loaded with a real bullet, only with a blank. Think I'll buy it?
Yes. What are you majoring in school?
I'm a marketing student.
A marketing student?
I gave him a 9.
You gave him a 9?
Gave him a 9.
You gave him a 9.
Number.
How would you respond to that if you were playing?
Well, it's a word that would turn this place into a garage.
All right, good luck to you, Ron. Anything else you want to tell us about yourself?
No, I think I covered it.
All right, here we go. Round 1 coming up, Ron. It's your turn to pick A or B.
I like B.
You want B? Okay.
Has it occurred to you that George has been on television longer than most of your shows?
That's right. It's exactly. He's been on here. He came here in 1976, and it's 1977 already.
He's still here.
He's still here. Arnie puts weight on in unusual places. Once he put 20 pounds on his blank. Arnie could be Edward, George, Sam, Bill, anybody. He puts weight on in unusual places. Once he put 20 pounds on his blank. Okay.
Oh, shucks.
Thank you. Throw me your box already. Just toss it. I'm a good catcher. You won't hit her in the head. Whoops. That's Roger Dobkowitz, who I asked him to throw me the box of Kleenex, and he held up a sign that says, "Hello, Dad." Are you all ready? Okay. Oh, he's combing his hair now. Next thing you know, it'll be makeup. We're going to have to put some light on over there for him. Are you ready, Ron? Here we go.
All set.
Arnie puts weight on in unusual places. Once he put 20 pounds on his blank.
On his head.
On his head. Somebody might say that. Head, what do you say, Joey?
Well, the opposite of head would be tails, so I put tush. 20 pounds on his behind. Right.
All right, 20 pounds on his bottom. What do you say, Brett?
I did a little play on words. I said he put 20 pounds on his back.
20 pounds on his back. okay?
I'm sorry, Roger.
Looking for head here, Charles.
I said nose.
Nose. 20-pound nose. Wouldn't that be a sight to behold? What do you say, Elizabeth?
I said the same thing, nose.
2 noses. Once you put 20 pounds on his head.
Any man that can write a question deserves an answer. Hey,
boy. There's one for Ron. Give him a little help, Fanny.
I wish I could.
Fanny. Yes. Naturally. Okay, so there's one for you, and yours will belong later, but right now, this for you. Hello there. We don't have time to carry on and do another question here. But is there anything you'd like to say before we depart?
Goodbye.
Oh. You've run out of questions, have you, Ron?
I might have some more next time.
You haven't got another one now, huh?
Not at the moment.
I see. Okay. George, we'll see you next time. Still got a minute. Is there anything, let's see, the name of your show is, with Don Rickles.
CPO Sharky.
CPO
NBC.
Sharky.
But
Don't forget her store, her new
her store. Yeah, where is it? Is that in Los Angeles?
Yeah, it's here in Studio City in Los Angeles.
What's it called? Elizabeth
Allen Inc.
And what do you sell there? You sell junk like
this
this?
sort of
I
thing.
see.
All those
Terrific.
ties.
Yeah.
Joey is at the Sahara.
Joey's at the Sahara in Las Vegas.
I will be. Yes.
You will be.
Yes.
And
February 3rd.
February 3rd.
February 3rd.
And
That's
Elizabeth
just
and
around
I
the
will be
corner.
on Tattletale.
What's that?
Elizabeth and I will be on Tattletale.
When are you doing that?
We're taping it on Friday.
How nice.
I'll be doing a film for the Army called Off with the Old and On with the New in Huntsville, Alabama.
Are you putting us on?
No! It's an Army training film. Watch for it.
Oh. Okay, folks. I'm Gene Rayburn, and I hope you'll join me next time for Match Game 77 when These and the Bodies will have on this stage.
Oh. Edward Asner, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, Marianne Mobley, Richard Dawson, and Patty Doyle.
Oh. Goodbye. Thank you. Match Game 77 next time.
This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game 77, a Mark Crooks and Bill Todman production. Stay tuned for Tattletales next over most of these CBS stations. Get ready to match the stars. Dick Gautier, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, Della Reese, Richard Dawson, and Fanny Flagg as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 76. And now, here's the star of Match Game 76, Gene Rayburn.
Thank you for joining us here. Come over here and let's say hello to our celebrities. I greet you one and all. I would like you to note that the threesome is reunited again. Gautier, Riley, and Rayburn. Yeah. Listen, we haven't seen you in a long time. What have you been up to?
Oh, it's only been only features. I'm only doing features now, and yeah, I did a
really?
couple of movies. Yeah.
No kidding.
Listen, I don't want to be blatant about it because I don't believe people are on these shows to do plugs, Gene. I really think that people are only here to help contestants win and that sort of thing.
Billy Jack goes to Washington. Really?
Try and be a little less obvious.
What do you say we say hello to champ Kathy Whitehead? How are you?
Really good.
Good. Now, as time expired, Kathy won $100. She won the game. So that means she's going to try for over $5,000 now. You ready for that?
I sure am.
Yes. Now, tell us again when you're expecting your baby. In a couple of months, is
Yeah,
it?
October 4th.
Oh, October 4th. Really? Okay. Well, good luck to you, Kathy. We'll start with the big money audience match here in a moment or so, but right now we want to start up with this. Pay attention. Now, we're ready. Here we are. Kathy, you're ready. Just stand right there on the adhesive tape. That's it. And we'll get right to it. Kathy, we polled a recent studio audience, and we got their best response to this. Bon blank, or bon blank, whatever it's, bon, B-O-N blank. Now, the answer that bunch gave most often, they had that written on a card in front of them, you see. The top answer is worth $500 if you match it, $250 if you match the middle one, and then $100 if you match the bottom one. 3 of the 6 are permitted to assist.
Well, I'll go with Richard first.
Bon voyage!
Bon voyage!
And Brett?
Brett?
What about bonbons?
Bon. Okay, another one.
Fanny?
Fanny?
I'm sorry, did you call on me?
Yes, you've been called on.
Just a little note. Something I forgot to tell her before the show.
Bonnie and Clyde.
No, wait, you're only funning us, aren't you?
Bon Whit-Teller.
Oh, of course.
What?
Bon Whit-Teller.
Bon Whit-Teller? Okay. So, you got Bon Whit-Teller, you got Bonbon, and you got Bon Voyage. You want
I'll go with Bon Voyage.
Bon Voyage is one that you want. All right, let's find out if there's the one Richard gave you. Let's begin down at the bottom, as we usually do, and we'll reveal the $100 response. Bonfire.
Where were you when I needed you?
Let's see if Bon Voyage is under the $250 number. Bonbons. All right, that's the one that Brett gave you, right? No.
Yeah.
No one gave you that.
That's the one that-
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
And Bon Whit-Teller.
Sweet little girl that she is.
We're looking for, what did you say you want?
Bon Voyage.
The Bon Voyage.
We're on match game.
Roger.
And it's the afternoon.
Roger, you did
You shouldn't
it
have circled Bonbon because it confuses me, you see. What she really wanted was Bon Voyage there. But I understand it now. You don't understand it. I just wanted you to understand it, Rod. That's right. Okay. He has a master's degree in cue cards.
In ignorance.
And here we go. Last chance for Bon Voyage. May we see the $500 number? Yes, congratulations. You got it. Don't jump around too much there. Are you allowed to jump?
Yes.
Oh, you can. Oh. I got a little nervous there. I said, "Are you allowed to jump?" And she said, "Yes, she's allowed to jump." There. Don't mind a thing. She just won $500. That's why she's jumping around like that. Okay. Now, Kathy, you're going to play for 10 times the $500 or $5,000. But to collect that amount of money, you must match one of the celebrities exactly. Which one will it be?
It will be Bert. Richard.
Bert Parks.
Bert Richard.
I love you, Bert. Sing Mr.
We don't have... There's no Bert on this show. What are you talking about? Bert is going to be the name of your son when he's born, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Well, then I'm honored that you call me
Yes.
How did you get him mixed up with Burt Reynolds? He's much better looking than Burt
Parks.
Reynolds.
Just get ready. Get your ESP going over to this little lady so she can win some money here. Now, stand on the tape and face me, and I'll get the number. It's worth $5,000, and it reads as follows. Blank form. F-O-R-M. Blank form. Blank form. All right. Now, Richard's ready. Kathy is thinking very hard. She's getting her ESP going over there, electrical energy to Richard Dawson, so she can articulate the same answer now that he's written on the card. What do you say?
The only thing I can think of is income tax form.
Income tax form. Oh. Well, what would you say? Oh, I
Oh, uniform?
see. No,
Maiden form?
that's what they're saying. All right, now her answer is...
Wears maiden form.
We hope as little as possible. She says income tax form will match her with the $5,000, Richard.
The ESP went with the audience. Maiden form.
Oh,
I'm sorry, darling.
Oh. Well, Kathy, you've enriched yourself a little bit. You're up to $600, and you're going to meet another player now, and I know you're happy about that. Let's welcome Joseph May. There's Joseph May. Now, you can get back up there as soon as it stops. Joseph, you know Kathy Whitehead there? And she's up to $600, which isn't bad at all. Joseph, we welcome you and ask you to tell us about yourself.
Well, I'm from Mount Carmel, Pennsylvania. I'm married. My wife...
Here we go. Boing. Joseph May, you may have A or B.
B, please.
B it is. We're going to start this game right now. And are you ready to begin?
I am ready to begin.
Thank you, my dear. Ugly Edna said. She said, if you think I'm ugly now, you should have seen me before I had my plastic surgery. Then I looked like blank. That's what Ugly Edna said. If you think I'm ugly now, you should have seen me before I had my plastic surgery. Then I looked like blank. We're going to see a lot of you on Chico and the Man.
I hope you're going to see a lot of me on Chico and the Man.
Yeah, well, we'll keep watching for you.
I'll keep being over there so you can see me, too.
Okay, good. All right, Charles is just about ready, so I'll walk over here to Mr. May and ask him to respond. Ugly Edna said, if you think I'm ugly now, you should have seen me before I had my plastic surgery. Then I looked like...
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein. All right. He said, then I look like Frankenstein.
That's an excellent idea, as a matter of fact, Joseph. Unfortunately, I said looks like Phyllis Diller.
Phyllis Diller. Very good. That's right. She's the famous one. Kids herself about being ugly and all that, and then had the plastic surgery.
She had her face lifted,
oh,
and
gosh,
she was
yeah.
as cute as a butt
and everything
deer.
else, yes.
I said that she looked like a dog.
A dog, yeah.
What happens to me when Fanny does this show? I just start talking so southern. Hi, hon.
Hello, Charles.
Hi.
A dog. All right. You should have seen me before I had my plastic surgery. Then I looked like Frankenstein, according to Joe.
I said King Kong.
King Kong. Very good. Fay Ray liked him, but...
They were very close.
Yes, they were.
I thought she looked like Howard Cosell.
Without his...
El Ruggo,
yeah, without El Ruggo. All right, Miss Fanny, honey, welcome back.
Thank you. I tell you the truth, I thought and thought because the neighborhood I was raised in, we always said somebody was as ugly as a dog, you know?
That's what he said. You're doing the switch here, there, you're talking like... Okay, Joe, there you are. That's the way it goes, Joe. All right? So, no score there. Kathy, this is your first rounder. And
thank you.
There was something in there.
No, it's all gone now, Jake.
Okay. Right. Harvey the Undertaker used to be a magician. That's why whenever he gets a body, he doesn't bury it, he blanks it. Harvey the Undertaker used to be a magician. That's why whenever he gets a body, he doesn't bury it, he blanks it.
I got it.
That's an easy one.
Sure.
I want to look at this while you're writing there. Billy Jack goes to Washington.
Your mind is gone.
Yes, it is.
Once more, please.
Used to be a
Oh,
musician.
Musician.
Is the operative.
No, not
I thought he
music.
said magician.
Magician.
Oh, wow.
You can't see, you can't hear, you're impossible.
Don't yell at a sweet little southern girl like that.
Harvey the Undertaker used to be a magician.
I get it, honey.
That's why whenever he gets a body, he doesn't bury it, he blanks it. That's good, now that you understand it.
See, it's a trick
dear.
I learned early in life.
You have to work at your enunciation.
You don't get top billing.
Hey, wait a minute.
All right, everybody's ready over there. Kathy, you ready?
I
Here we go.
so.
Charles, put it in the slot. Thank you, sir. Harvey the Undertaker used to be a magician. And that's why whenever he gets a body, he doesn't bury it, he blanks it.
Well, the only thing I can think of that they do with bodies is saw them in half.
He saws it in half. Yeah, okay, that's what one thing magicians do to bodies, saw it in half, right? What do you say?
I say that's a little gruesome of you, really. To saw a corpse in half is a wonderful image that I want to use. I said makes it disappear.
Makes it disappear? That's a good answer.
Sorry.
Well, that's another thing magicians do. What'd you say, Brett?
I said, you said blanks it? I said makes it disappear it.
Makes it disappear it. That's okay. Charles?
I said makes it disappear like this. See that?
Oh, very good. Harvey the Undertaker used to be a magician. He doesn't bury a body, he blanks it.
Makes it disappear.
Makes it disappear.
That's what
That
I said.
seems to be the answer. Although yours was a good answer, too, there. What'd you say, Rich?
Say abracadabra, Kathy.
Abracadabra.
Pardon? Sausage and hot.
One for Kathy. See? What do you say, Ollie?
That's right. I said sausage and hash.
Sausage and hot. Well, half a body is better than none. Joe, you want A or B this time?
I'll take B again, please.
B again. Okay, everybody plays. He didn't match anybody in the first round. Lester played a trick on his wife and switched her birth control pills with Bayer aspirin. 9 months later, she gave birth to a 6-pound blank.
Hi.
Switched her birth control pills with Bayer aspirin. 9 months later, she gave birth to a 6-pound blank.
Okay, sweetheart.
All right. Okay. Well, isn't that neat? They all finished so quickly, Joe. Lester played a trick on his wife, switched her birth control pills with Bayer aspirin. 9 months later, she gave birth to a 6-pound...
I have to say headache.
Headache? That's a little joke between me and the staff over there.
He would say that?
No. What did you say?
I said a 6-pound
Headache. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good. He just sounds like that machine there. What did you say?
Don't he make funny noises?
Yes, he do.
Well, that's what I said. Headache.
6-pound headache. What'd you say, Charles?
Without showing posters of my movies or...
Let's say headache. All right. He's up to 3 now. Della Reese, he's rolling.
Well, he's up to 4 now.
All right, we're going to stop with her. Richard, looking for a 6-pound headache.
Not today, Gene. I have a headache.
Oh. 5 for you. Fanny?
Well, let me tell you, I take this game literally. Now, when she found out what he'd done, see, she killed him, so she gave birth to an orphan.
Perfect.
Wonderful joke at his expense.
Now, very good, my dear. Now I will tell you what I was laughing about over there. Because, you see, I proofread these things just to make sure there are no typographical errors. And a couple hours ago, when I was proofreading it, they said, everybody's going to say, switch your birth control pills with Bayer aspirin. 9 months later, she gave birth to a 6-pound bear. But nobody said it. There he is. There he is. He's the one that said it.
You said Bayer aspirin, didn't you?
I said Bayer aspirin.
Yeah. Not
Didn't I
Bayer.
say Bayer aspirin? No, I said Bayer aspirin.
Bayer, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Well, we're
All
not
right. Now,
Southern.
you're embarrassed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass you, but you're fired. So at the end of, or the middle of round 2, we got 5-2. When we come back from this commercial, you go to work and see how you can do. Right now, you pay attention to this. Okay, here we go. You know what you have to do, Kathy?
Sure do.
What do you have to do?
Have to get 4.
4 and 2 are 6. That's right. If you get 4, you win the game. You could get 3 and tie, but 4 would be better.
You've got a mind like a steel trap.
Yes, sirree.
Really, it's chilling to watch it turn over. The lady with child knew how many she needed.
You don't play this time.
Oh, all right, if you're going
All
to
right.
punish me.
You ready, Della? You play.
I'm ready.
Everybody watches Happy Days, right? All right.
No.
Well, do I? Yes. Well, on one of those shows, funny says, hey, I gotta get rid of Dolores. All she ever wants to do is grease my blank. Hey. Get rid of Dolores. All she ever wants to do is grease my blank. There. Hey, you watch Happy Days, right? I gotta get rid of Dolores. All she ever wants to do is grease my blank.
Fonzie do?
Fonzie, you've never seen the show. You've never seen the show. Shh. Shh. Well, I'm sorry, you're on your own. I can't tell you any more than that. He's a star of the show, and it's called Happy Days.
I thought Ronnie Howard was the star.
Tom Bosley was the star.
No.
Or whomever.
No.
I would like
We've
to
just
know.
changed all that. Just put something on the card so we can get on with it. And this will be a disaster for you, but those happen occasionally.
Oh, that's a wonderful answer.
All right.
I'm sitting downwind of it.
Now, Kathy, you'll watch Happy Days, right?
I never have watched it.
You've never watched Happy Days?
Can you believe that?
Okay. You could give me your answer without my even asking the question if you've never watched the show. But anyway, Fonzie, this fella, the character, he says, hey, I gotta get rid of Dolores. Dolores, all she ever wants to do is grease my blank. Hey.
The hell? All she ever wants to do is grease my hair is the only thing I can think of.
Grease my hair. Not bad. He does have a big head of hair, and it's a little bit greasy. That might work for you. What'd you say, Dick?
Obviously, you've never seen the show. I mean, that is, I'm sorry, Kathy. It's a dumb answer. I haven't seen it either. I said hair.
Score is now 5-3.
Well, I was totally
Here's
up.
another one who never saw the show.
I was totally up. I was completely confused and befuddled. So I said hair.
5-4 the score. Charles?
Oh, hair.
Oh, surprise, surprise. 5-5 the score. Now, here we go. We got a tie. Let's see if Della Reese reveals her answer and breaks the tie, or whether the game ends in a tie.
See,
What do you say?
I should have did something else, but I said motorbike.
Motorbike is a good answer.
Yeah?
Because he
it's a
does
good
ride a
answer.
motorcycle.
That's good.
That would be the other thing. All he wants to do is grease my motorcycle. All right, 5-5. The game ends in a tie. We'll tell you what happens right after we tell you about this. I think we'll just leave all these numbers up here because we got to stop right now. This game ends in a tie. We'll just have to pick it up. You'll have to come back next time, and we'll go to a tiebreaker and see how it turns out, okay? Look forward to seeing you next time. Now, those of you who will be in the vicinity of Newport, Rhode Island, Providence.
No, at the end of September.
At the end of September,
will be
which we are.
Memphis.
We're about the end of September now, aren't
Yeah,
we,
yeah,
folks?
Memphis.
Yeah, we
Today.
Right.
Madam Butterfly.
Madam.
2 performances September 30th and
Where?
October 2nd. Memphis Opera Theater.
Well-
I'm going to direct it, not be Madam Butterfly.
But you're doing one in Rhode Island too, aren't you?
Yes, but that was done, I think, already. That's 1st of September.
Oh, all right. It's all over.
If you look at the chart in the dressing room, everything comes clear.
And it'll be in your book. Okay. Well, I thank you one and all. You were just splendid.
Well,
and
thank
we'll look
you.
forward to seeing all of you
Thank
next time. Now, I don't quite understand. What does that say? There's writing on there.
Jukebox. Just make any selection. Now just say goodbye. And
Oh, all right. I'll make a selection while you say goodbye. Join us next time, Match Game 76. Goodbye.
This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game 76, a Mark Goodson, Bill Trotman production. Get ready to match the stars. George Kennedy, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, Elaine Joyce, Dick Martin, and Benny White as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game PM. And now, here's the star of Match Game PM, Gene Rivers.
Hello there, John. How are you? Thank you, friends, for joining us. You must try to buy a red dress. I keep telling you, red is a wonderful color for you. Try and get a real red dress.
Okay, next time. You
All
got to
right.
spray for that.
Yeah.
That stuff growing on your tie. You can spray for that, it'll kill it in a minute.
Thank you so much. It's so kind of you. Would you please greet Tim McCune and Barbara Orcutt? Applause. Hello. We welcome both of you and wish you both the best of luck. Now, we want to find out about who you are and where you're from and all that. Barbara, please tell us the story of your life.
Okay, I'm from El Toro, California.
El Toro.
El Toro, yes.
That's
And
down south of here, isn't
by
it?
Mission Viejo, yeah.
Yes, it's a beautiful area.
Yes, it is. Really nice. And I have 3 children, 7, 3, and 1, 1.5. And their names are Matthew, Jason, and Jennifer.
We don't care about them.
Okay.
No.
Oh, I
Hello.
do. I think it's
Matthew.
great.
And who?
Jason.
Jason and
Jennifer.
Jennifer.
She's outside.
Matthew,
Yeah.
she's here.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I'll meet her later.
Okay.
Now, Tim, what about you?
I am a single native Californian
Yep.
living in the marina. I'm in medical sales.
If you live in an arena, does that mean you fool around?
Quite a bit, Gene.
That's good.
That means you're looking. If you
That
live in
means
the
you're
marina.
looking.
Always,
All right.
always looking. I'm into medical sales, and for hobbies, I run and play racquetball.
Run and play racquetball.
Same time, too, but I also run
Good for
separately.
you. All right, here on Match Game PM.
How old are you?
No personal interviews. No soliciting openly. No.
Marshall Wallace is between lovers. Now let's see here.
Cool it. Later.
What is she so
Thank you.
Tip? Oh, all right.
Here on Match Game PM, you'll have 3 opportunities to match as many of them as you possibly can. And the one who does that most often at the end of the 3rd round will be the winner and go on to play the big money super match, which can pay off over $20,000. So let's have a go at it right now. Barbara,
I think I'll choose A.
you sure?
Mm-hmm.
A, that's this one.
A, first one.
A.
Right.
All right. A says, John said, I've got the world's strangest insurance company. It's called African Mutual. I'm only covered if I'm run over by a blank. African Mutual. Thank you, Barbara. Don said, I got the world's strangest insurance company. It's called African Mutual. I'm only covered if I'm run over by a
Elephant.
elephant. All right. She said elephant.
In honor of Tuscaloosa.
Tuscaloosa, elephant. All right.
How about an entire hide?
A herd of elephants.
Sure.
Great. I'm sorry, I said rhino.
Rhino, heavy as an elephant, and that would be equally damaging.
Well, think about it.
A rhino is all right, so she has 2
Looks a
elephants.
little like a Mazda.
She's looking for a 3rd elephant. I'm only covered if I'm run over by a
Ape.
ape.
That's my insurance company.
But remember, she's got a nice smile.
That's right.
All
I
right.
went with Big Chuck. Rhino.
Rhino.
Most
2
of the
rhinos,
guys do that.
2
Rugged
elephants,
guys.
1 ape, and
Some of my best friends are gorillas.
gorillas. Yeah.
A gorilla
So in effect, we had 2 apes, 2 rhinos, and 2 elephants, and a partridge in a pear tree. Now, Herman said, this is his, Tim McCune. This is his,
Did
yeah.
he ask for B? Oh, he just gets it, I see.
Yeah.
Tim hasn't
Wait a
told
minute,
me
hold
his
on.
age yet.
Tim, you want A or B?
I'm going to go for B.
B. All right. Are you happy now?
Yeah, now I'm happy. What are you looking at?
Too bad you don't look well in red, because if you could buy a red dress, it would be terrific. Herman said, I can't believe how small these compact cars are getting. I asked the salesman to show me one, and he pulled it out of a blank.
Speaking of the marina.
Speaking of the marina.
Do you know how to keep a bachelor from becoming a great lover?
How do you keep a bachelor from becoming a great lover?
Marry you.
I think that's a proposal. All right.
Great future I have.
Herman said, I can't believe how small these compact cars are getting. I asked the salesman to show me one, and he pulled it out of a blank.
Pocket.
Pocket. One possibility. There are other possibilities. May we see one?
In honor of Walter Mitty, pocket.
Oh, you're really on a roll here. gotten into you, George.
I didn't eat.
Oh, is that it? Yes.
If this keeps up, sweetheart, we're not going to have a third round. We're all going to be all finished up on the first two. I said back pocket. I assume that's a
Back
match.
pocket. That is a match?
I said drawer.
Drawer. That would have been my choice, but pocket was equally
Who
good.
asked you? You're the MC.
Such a
ahead. We'll
cultured
witness it.
person. It's a joy to see her.
We'll
every-
witness
So
it.
glad
Go
my
ahead. You're
mother's
a
not
sock.
alive to see me
Showed me one.
today.
He pulled it out of a...
Envelope.
All right, that would be a small car indeed.
Thin.
I'm afraid I went with envelope, too.
That's two there. That's your new jacket?
You like that?
Yeah, that's very
Thank you.
nice.
Have
there.
5 more like that. Just like
A real fine. All right, Miss Betty.
Isn't it nice to have a little refinement down here on the lower
Yes, it
tier
is.
as opposed
Thank
to
you.
some other places? He pulled it out of his drawers.
Out of his drawers. Well, here we are at the end of round one. Score is tied 2-2. Round two coming up in a moment or so. Right now, this for you. All right, shall we go on here? Shall we go on to round two? Ready? Here it is. And now you can have A or B. Since
B,
she went
please.
first last time, you go first this time. You want B. Okay, let's have a go at it. Dean said, my wife bought the world's most powerful hair dryer. When she...
They got you.
Yeah, snuck it in, didn't you? You're a very alert bunch tonight, then. You gave him the pills, did you, John? Thank you. When she turned it on, it blew her blank into the other room. You missed the beginning? There it is. When she turned it on, it blew her blank into the other room. You weren't listening. Now you're listening. Anytime, Elaine. Tim. Dean said my wife bought the world's most powerful hair dryer. When she turned it on, it blew her blank into the other room.
Wig.
Wig. He says wig. You don't play, but you do.
I don't like wig questions. Head, I said, I'm sorry.
Head. Head is good. Wig or head, both good responses. Elaine?
I'm so glad you said that because I said head also.
All right, that's head.
What?
All right.
Okay. Whatever's right. Blew her husband into the next room.
Husband! Yes. Now, Miss Betty.
Isn't it nice to have a little refinement here on the lower tier? Wig.
Wig, there's one. So now, let's see what we have for Barbara. He has 3, you have 2, Barbara. Dumb Donald is really dumb.
How dumb is he?
He thought the movie Towering Inferno was a movie about blank with heartburn.
I'm glad I butted out of this entire operation.
Hello, Barbara. Have you been thinking about this? Dumb Donald is really dumb. He thought the movie Towering Inferno was a movie about blank with heartburn.
A building.
What did she say?
She said a building with heartburn. No, you see, in the movie Towering Inferno, the building burned up.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
We were trying to ascribe human qualities to this thing. Charles, what did you say?
What did she say?
I said Wilt Chamberlain.
Wilt Chamberlain. Any tall person, real or mythical, Barbara, would have been a good response here. Elaine?
Sure, like Wilt Chamberlain.
Right, that's 2 of those.
King Kong.
King
Oh,
Kong,
nice
another
biggie,
good one.
nice biggie.
Yeah.
Kareem Abdul, I don't know how to spell Jabbar.
Jabbar, that's very good. Kareem Abdul, another tall person. All right, we'll just zip over to round 3 here. And Tim, since you're ahead, you'll go first.
I'll go with B again, please.
B it is. 3 people play. Charles
I'm sorry.
and the dingbat.
That's you, Dick.
And you, all
Like the
right.
same parts.
Sid said.
Sid said.
Got that?
I certainly heard that as Sid said.
You know you're flying with a strange airline.
Strange airline.
When you get on the plane, and the only thing the stewardess is wearing is a blank. How about that? All right, Tim.
Oh, dear me.
Sid said, you know you're flying with a strange airline when you get on the plane and the only thing a stewardess is wearing is a blank.
Parachute.
A parachute.
George had that. George doesn't
I don't
play,
get
but
to
George
play.
had it.
You would have said that, huh? What would you
You know
say?
that famous story with Tallulah Bankhead answered the door wearing only a sweater for the bellboy? And he almost fainted, and she said, "What's the matter? Haven't you ever seen a sweater before?" It's a famous story. It doesn't work on daytime TV, though.
Yes, it does.
I said a little adorable apron.
A little adorable apron, and
I'm
that's
sorry.
it. Yeah,
I'm
that
not
must have
too
been
good
that looked very attractive, I would imagine. Little white lace apron. What do you say,
Sexy.
Elaine?
I said parachute panties.
Parachute panties.
That's a match. He said parachute.
Yeah. Now wait a minute.
Well, there's the
Roger.
word. The word.
Roger.
He didn't say parachute.
He didn't say parachute.
Well, wait a second.
Wait a
Let's
minute,
What
hold
did
on.
he say?
Hold everything. Hold on. Now wait.
A pair
Get
of
out. It's my show. Yeah.
A pair of what?
Now wait a minute. Tim said.
I thought he said a...
Tim said a parachute. Now, Roger over here, who is a mess, right? He writes. He keeps a score for me and writes things down.
But not
to remind me occasionally of the answer that's coming up in case I've forgotten what the contestant said. So here's what he wrote for a parachute.
Let me see. Let me see. Uncle
Well, that's a match.
You want to know? You know what Roger's hobby is?
What is Roger's?
Roger's hobby is from Oklahoma City. Roger's hobby is riding roller coasters. Now take a look at a man who
That's
has
it.
overdone his hobby and is now completely gone.
A pair of shoes.
Right. Okay. Now,
What's to
It's
happen?
sad, isn't it? I
Charles?
hope the camera's documenting this.
did you?
What happened now?
Document.
Now you show us your answer.
Oh, I forgot. No, I didn't put it yet. What is the question?
You mean you didn't write a
I
question
know what
yet?
I think I did.
Did he gave one? Oh, he gave one. Yeah.
You were already down there.
Oh, you gave yours too. Now
Why
it's
don't
up
wear
to
a
you.
dull gray suit more often.
I don't have to stay around and do this.
Parachute,
I have a
is it
career
4
to
to 2? Is that score correct? Sit down there. Now, let's see
So
yours.
Tallulah Bankhead said,
nothing but a
What's the matter?
A smile. So you've got 4. Now, Barbara, you need 2 to tie and 3 to win.
You can lit a cigarette and wait.
No, you don't.
We don't get right. We
That's a
get to
terrible
sit
thing when
this
you
whole
match in the first round.
Dear Mom.
Tough Teddy is
Tough
so
who?
tough.
Tough
Last
Teddy
time he
Marie.
kissed his girlfriend, he broke her blank. That's not tough. That's right.
I get it.
Tough Teddy.
So
Okay.
I think it's hopeless, but we get renewed and renewed. I don't understand
They dig distortion.
Barbara.
They like the story about the sweater and Tallulah Bankhead.
Tough Teddy is so tough. Last time he kissed his girlfriend, he broke her blank.
Neck.
Neck. Okay, let's see what happened. She said he broke her neck.
it. That's correct.
There it is. 1 neck.
One neck.
What have you got for her?
I said he broke her neck.
Ho, ties 4.
So don't sue her. They were reluctant.
Last time he kissed his girlfriend, he broke her neck, Dick.
no, he broke her teeth.
He broke her teeth.
That's tough.
Sorry, I wasn't there.
That's tough.
What do you got there?
He broke her heart.
Oh, what
So
a
the game ends in a
loser.
tie, 4 to 4. Now the question is, do we go right into the tiebreaker? We'll do a commercial first, and then we'll go into the tiebreaker. Hurry back after this. Here's the way it is. We don't have time to play our regular tiebreaker, so we're going to play sudden death. I have one question here. I will ask the question of you. You will each write your answers, and then put them in the slot here facing you. Then I'll go over and canvass the stars verbally. And as soon as you hear your answer, let me know in any way you wish. All right? Good luck to you. Here it is. Take his blank. If you weren't so busy talking to
I
make so
was
much noise.
listening very carefully. He was
Take
listening. It was the
his
first
blank.
time in 8 years
Now
I've
you're
been
talking
listening.
and I'm talking at the same time, you see. Take his blank.
Oh, okay.
Write down an answer, and as soon as you do,
Await the verbal response.
all right. Both ready? All right, now as soon as you hear your answer, let me know. George, how do you fill in that blank? Take his...
Pulse.
Take his pulse. Anybody got that? Oh, all right. What have you got, Brett?
I don't think this is an unsuitable answer. Take his hand.
Take his hand. Nobody has that one
hell
either.
with it.
Holy mackerel.
All right, Charles.
Take his time.
Take his time. How about
Oh
that?
my God, it came to us. What did they
Come
all
on.
say?
All right, Elaine.
Hello. Take his temperature.
Take his temperature.
Come on, kid.
His wallet.
Dick.
Take his wife, please.
Take his wife. Come on down here, Tim. What do you have?
Take his word.
Take his word. That's a good one. All right. Now, Barbara, thank you for being with us. Many prizes coming your way from Match Game PM. Barbara Orkin, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, here we go. We polled the studio audience not too long ago and said, write down your best answer to this. Blank helpers, $500 for matching the most popular answer, $250 for the second, and $100 for the third. 3 of the 6 stars can assist you. Call on them one at a time.
Okay, Brett.
Hamburger helpers.
All right.
Charles?
Mother's Little Helpers.
Mother's Little Helpers.
And Betty.
Santa's helpers.
Santa's helpers.
Oh,
Yeah, Santa's helpers, Mother's Little helpers, and hamburger helpers. You want one of those or one of your own?
Hamburger helpers.
Okay, let's find out if it's up there, and if so, where. May we see the $100 number? Hamburger helpers, right off the bat. Let's take a look at the next one.
Me too.
And the next one? Santa. Well, you had them all 3 there. You just picked up the wrong one. Now you've got $100. That means the least you'll play for is 10 times that amount, or $1,000. However, we've got one more audience match for you, and this is it. Thinking of blank.
Oh.
Thinking of you.
Okay, Charles.
Thinking of you.
There's one.
George?
Thinking of mother.
Oh, how adorable, George.
Dick?
Thinking of someone.
Thinking of someone, thinking of you, thinking of mother. One of those or one of your own?
Thinking of you.
All right. Let's see where the $100 response is. Thinking of eating.
What do we do? Have a Weight Watchers
All
group
right,
in here
may we
that
see
day?
the next one, please? Thinking of me. Well,
Egocentric people.
how about the last one? All right. Yeah. Listen, you got a pretty good bundle there. Another $500 added to the previous amount gives you a pot of $6,000 to shoot for. However, if you spin the star wheel, get a lucky spin, you'll double it. You'll play for $12,000. Let's all root for a double here. Here we go. Betty, good for you. Betty, double. You doubled it. All right.
Piece of cake.
$12,000 is what we're playing for. Good luck to Tim. Here we go. Blank coward. Blank coward. There it is. All right, she's finished. Give us the answer that she has on the card. The $12,000 is yours.
All I can think was you, coward.
That's all you can think of.
all I can think of.
Nothing else came to your mind.
Nothing.
Yes.
Well, it's
All
hard.
right,
We don't
he said,
think
you
of
coward.
Tim, I'm sorry. I said Noel Coward.
Noel Coward. Yes, indeed.
It's hard to think in a name that way.
Yes. Well, I guess he was a little before your time, but you must have heard of his plays.
Thanks a lot, Gene.
No.
You have such a way with words, Gene.
Alan told her about it.
That's right. No,
You
but,
did.
well, I guess there's no way to get out of this.
Washington wasn't before your time.
Listen, you have a
Right
total
that
of
way.
$600, and many thanks for being here on Match Game PM, Tim. Thank you. Now this message for you. Well, it's time to go. Is everyone ready to take off?
Sure,
have you had enough?
I've had enough.
Oh, all right.
Do
Well,
we
then
take
we'll.
off now?
Oh no. No, wait.
Oh,
Yes.
God.
All right.
Just ask.
Everybody take off.
Well, I'm leaving.
Yes. It's time to go. And where are you
that
going?
dress, you got a head start.
I'm going with her.
Join us next time for Match Game PM. Gene Rayburn here. Thank you. Goodbye.
Some contestants will receive terrific-looking Lee jeans designed with the great feel and comfortable fit Lee is famous for. Lee jeans because Lee fits America. And long-lasting, loose-side, rusty stains when DuPont gives you the durability and convenience of latex plus the natural beauty of oil-stained wood. And a Fabergé collection featuring organic shampoo and conditioner, both with pure wheat germ and honey for fresh-smelling hair with Super Shine and Super Body Organics by Fabergé. And Turtle Wax, the world's largest selling liquid car wax, cleans, polishes, protects, and Turtle Wax Super Hard Shell Car Wax Kit cleans, waxes, seals in the shine. And an electric clock and Windex with ammonia D cuts greasy dirt without streaking and makes shiny surfaces sparkle like glass. Windex shines more than just windows. And a T-shirt and Armor All Protection slows aging on vinyl, rubber, wood, plastic, or leather. Protect things with Armor All Protection. And a hot lather machine and Listerine. Listerine is strong to give you clean breath that lasts hours. Listerine antiseptic kills the germs that can cause bad breath. This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game PM. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.